It's time for Post-Orthodoxy, a show about changing our minds.
Yeah, baby.
With your hosts, Dark and Ainsley Sevier.
Maybe what they believe about reality isn't all of reality.
What?
I know, right?
We're on a mission to have a better time with more people more often.
The question is more, how do you get there?
Post-Orthodoxy explores strongly held beliefs, how those belief systems divide or connect people, and what might be found beyond those reality bubbles.
Keep calm. Don't lose your head.
I've got a piece of chocolate here with me because I got anxiety about doing this.
Welcome to this neighborhood, neighbor.
Yes, indeed.
I don't have any chocolate in case we have anxiety.
To ward off the Dementors.
Yeah.
So they use chocolate for in Harry Potter is to fight off evil demons. Chef Boyardee in the house. Gimme. He's ready to go.
Holy
Let's
cow,
do this.
there's words.
Woo! Loving it. Thanks,
Maybe I can
guys.
pull up our show on YouTube.
Yeah?
Just so everybody knows, I'm too dangerous to be associated with the Post-Orthodoxy page anymore. Ainsley had to delete me.
We've made an experiment today where we kicked Dark off of managing the Post-Orthodoxy Facebook page. I went back through all of our posts, and basically since like November 2020, we've been completely throttled, and hardly anybody sees any of our content. It's like, you have 30 views on this post. You have
We were getting like 1,000 and 600 and
1,500.
Then,
Whatever, I feel as though that little orange bar that the algorithm puts underneath your posts is just to kind of drive you to produce different kinds of content, or potentially to just kind of fluff you up and make you encouraged. And so by definition, then when the little orange bar of how many views you have on your content is very small, I feel as though maybe the algorithm is like specifically trying to tell us like, nobody wants to see your shit.
Yeah, December 2020, the vaccines were about to be rolled out. I had, as a person who does Post-Orthodox news, I thought it would be a good idea to maybe follow some of that data. And
as much as we could see it, because the FDA wanted to keep it secret for 55 years.
Well, but it's there. It's out there. There is data. There's other things.
Yeah, there was other data besides Pfizer.
There's reports
data
from doctors who are there, who are seeing things happening. Mm-hmm. There's the recordings of the FDA saying, well, we don't know what this is going to do to kids, but I guess we won't find out until we try it. Posting that kind of stuff suddenly made my timeline disappear. I would post a picture of my doggy, and there'd be like 50 comments. And then I'd post something about the efficacy of the vaccine, and
no one would see it.
And no one, I guess it's just, anyway. So they did give me formal, fuck you, we're taking you down the timeline for 90 days. Fuck you, you can no longer live stream. Fuck you. And since I'm an administrator on Post-Orthodoxy, it feels like the throttling has bled into the endeavor.
Yeah, I think maybe it has, potentially. I think in general, the content that we post gets throttled. And then more specifically, I think potentially the fact that you've been specifically spanked by Facebook several times over the last year, that might have something to do with it too.
Yeah, so we're here. I'm over on YouTube. I'm watching on YouTube just in case I need to
Old Deb is
comment.
also in the house. Thanks, Old Deb, for tuning in today. Appreciate you. We're streaming on Rumble for the first time today.
Great, that's good.
Yeah.
So Rumble can't comment though, right?
They can comment, but I can only see it on Rumble. They can comment,
it won't go into the feed.
But the comments don't get
So maybe
sucked
I
into
should
the
be
feed.
watching on Rumble.
Maybe you should be watching on Rumble.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, let me send you the link.
Yeah, send me the link.
Yeah, and you can be...
Put the link in the comments. But I'm not looking at Facebook. So
I don't know. Maybe Facebook would censor us for using Rumble.
Yeah, that's.
God.
I would not be surprised.
It's so hard to know what to do anymore. And once again, thank you so much to our dear friend Mark French, who's in the house on our massive, amazing weekend of 4 days of 8 hours a day streaming.
It's going by fast.
We've been weirded out by how easily it's been going by.
Gone by fast.
Yeah.
You also made us an amazing breakfast this morning.
Yeah, one of my childhood classics. Chorizo and eggs and chorizo and potato.
And it had like avocado and sour cream and this homemade salsa that was somehow tasted like a bunch of peppers without burning me.
Yeah.
So that was magical.
Yeah, the good old fresh salsa verde.
Chef Boyardee would like someone to design a cartoon of Facebook spanking Dark, please, for our various kink communities.
Oh, boy. Facebook does like to spank.
Yes, it's true.
All right.
Specifically. They used to do this thing where they would ban you from Facebook. They'd put you in timeout for 30 days. But I think they got wise that if people kept getting actually banned and then coming back and saying, hey, I'm back, I was banned, that people would maybe be disgruntled. Like, I don't want to use an app that's just going to ban my friends all the time. So now they just suppress your content for a while. You can still interact and consume.
Sure.
You just don't get to be consumed, and people don't know that they're not seeing you. So as you guys pop on today, take a minute and invite a few friends to watch this with you. Send the link to some folks. We're trying to drive interaction. We're trying everything we can do. I paid for a boosted post.
You did?
I did. I boosted my
oh my God.
my Mom in the Kitchen, the 1950s Mom and Dad
Oh,
cartoon.
good.
I thought that was some good eye-catching content.
Sure.
But yeah, I boosted a post for the next week. We kicked Dark off the Facebook page. We're bringing on unique guests. Facebook only allows me to tag certain people on my page. I don't know why.
Interesting.
I tried to tag Adrian Youngblood, Mokai Malope, and Chad
It
Okrush.
might be their settings that don't allow you to do
It
that.
untagged 2 of them. Yeah, it might be. That's true. I guess that's true.
I think some people are like that.
But it allows me to tag them, just not a page. That would be a very specific thing. Like, don't allow pages to tag me in things.
Oh.
I don't know.
Maybe that's the thing.
Especially when you're both public people, like... Anyway, I don't think it's their fault.
So I'm on Rumble. I'm looking at a Rumble setup, and I signed in, and I made a comment.
You have a Rumble account?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what did you say in your comment?
I said hello, everyone.
It didn't show up in our... Well,
it's
we
not
know
showing up
it
in
does
the
not
feed.
show up in the bot. The comments from Twitter also don't show up
That's
in the
true.
bot because of the way Twitter runs its scene.
So until we get the production team where we have our Twitter intern and our Rumble intern and our YouTube intern to moderate the comments, I think we're okay.
Paid interns.
We have a very respectful audience.
Yes.
We haven't had to do a lot of moderation of comments on our page, which I really appreciate.
That was one thing that people said, that they were like, I'm kind of not mad that Rumble doesn't send the chats to the bot on Restream because you can't moderate on Rumble at all. It's a completely free speech platform now.
That's fun.
So you can't hide any comments. You can't ban any users.
Yeah.
And
even if they're like just trying to show you porn links,
even
like
if they're
those
trolling
bots.
you. Yeah. And that was one thing that when I exciting news, guys, I haven't gotten to tell you yet, but I got to meet some Freedom Convoy truckers.
Yeah.
Eating at the restaurant up the street.
Yeah, they were eating at the restaurant. I drove by and there was this giant yellow
Fire truck.
And it said, and I was like, that's a yellow fire truck. That's weird. And then I saw that it said, "We the People" in big letters on the front. I was like, "Wee!" I'm like, I know what that fire truck is doing. And I like flipped a Yui in the middle of the road in front of the railroad tracks and screed into the restaurant parking and ran in. And I was like, I'm going to violate somebody's privacy tonight. Who knows where the Freedom Truckers are sitting?
Yeah.
But I found them. They had matching hoodies and handed them all business cards. And one of the gentlemen told me, he said he streams on Rumble and TikTok primarily. But the problem is Rumble, you can't moderate. So there are trolls that specifically go find people's convoy people and just spam them so that they can't have, none of the people in the comments can get anything useful done. So I'll find his TikTok and share that for people. But how about you guys? How are you doing this morning? I kind of came in swinging with like a bunch of words there.
That's good. We're happy. We just smoked some pot, and so now I'm happy. I'm relaxed. I think I was a little tired this morning. It's like 2 days of 8-hour shows in a row.
Very intense.
We wake up, make some food, talk for 8 hours straight, and then eat some food and go to bed.
We did introduce Mark to Rick and Morty last night for his first show
Pickle
ever.
Rick.
Pickle Rick!
It was magnificent. If you haven't seen it, you have to at least once.
Yes.
The Pickle Rick episode in particular is just like a mastery of content tightness. 20 minutes. It's better than like going to a 2-hour action movie.
It's hard to write great jokes, right? And I mean, to write
to fit
that
them in with
many
everything.
in a row, that also reference other things with the proper time arc. I mean,
it's great.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's really good. Great work.
Yeah, so I can show the Pickle Rick therapy
thing
later on if it comes up. 2 great monologues.
Spoiler alert.
One monologue that's like anti-therapy and one monologue that's pro-therapy. And I'm like, these are both so true.
It's such a post-Orthodox moment in that show. It's like we got to look at all the stuff, and there is beauty in both, and some of it sucks.
Yes.
I was thinking this morning as I was sitting here, as all the machines were humming up into action. As a kid, growing up in ye old world, the idea that I could sit on a couch, turn on a microphone and a camera, and the potential for anybody on the planet to tune in, say hello, and make a comment was like drool-inducing amazingness that maybe would happen sometime in the world.
Someday.
And when I was in Honolulu, so the internet had happened, I had my Yahoo Mail account and was sometimes on Yahoo chat rooms.
Sure.
I did a video project where I interviewed a bunch of people in the arts community, and I asked them 3 questions. And one of the questions I asked, if you had the entire world as an audience for 5 minutes, what would you do? Like if you had a moment to deliver a message to all of humanity, and I would ask them that on the fly, like, what would you say if you had? And I'm like, you can change your mind if it really happens tomorrow, but like, what's your id response? And there was some really funny shit, and there's some really poignant shit. But I feel like that's what I'm doing every time we turn on the microphone for this show, is saying the most important shit that I think we should be talking about right now.
That comes to mind at the time.
Right.
That's also been the interesting thing about these last 16 hours is how things organically morph. You don't know what the other guest is going to say or how or when and what that's going to turn into. So I always come into the show thinking like, I really need to get this across.
Right.
But then so much other interesting things happen.
We all came in with notes, and we haven't gotten to our notes yet.
Yeah.
I think the last 16 hours, there's some really nice moments that I would like to chop out and put into the 5 minutes I would say to the world.
Oh, for sure. I feel that way.
Those moments where we're like, oh my God, we should be having a better time. There's ways for us to do it. We know that we're being fucked, and yet we're not doing anything about it. Why is that?
Yeah.
Like, can we just ask the question? Can we ask the question why we're not holding people accountable who have serious fuckery going on?
Yeah.
That's damaging us in a really serious way. Like,
Yeah.
why? Like, I guess we'll just let them do it again tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, we have a guest over here calling in, apparently.
Yeah.
All right. So today we have a bunch of guests. We have Adrienne Youngblood's going to be coming in. We interviewed her a month or so ago about her upcoming, at the time it was an upcoming movie called Trance, the Kathy O'Brien story, a documentary about a MK Ultra survivor. Fascinating documentary. It breaks my brain to even consider her story.
Absolutely.
The more I look at her story, and like she's just sitting there calm and composed, telling her story. I've read her book. I know what was done to her by government agencies.
Yeah.
And the fact that she's just sitting in a chair with a calm face and telling her story breaks my heart that that's even possible.
Yeah, certainly. Remind everyone, for anybody that's new, what was MK Ultra?
Oh, MK Ultra was government mind control. This is one of those things that was considered a conspiracy theory back when I was a kid in my 20s. But now it's not a conspiracy theory. Their government documents are out. There's been some FOIA documents. So the government did mind control experiments of a whole array of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can find a lady who was a part of the MK Ultra stuff where they were trying LSD for behavior modification, and that was eventually abandoned because LSD sometimes had the exact opposite effect they wanted to have on the person.
And just for everybody to be aware, Ted Kaczynski, the Oklahoma City bomber, was...
No, he wasn't Oklahoma City bomber. He was the Unabomber.
Unabomber, that's
Yeah, yeah.
right. So Ted Kaczynski was also put into the MK Ultra program, and he was put into the LSD version of it.
Right, didn't work out well for him.
No.
Or a lot of other people.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, MK Ultra was a mind control program. It's
CIA.
documented. Was it CIA?
CIA, yep.
So government agency. And that was always the premise, I thought, that the CIA was not supposed to do any business on the mainland. It was all about overseas espionage and getting information and making sure we knew what the hell was going on. But they were experimenting. CIA was experimenting on U.S. citizens with the LSD back in the 60s.
Absolutely.
So that's, you can look into it. You can look into Project Mockingbird. That's another one of those CIA things that you should probably know about because it affects all of the media that you've been watching your entire life.
Your entire life, they've been infiltrating purposely the media.
The CIA is involved in your news. That's not a conspiracy theory. There's actually check stubs.
Yeah.
So these are things that we like to talk about on
So
the
if
show.
you care about that, about like major corporations buying your news and showing you things they want you to see, or if you care about the government buying your news and showing you things that they want you to see, or if you care about anybody buying the news at all, find yourself some independent journalists. There are a lot of people out there who are telling you stuff without having been funded by a major corporation or influenced by the government, and we should want that. That's the point of the Fourth Estate.
Yeah, we've been talking about do you care about ethical journalism? That's been up
care?
on our little box for
We
the
should see if
entire
Steve
thing.
Stark wants to come on.
What is ethical journalism, Ainsley?
Oh, well, what is ethics?
Should we look it up?
Let's look it up.
Let's look up ethics.
What is ethical?
I always like to go right to the source before, although the source is changing a lot these days. They might have changed the definition of ethics as well.
All right, ethical, relating to moral principles or the branch of knowledge dealing with moral principles.
Okay.
Morally good or correct, avoiding activities or organizations
That do harm to people.
harm to people or the environment.
So I would say most of the news
So
that is
ethical
sponsored
would
by the
be
corporations is not ethical.
non-harmful.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But when your news is only showing you things that are stressing you out, driving you to drugs, or
Misinforming you.
or lying to you, that's
Completely
not
lying to you.
That's not ethical.
That's harmful.
Yeah,
I
don't
would think.
lying is harmful.
I think it's harmful.
Except with the Corey Ten Boom thing that everybody likes to bring up all the time. It's okay to lie if you're hiding Jews in your closet.
Okay.
You know, that's the thing.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
you
think
can't- you
CNN
can't
is
just
hiding Jews in the
say-
closet.
No, I don't think that's why CNN is lying to us.
They may have other things in the closet, but
Emily B23 says, "Can you post links of those journalists?"
Oh
You
yeah,
guys
let's
wanna
do
rattle
some
folks
stuff.
Off?
If you like Twitter, I really like Caitlin Johnstone. I really like her page a lot. She is a frequent tweeter, and her perspective and breakdown, it feels like balm on a burn. It really does. She does a great job of being fairly post-partisan. She's not coming from a Democrat perspective or a Republican perspective. She calls bullshit where she sees bullshit.
Sure.
I like Caitlin Johnstone for the quick takes. I like the Gray Zone is another podcast that you
Blumenthal?
Yep.
Yeah.
Josh
Is that by-
Josh Blumenthal.
Yeah.
Max.
Max Blumenthal, who is a frequent guest on the Jimmy Dore show. So
One of the last real investigative journalists we have access to in the country right now.
Max Blumenthal?
Yeah.
No, the guy's doing the work, and then he shows up on Jimmy Dore's show and totally legitimizes Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore can talk out his ass a lot, and I like his perspectives. A lot of his stuff is emotional, but Max Blumenthal brings that oomph of actual investigative journalism to the table.
Yeah.
I like Jimmy Dore. I like his show. And now Jimmy Dore is teaching Max how to be a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, that's
Cute.
funny.
He got him on stage in L.A.
Can you teach that, or is that just sort of a vibe you need to come in with?
Well, you can teach it. You can teach it. It's just a matter of, do you want to pursue it, right? Like if a lot of comedians do it because they're come from the land of misfit toys, and it's their only way to actually interact people is through the veil of the stage.
Right.
You know.
So what about journalists you can read?
Yeah, you want to name somebody?
I like Hansi Freinacht on Facebook.
He's philosophical.
He's philosophical, but he's philosophical about current events. He does have some blind spots.
Yeah.
But the way that he evaluates things, sort of like that Heather lady on Facebook too. She has some blind spots where she sort of pitched her tent on certain ideologies and won't change her mind.
Mm-hmm.
But the way, what's her name? Heather
Haying?
No. No, is it Heather? There's that one lady that was doing long essays on Facebook for a long time.
Oh,
We were
right. Somebody's at the
into
door.
it.
Hold on a second.
But yeah, Hansi Freinacht. Yeah, absolutely. Come on in. Dark's been smoking joints all weekend.
Okay, so we can't hear you on thing unless you have a microphone, so wait. We're going to do the journalist
We're
thing,
finishing
and
up a
then we'll
journalist
introduce
thing, and then we'll.
Yeah. So I mean, I read. It's as far as reading goes. I mean, I mostly have to listen to my stuff now, but the people that I do read every time I get an opportunity, Greenwald stuff, Glenn Greenwald.
Greenwald. He has a Substack.
Matt Taibbi.
Matt Taibbi.
Yeah.
I pay for Taibbi's Substack.
Aaron Matei.
Yeah, Mate's pretty good about a lot of stuff.
These are all people who I would consider post-partisan. They don't give a shit about whether you're red or blue.
M-A-T-E?
M-A-T-T-E, I think.
No, it is just
M-A-T-E.
M-A-T-E. Yeah.
Aaron Matei. What about? I really do want to remember.
His dad's good too.
That chick that you were following on Facebook for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Richardson.
Heather Cox Richardson. I knew it
Heather
was
Cox Richardson. I liked her for a while, but man, she definitely took
She pitched her tent on some ideologies.
She totally did. I liked her in the lead up to the 2016 and post 2016 election. I thought she was doing some amazing stuff. And then COVID cold some people in terms of people who were still doing critical thinking and not just taking the authorities' word at face value.
Yeah.
And she's somebody who I sort of got, she's like the NPR thing. Like, I don't want to not like NPR, but I've caught them lying too many fucking times, and it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
Chris Hedges still writes enough to be relevant in
Where do you guys
space.
watch Chris Hedges?
Chris Hedges, just have to
read?
look him up because he refuses to do social media, Twitter.
Scott Abrams.
Scott Adams is interesting.
Abrams?
He's the author of Dilbert. But he has his own podcast, and he's an ever-present force on Twitter.
The point is not that we agree
Exactly.
with all of these people.
Yeah,
the point is there are a ton of options that are at least not corporately fucked with or governmentally fucked with. The mainstream news is corporately and governmentally fucked with.
Right.
All of them. If you heard about it growing up, somebody's bought and paid for it.
Yeah.
So go find somewhere else. Find 5. Yeah. Find 5 other places.
I don't agree to 100% agreeing with those people all the time either. I just consider them straight shooters, if you will.
Yeah, I think that they're ethical journalists. They give a shit about integrity. They give a shit about getting to the root. They're not just taking the official narrative at face value, which is what we do. I would consider ourselves media analysts.
Yeah.
I do like to go through and dissect an article from CNN or NPR periodically and demonstrate to the audience how we are dissecting our news to figure out fact from fiction and propaganda from actual real events.
I still take the time once in a while to purposely listen to NPR and watch Fox and NBC for a little while because it's kind of like
Just
the enemy.
Holy
like
shit.
How much further apart is what they're saying from what I have assessed to be reality from other sources?
Find out factually.
Yeah.
So there you go, Emily.
There's a few sources to start there, and you'll find a tree of people from there because they're often referencing other people that I find noteworthy.
Do you feel comfortable popping over here?
Yeah. So anyway, that's a reading list. How's that?
Sweet. And then we can trade this headset back and forth.
Sure.
Because we have Aaron
Let's introduce
for
our
35
guest.
minutes before Adrian shows up. And you can stay when Adrian gets here. Yeah, absolutely. Until you have to leave for work or whatever.
Yeah. Put the headphones on, and then you're going to have to scoot close to my honey over there so we get you in the frame.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, my phone's on.
All the phones are
Yeah,
on
it's
today.
fine.
This is a different format than the usual stuffy show, which was completely scripted and approved by the board before delivered to the people to make sure that it's
Cool.
How's that? We can hear you.
This is really weird.
You can hear. You
It's
can
like
hear
I'm
us.
underwater with like a space tank on or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not an enjoyable. No, I like it. Yeah.
Welcome to the show,
you.
Aaron. This is our friend Mark.
Nice to meet you, Mark.
Nice to
Aaron.
meet you.
Pleasure.
Yeah, certainly.
Thanks for coming into the show.
No problem. I don't know what I have to offer, but I'm more than happy to entertain and enjoy with you guys.
We always like to take questions.
Okay.
About topics. So earlier we were talking about this medium, the fact that we can flip a switch on a camera and a microphone, and the entire planet has the potential to hear us. And so what do you do with that power? Like, what is the thing that the world needs to hear? What is the thing that you think the world needs to hear? If you had an audience, the whole planet, everybody's like flips on the switches. What does Aaron have to say?
That's a big question, I guess.
It's a ridiculously big question.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be an eternal answer. It could just be what you feel in the moment, like today, So what would you do? Like if suddenly, it's kind of happened. Now the world can see you right now. Do you have anything that you would like to share with the planet?
Well, so just like a little introductory thing, I work at the Anaconda Job Corps down in Anaconda. So that's like a program that is sponsored by the Forest Service, government.
Right.
And it recruits youth ages 16 to 26 years old. And they live up there, and they are trying to do trades, so like welding, advanced welding, painting, carpentry, bricklaying, all that kind of stuff. And I've met so many students through that opportunity, and a lot of them, when they first come in, their first week, they're like so lost. They think that this is their only option. They don't know what's out there.
Oh, in the world. So this is their entry into out of house.
Yeah, so they've been in this bubble their whole life, and they finally pop that bubble and go to Job Corps, meet a bunch of people, but at the same time they're thinking, like, what do I do with my life? There's so much pressure for them to make a decision. So I don't know if you came out of a cult kind of thing, so you've popped that bubble.
Well, it's like an onion. There keeps being bubbles.
Yeah.
Like periodically, like as of this week, I'm asking, what am I doing with my life? Where am I going from here? I have to ask that often because I never picked a career.
Yeah, but you had some form of stability at some point in your life, right?
Not very much.
No?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
That's the risk because and I don't know if it always has to be that way. Like I think for myself, it was either it's all or nothing. Like we're balls to the wall, or otherwise you're a corporate hack. Like I don't feel that way anymore. I think there's all kinds of ways to make it in the world. There was the list that was given me of like this is what is possible. Everything else is you're a criminal or you're not going to get laid, whatever it is. And then I met people in weird fringes who found ways to not only survive but thrive outside of any kind of income earning thing that I thought of. Like people who just decide to run to Nicaragua and pick up textiles and bring them back and sell them out of their basement while having bonfires with naked hippies in the backyard. I'm like, I didn't know that was a possibility.
Oh my God, yeah. No.
I didn't know that was a thing that we could do.
No,
Nobody told me that was an
super.
option.
Yeah.
Oh, it's super awesome.
I had another friend that just traveled around the country in a bread truck that he outfitted with a bed that flopped down. And he just traveled around to pawn shops at the beginning of eBay.
And reposted to eBay?
We'd go to pawn shops, buy stuff, go up to Montana, spend the winter selling shit on eBay.
Yeah.
And then selling Mexican swag out of his downstairs.
Bread truck, that's hilarious.
Out of a bread truck.
Yeah.
And I had another friend, he figured out how to make money by going to the dump and finding things that had been chopped off of landscapes, picking them back up and putting them in pots and starting a nursery.
Wow.
Like, that's a thing that nobody told me. And like, where do you get your pots? Well, you go to the landscaping jobs where they pull all the shit out of pots, and then you go pick up those pots, and then you sell them back to them with the shit you got from the dump 3 months ago. And I was like, that's a thing we could do?
Yeah, there's so many schemes for passive income. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And there's no training for that. It was just sort of this weird ping-ponging around.
Just meet weird people, and they give you weird adventures.
But to your point about the Job Corps kids, and I think that's kind of where Dark was heading, that program specifically would be considered non-traditional by a lot, right? Like it's so these kids can sometimes come from broken homes or stress situations.
Yeah, most definitely.
So there's a lot of that too. They could, on top of being independent for maybe the first time, or independent in such a safe and consistent,
environment,
thoughtful way.
Yeah.
So to have to sort all that out for a young person, I would imagine that is pretty intense.
Yeah, we definitely have the resources to support them. But
what is their time limit to choose a program at the Job Corps?
So they have
or do they get to try a few on if they want to?
Yeah, so when they first get there, they actually get to shadow 2 different trades, and then they get to figure out what they like the most. And after they've chosen their trade, they stick with that 6 months to 2 years, depending on if they want to dual trade. So some of them finish carpentry, and then they want to dual trade with welding.
Sure.
And then find a career or make a business.
Yeah.
That uses both components.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I got distracted.
Yeah, she's a cute dog. Yeah,
her eyes just like take me away to another planet.
Hi.
It's not Tulsa. What?
It's Billie Jean.
Billie Jean. Thank you. Does she though? Okay.
That's why she has to shake this dragon.
Oh my God. But yeah, so the biggest thing I wanted to get from what I was bringing up is choice in life, and like what decision to make, and knowing that no matter what you do, like my dad, biggest mentor for me, but like when I first moved here, my dad told me just to put like a tic tac on a map in a random location, and that's what I did. And I came here, and I really didn't know what I was going to do, and I got that job at the Job Corps, and just put my feet back on the ground, and I figured shit out.
That's great.
But most people, like, you know, when you're in that time, that either when you're just getting out of your house or if you're trying a new career out for the first time, you have that, like, uneasiness, you know, that discomfort and all that kind of stuff. How do you push those students? I'm trying to, like, find a lifeline, because a lot of these students, like, I don't know what I can say. Is this, like, show filtered or not?
It's not filtered. You can say any words.
We're throttled by Facebook a lot, but
okay.
You can say whatever you want.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. Well, like, I won't say, like, the name of the student, but there's this one student that came here about 2 months ago. He wasn't really into the program. He already had an online business, but since he was 17, since he was a minor,
he had to do something.
His parents forced him out of the house and forced him into the program. So, you know, the first week or two, he was not great, didn't want to be here. But then so when they first get here, they have to quarantine for a week or two because of COVID.
Okay.
Every new student that comes in has to do that. So I spend time with them doing that. But after that week, they move into the dorms. So they have the dorm life. They make friends. They have more access. And then after that, they have that comfort period to, like, you know, develop and get attached to the program. That's usually what happens. So this kid, you know, I saw a full 360. He was doing really well and making friends. He really loves his trade. He was a carpenter, and he was about a month in. And then I had my 2 days off from work, and I find out that he can I say this or no?
I don't know what it is.
You have to just say it.
I'll just say it, okay. So I found out that I guess he built a noose, like a rope.
Right.
And a noose and all that stuff, and tried to hang himself at the center. And I don't know if he did that for attention to get, so like there's like certain protocols we have to take.
Right.
So if they do that kind of stuff.
You have to report these things.
Yeah, they get zero, ZT, we call it zero tolerance. So like fights, suicides, like all that kind of stuff.
Right.
It's a big no-no. So I don't know if he really felt that way or if he really just did that because he didn't want to be here.
It was a way out.
Exactly, a way out.
Huh.
So like trying to figure out ahead of time when they're in the orientation period of the program to prevent them from not getting to that point, you know.
Right.
Like
you should want to be here.
Yeah, exactly.
And so making sure the people who are there want to be there.
Exactly. And knowing that this center is for them and they take care of it. So like all the equipment that we have up there, like pool sticks, rails, like the welders, the masonists. What do you call the bricklayers?
Masons.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Woo. But yeah, they take care of the whole center. So like if there's a wall falling apart, the masons will go over there and fix the wall.
Right.
Welders will fix the railings. It's like a huge system.
I love that
It's
idea.
pretty cool. Yeah.
I think if there's one thing I could tell kids who are in that position is that I think there's this idea that when you get out of the house, you have to find your path.
Yes.
and do the thing. And I think allowing for a little more flexibility in that idea that you might be able to do more than one thing. You might do one thing that I see this in the arts a lot, and I think it applies to practical careers. Artists just tend to do it more flamboyant ways, make it more obvious.
Sure.
But there's the like, I'm gonna be a rock star, and I'm gonna be a singer, and then they devote themselves all into being a singer until they realize they actually just want to play the bass. But they wouldn't have realized they wanted to play bass unless they had spent time with a bassist that, oh, right. And then suddenly they're like, I'm going to be a bass player. That's it. That's everything I'm going to do. And then they realize actually what they want to do is landscaping. Like that's the passion. Suddenly I want to go understand botany and figure like, and to be able to have that, I think that is a full life where you get to explore your passions. And it's a matter, the challenge, if you're in the arts or if you're is to find meaningful work that you want to get out of bed for versus dreading getting out of bed for. That's the most important thing to me.
Yeah.
If you're going to live in the world, you should want to spend your day the way that you're spending it. And there are ways to do that and make money, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. The bread and the eBay and the pawn shop selling, like, small things that are right in front of you, you can turn into a business.
If I had known that when I was a kid, I would have pursued things like welding and woodworking, like physical, creative things that I could have done that could have also given me a living instead of trying to just be an artist. Like if I could do it all over again, I definitely would have pursued those hard, serious, translatable skills.
Yeah, trades. Yeah.
Because then you can always make that something else. You can always go from there. So
I still really enjoy working with stone. Sometimes I'll choose to when I sell something or design something. Sometime I'll keep the work to myself and not outsource it if I have time, just because it's so meditative to me. It feels like I'm in church or something when I'm carving rocks and putting them together.
You've been doing it for a long time?
Yeah, I've been building since I was a kid.
Okay. So you've mastered that, like, what is it, that mastery, that 15 years, is it 20 years master or something like that? It's like that presentness that you have with what you do.
I do know that they have a trade designation. I've never done it for anyone, so I don't know. I've never been part of a union of any kind.
No, that's not what it was. I meant like when you do something that you're really passionate for such a long period of time, you get right in the moment.
Oh,
like that
certainly.
presentness that you were talking about. Like that, that's such
I can literally feel in my hands and see the life of a rock and what it wants to do. I know where it wants to break. I know what I can get away with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like my grinder or my chisel and hammer, they literally turn into my hands when I'm doing it, and
it's
it's
fucking
just
beautiful.
So it's just very relaxing, and then to see the look on people's faces when it's done, when I've done a fire pit and it has the water recycler flowing down the gas fire pillar with water running down it and the LED lights in the back, and
so majestic the way you're describing it.
Well, so to see the look on people's faces when it's done, they're just like, whoa, thank you. It's just something I consider like very thoughtful.
That gratitude.
Yeah.
That they admit.
Yeah. Well, I feel grateful for the rocks and like doing the work, and then when it's done, it's always really fun.
Man, I don't know your whole background, but we don't.
We don't know his whole background. We just keep finding out. We've been sitting here for 16 hours straight, and wait, you did that shit too?
Oh wait, this is the live show, 16 hours straight. Are you doing it 3 days?
This is the third day.
This is day 3
of an 8-hour show.
Oh, I thought you guys were going all day, all night. Like
The platforms don't let us stream that long.
What?
Yeah.
So they can only do. We figured an 8-hour max where we could be on all 3 platforms for 8 hours. So we're doing it. It's
pretty cool.
Yeah, with Job Corps being new to you, I mean, I think that would be pretty cool. It has to feel good to be in a place of contribution to those kids.
Yeah, that's my favorite job so far. Yeah, giving back and everything.
That's great.
Just little things like most of the students have already left on fire, so we have like fire suppression camp crews, and they go out for 3 weeks to 2 weeks at a time. We had 30 students leave, I think, last Thursday to New Mexico.
Oh, for that fire down
for
there.
the fire, yep.
Wow.
And now it leaves like all the underagers, so the 17-year-olds, the 16-year-olds, because you have to be 18 to do fire crew.
Right.
So me and a couple other guys were like, yo, let's do 4v4 basketball. Let's have some fun, you know?
Yeah.
Like a little morale boost.
Sure,
or whatever,
yeah,
you know? It's
right.
just super awesome.
That's great.
Is there like a line somewhere for people? Is there? Because I think a lot of people, when they get out of high school or whatever, they're trying to figure out what they do. They get seduced by the military. The military say, "Hey, we can give you all this money and a place to live, and you can fly all over the world and do all this stuff."
Sounds great.
And get the hell out of your parents' house. And there's that choice, and that gets heavily recruited. When I was in high school, they sold me. I was ready to join the Army. Luckily, my dad talked me out of it, but I was ready to join the military because they'd sold it. They're like, and they sold it by saying, "Oh, when you're in the military, you can just jump on one of these supply planes for $30 and go to Germany." And I was like, "Shit, I can go all over the world, right?"
Yeah, traveling.
Yeah,
right. That's what I was looking at doing. That was they find out what you want to do, and then they say you can do it in the Army. But I didn't get a job.
That literally used to be the slogan.
I didn't get a Job Corps propagandist into the school saying, "Hey, you could get the hell out of the house, and here's a way to learn some shit." Like, I didn't get that guy.
That wasn't an alternative.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's been around since the 60s, too.
How do
It's
kids find
crazy.
out about this? How do kids find out if they like know that Job Corps is a thing they could do when they get out of school?
So the biggest thing is I wish high schools, like that's what I actually want to talk to my job about, but actually like going to high schools in Butte or like in Montana and like actually recruiting, like talking
getting
to
them
people,
that
like
option.
giving them information.
Yeah.
Like everyone has the internet these days, but like the thing we've been missing is the interaction, the one-to-one interpersonal relationship stuff.
Sure.
And that's where people really get that spark. You're going to look online and you're like, oh, all these options, but if you actually have like a person that cares about you, wants you to succeed and all that stuff, then you'll immediately attach to something like that.
Absolutely.
I think in this town in particular, we have one of the highest youth suicide rates in the country. Part of it is the Rockies. Part of it is this is a beat-ass town, and there's nothing for kids to do.
Yeah.
They don't have this city doesn't take care of their kids.
Yeah.
They don't give them options where they can go and socialize in a safe way. What they do is they ride around with their older friends in the car, and they get somebody to buy them some beer, and they cruise around the Walmart parking lot, and then they cruise around the mall parking lot, and then they get in car wrecks, and then bad things happen, people get depressed, and they kill themselves. I mean, it happens a lot in this town. And I think if some kid in high school knew that, like, if I can just graduate, I can get the fuck out of this house or out of this town and go. Do they get paid to be there? Do they?
Yeah, so
they have a place to live.
It's pretty awesome. Like it's kind of like AmeriCorps if you've heard of that
Sure.
before. But yeah, like you go up there, housing is paid for, food is paid for. You even get clothing and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of students, we get a lot of natives that come up that have like maybe 2 pairs of socks and that's it.
Yeah.
And we like, provide them with clothes, pants, all that kind of stuff. Uniforms, not uniforms, just like trade clothes, like welding. They would have to wear like protective stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a multifaceted approach to making sure that we can meet all their needs. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
How do the kids find out about it? Over there, like how do they find out?
Yeah, so the biggest resource that we have is we have outreach coordinators, outreach counselors, like people that are contractors basically that work outside the Forest Service. And what they do is they go to high schools, kind of like what I was saying already.
Yeah.
And they, I know, I'm so distracted by her. His, hot,
she.
her, sorry.
Billie Jean.
Her eyes are just like, oh, beautiful. Just beautiful. So finding out about it, there's outreach admission counselors in each county of Montana.
Okay.
1 or 2 approximately. And they go to homeless shelters, they go to high schools, and they talk to students about the program and get them into the program. The biggest issue, though, with these outreach counselors is they don't know about the Job Corps in Anaconda or the Job Corps at Trapper Creek near Darby, Montana. They only know like a little fraction of information. So a lot of the times we're like, yeah, we have horseback riding up here. We have internet access. We have a pool. We don't have any of that stuff up there. We have hardline internet. And that's about it. So to use your phones, you have to go up to this building to boost your service. We're hopefully finally going to get Wi-Fi, I think, at the end of August or September of this year.
That'll be a big deal.
But it's taken like 20 years to do anything like that.
Yeah.
So what we do but the thing is, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, we'll have internet, we'll have better blah, 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 trainings and all that stuff. But the students, I'm really worried, like, being on their phones all the time. They're already talking about TikTok and all that crap.
Jeez.
But, like, I love just playing basketball with them, or we have laser tag. Have you ever heard of knocker ball?
I don't know what that is.
It's like a giant ball, like a sumo wrestler
size. Fun.
And it's like you go inside and you hold onto these handles.
Oh, and you just smash into each other?
Smash into people and you play soccer.
Nice.
Like if you really don't like a student, you just like smash them against the wall.
That's joking.
I'm just
He's
joking.
kidding.
I'm just joking. But yeah, there's a lot of recreation activities. This Memorial Day, they're going to be doing paintball. I'm going to be missing. Yeah, I'm going to miss it because I'm going to be seeing my brother. But I did it last year, and damn, it's so satisfying to get, Pew, 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 pew.
Fun.
I would really love to see like tax money go there.
Absolutely.
I like the idea of tax. I like that tax money goes there.
Well, I mean, just think about when it comes to taking care of kids, right? Which we're all extremely interested in, and that should go better. I mean, look how disastrous it's been getting rid of all the big orphanages and switching to foster care. That's turned out not great. If the kids would do a better job raising
themselves,
each other, if they were in just a big group together with people that the community trusted, hanging out with them all day, that's better than everybody that like some people just got into foster care to receive the check from the government. They could care less what happened to the child once they got
There's
in
some
the
gnarly
house,
stories in that.
Yeah,
world.
The math speaks for itself. So I don't want to take anything away from the good, loving foster families out there, because I'm sure there's millions, and thank you for that. That's fantastic. So. But yeah, just when it comes to taking care of children, it seems like there would be more conversation about that more often, and there should be more focus on it. I mean, what's the point of waiting to look after one of our young people instead of waiting until they're 18 and then they just end up in prison or something? Like
the whole system is just. The biggest thing, like even the marijuana decriminalization as an example, I don't think it'll pass the Senate personally, but you know how many people it would take out of jail?
Absolutely.
For like little minor charges.
Yeah.
It's crazy. There was one more thing I was going to say, but I can't remember what I was going to say. So, yeah.
Well, then we're done talking this is the end of the 8 hours. We could no longer go forward. We've ran out of words.
Oh, no, you're
end
joking.
Of show. Yes.
I was like, what? I thought you were serious.
No. No, I appreciate you coming on and sharing that story. Like a lot of what we're focusing on in season 3 is like Ainsley's phrase of decentralize the revolution. Like we look at the story, the big story. Oh, we have to save Ukraine. Oh, we have to fear Russia. Oh, we have to we have to get in these big stories. A lot of them or have feelings about things that are not even in our daily life at the expense of what's in our daily life and in our neighborhood.
Yeah, bringing emotion into experiences.
Or having your ability to have direct impact on things happening in your neighborhood or community. We can spend a lot of time being, armchair warriors and saying, I think what should happen but like, Ainsley brought up the point of like people all over the country had to have feelings about a trans law in Florida. But what are you doing to deal with kids who are having problems in your neighborhood?
Yeah.
So like, how do we bring this stuff local? And I like the idea. I mean, this is the fantasy. This is like the socialist fantasy. The best aspect of socialism is that we pool enough money to take care of people and to give our fellow citizens some sort of access or guidance to find meaning in their life.
Yeah, that's powerful stuff. Yeah, bringing in resources.
How can we do more of that? How can we do that for jobs programs are great, but like there's a really weird squishy thing around pre-18 kids.
There's a program though I wanted to mention. I don't remember the name of it exactly, but the woman that works at the Chateau, Clark Chateau, she's probably in her mid-30s. She was talking to me about this nonprofit that she runs through the Clark Chateau, where she recruits like students that are 17 or 18 years old from the high schools here, and basically they just put on an art show or an art project.
So
a lot of mentoring involved as well.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend started that program. It's called The Root and the Bloom.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it is a creating humanities program for high school kids. So they get I used to teach there. I would come in and say, look, you want to be in the arts. These are the things that I've done in the arts. These are some of the pitfalls is my experience. Like try stuff, do stuff. Or they have somebody who's a writer and come in and say, this is my process. This is how I write. So kids get access to various aspects of the humanities. So it's no longer some theory, but they've actually touched base with somebody who's involved, and it becomes more accessible.
And is that still a sustainable program going on?
It's a nonprofit that operates out of the chateau. Yeah,
okay. I wasn't sure how successful.
And so there is some funding. So they usually get a good handful of kids every summer. So when school's out, it is one of the few programs in town where it's almost it's not dependent on your financial ability to pay. So any kid that wants to figure it out and wants to maybe do a interpretive dance project over the summer, and they have teachers and mentors and space and guidance to work out something, and so it's really all about initiative. They don't have to be there. They're not paying to be there. They're there because there's a resource and they want to take care of it, which makes a very active group of kids, right?
But it ignites that spark because it provides all that stuff that they need.
Right.
So that's phenomenal.
Right.
But is there other programs here? Like I was going to ask you, is there a community garden?
Well, that handles, that may have that maybe 10 or 15 kids out of the entire town are accessing that program. The space is limited. The ability to have staff is limited. So it's a great little hothouse for particular kids.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, is there volunteer programs available? I was trying to, when I first moved here, look into volunteering initiatives, like working for the rescue mission. I worked for a rescue mission in Dubuque, Iowa, that had a garden, a greenhouse, soup kitchen, but you could volunteer and actually interact with the homeless community. It was a pretty powerful, sustainable program.
We have some gardens, but gardening is just difficult in general in Butte. It's a limited window of time where you can do it, and success is rather mixed. Considering it snowed on Mother's Day, it can be
greenhouses.
It could be really discouraging trying to farm in Butte, but there are a few community gardens. Thinking Thomas said a less prosaic question: what are your thoughts on how late capitalism arrays human identity, which demeans work as essentially a tag of submission rather than the way to fulfillment or even freedom?
That one sounds like for me.
I gotta break that down.
That one sounds like for me.
Yeah, it might be for you.
Yeah,
this has got me written all over it.
Take it.
So just to set a little bit of context, I'm personally uncomfortable with the phrase late capitalism. It's becoming blatantly obvious to me. I think people are going to be shocked at how resilient the current system is. The people at the top have acquired so much. You're just going to continue to see the economy to bifurcate. So it's going to get worse and worse and worse for people at that $80,000 to $100,000 range and under, which is a very large percentage of the population. Pre-pandemic, citizens in the United States were already 50% were making $30,000 a year or less already in the most debt-ridden society in human history. So things were already tenuous, but I think you're going to see it's not like politics in the United States is going to change anytime soon. And it isn't like the fire sector, finance, insurance, and real estate. Is they have all the power, and financialization is what they do for a living. They're not going to magically pick another career all of a sudden. So, but to go further on in your statement, how it arrays human identity I think much of the work in this country is very demeaning. I mean, look at the silos and monopolies that have been giving out. You can immediately attribute that directly to Amazon and Walmart, which are the two largest employers in the United States right now. So, and with the current strife and efforts to unionize at Amazon, it's been public knowledge of how poorly those people feel treated. And then Walmart, I mean, all you have to do is go shop at one and realize that's probably not the funnest place to work in the world. And Walmart as well, because of their corporate policy, almost all of their employees get paid so little, they still qualify for government services like rental assistance and food stamps and things of that nature. So basically, American citizens are subsidizing the corporate profits of Walmart by doing that.
Right.
So, wow. And then as a tag of submission, I think a lot of people are starting to wake up and feel that this is turning into a neo-feudal order, just without the titles. When feudalism ended, I mean, until World War I, when the actual European oligarchies started to break apart, they switched to this corporate order that we're in right now. So all they did was take the church and the titles and the royal hierarchy of the monarch model, and they switched it to this corporate model. So the same people that had money then are likely to still have money now. So
and why did they do that? That was to keep the ostensible heads from getting chopped off.
So that there was no one family or person or persons to look at. Now it's just this weird,
and this is what we're struggling with today.
Ambiguous corporate structure.
We don't know who to point to and say that's the bad guy who's causing the problem.
Yeah, and then also thinking, Thomas, I'll wrap this up right now. Work that leads to fulfillment and freedom, I would say Americans are very hardworking, and that's exactly what they want. We can have dynamism here again, and we can lean into ingenuity. There's just some adjustments that have to be made.
Got to diagnose that problem first. Hey, we have a guest in the studio. Can we hear you? Can you hear us? Do we have the audio on? I heard her clear her throat.
Or is that you?
No, that was her.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
Can you?
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Adrian Youngblood is on.
Hi,
the,
hi.
is in the
Sorry.
studio.
Hello.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
I'm just totally like, you're coming in like 9 different ways. So yeah.
Okay, narrow it down to one channel. Thanks for coming in.
I'm just going to fix this.
Okay, yeah, take your
I'm
time.
getting there.
Take your time. Thinking Thomas, thanks for the question. And if you have any other follow-up questions,
Mark, you
let us
broke
know.
that down like a champ. Holy shit.
I nerd out on that stuff.
awesome.
The economy is like my thing.
That's cool.
Joshua Michael's in the house. Well, we were going to try to get him in today. We had a scheduling conflict. We were trying to get him in today. There's a scheduling conflict. He wanted to talk. He wanted to talk on the subject of challenging authority and the importance thereof, which we may be able to get to him tomorrow sometime. I like that. Look at all those books.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Got the
good
nice
looking
library.
books.
Yep. She's still working on things. Right.
Oh,
why don't you
I can
give her a
switch.
switch for a
Yeah.
second there?
No problem.
So for folks that don't know, our guest, we're working out the audio video business right now, a filmmaker, has a film newly out as of a month ago called.
I'm hearing like all this feedback.
Really?
That's too bad.
Do you have things in your ears?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, So make sure there's no sound coming out of your computer in front of you.
Hang on. I do have help here. Will you come
That's
here,
good.
Zach?
Yeah, bring in the producer.
We'll keep talking.
Yes.
We'll keep talking until to give you some.
Yeah, we're
figure
going
out
to
where
give
the
you guys
feedback
some
is.
privacy and you all
Sure.
figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
So anyway, Adrian produced a movie
Okay.
called Trance, the Kathy O'Brien story. So that is the documentary we were talking about earlier, documentary about a lady who was raised in the MK Ultra mind control program.
Yes.
I don't know if you're familiar with the MK
What if I do
Ultra.
this?
Very good.
If I leave this.
And we had her on before the movie was out to talk a little bit about the movie and to talk about a range of other interesting things. Hey, that got all recursive. What happened?
That's what happens when they leave. Is it just shows us ourselves for eternity.
For infinity.
Yeah.
She's also been working with a company, another film production company that's produced a number of really interesting videos on UFOs, UAP, and
Unidentified astral projections?
No.
Unidentified aerial projections.
Phenomenon.
Aerial phenomena.
Yeah, that's right.
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
That's right.
And then doing a lot of deep dives into government documents that sort of tell us that there's more going on than we've been told concerning
certainly
extraterrestrial life forms. She has a Beyond Majestic is one of the movies that she was a part of, that if you go down that rabbit hole, you will run into that movie. And maybe we've got time to range around and talk about all those subjects today, if you're interested in any of those topics. We're going to admit her again. Hello. Hi, we're going to say things to you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Hey,
Oh,
welcome
it's so
to the
good
show.
To see you. Hello.
So, welcome to the marathon.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did 8 hours live yesterday, 8 hours live on Friday, and we're just beginning today's show, so we're fresh. Thanks for coming in early.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about your movie.
And that's what I want to talk about. But wait, now I'm still hearing him talk on positive and negative neurons.
Who?
Me?
The link open on Facebook?
Yeah, do you have it open on Facebook or YouTube somewhere?
Your Zoom.
Okay, guys, I'm here. I just figured it out. I was
Yay.
listening to someone else.
Oh, I
Yay.
see.
Aaron
Aw.
Apke. If y'all don't know who Aaron Apke is, he's super fun. Anyway, he'll probably appreciate the plug. He has no idea who I am.
Welcome to the
Hi.
show. Hi.
Hey.
Thank you.
Wow, we can hear and
Great
talk
to
now.
see you guys. Yes, technology is amazing once you get over the humps.
Yeah. Oh, that's where we started the show off. Is like I said, when I was a kid, I dreamed the idea that one day, imagine you could just turn on a microphone and a camera, and the entire world could see you. And now we're just, having a burrito and coming down and doing it. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, and I remember talking to my musician friends as a teenager, and I said, someday they're going to have a channel where everyone who plays in a band or music is going to be like, it's going to be a video, and there's going to be a video channel instead of hearing it on the radio. And they thought I was nuts. And then MTV came along very shortly thereafter. And the rest is history. And that's how old I am. But, that is
And
right.
then-
We have we can see these technological advances coming.
And then video killed the radio star.
Yeah.
That's a song.
We got to let go of the art, the
Yeah.
antiquated stuff.
That's
right?
true.
Just keep evolving. We'll keep evolving. What do you think of this phrase? Because it's something I've been chewing on for a few years. And all things being considered, my hypothesis is you are either evolving or dying.
But I think evolving is dying.
Okay, so let me clarify myself. If we're talking physically in a physical being's body, it's either mutating for the purpose of evolution and growth or mutating for the purpose of breaking down and dying. And likewise, in the category of our minds, we are either evolving and growing in our minds or locking down and slowly atrophying in our minds.
I guess I could go along with that. I mean, I could actually dive deep into discussion around how everything is still evolution, even if you choose to go in that direction.
Could those things be
Because-
happening simultaneously?
And yes, definitely. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Various
100%.
aspects.
Absolutist
busy
phrases are
living
so
or
refreshing,
get busy
though.
dying.
It's true. It's true.
But I want to hear, Adrian, we also have in the studio with us today Aaron Hyla. Aaron works with Job Corps, helping kids get adjusted to the idea of like all the things they could be doing in life besides being in high school, you know? And he's studying to be a psychiatrist, counselor. He wants to be a counselor someday. Unfortunately, I only have 3 microphones, so we've just been sort of juggling the headset. But I wanted you guys to at least know who the heck was going on in this living room.
And this is Mark French, friend of the show, former guest, and definitely sharing the seat for the ride along for 8 hours a day.
Woo! He flew up from Texas. He flew up from Texas to do this marathon weekend with us.
That's great.
And our goal to have 1,000 subscribers.
I'm jealous, you know. I have a couch here, but I'm alone, and y'all are so nice and packed in there. I'm like, I should be like sitting there.
Yeah. Oh, we would love that. Come visit us.
You're just a part of the conversation. You're a part of the conversation pit that we have here today.
And I'm here. I feel circular. I definitely feel a part of it.
In the circle, good.
So I want to know, how did things go? Because when we last talked to you, you guys hadn't, it was pre the specific date that you'd chosen, March 22nd, right?
I think it was February 22nd.
February 22nd. 2022. Right.
Yeah.
I specifically chosen for releasing Trance.movie. And how did that go?
Well, it was very successful as far as, you know, its launch into the world. And, you know, the thing that's really beautiful for me is to see that, you know, I've been down these rabbit holes for quite a long time. And, you know, a lot of the aspects that went into trance are just this, you know, voluminous information. They're like, you know, sessions. You really just have to stop and go, okay, yeah, I'll just figure that when I'll go down that rabbit hole on my own. And there's a lot of little rabbit holes, but, you know, you can't go down them all in an hour and a half. And I wasn't sure how people were going to respond to this information because, you know, like I said, I've kind of been in it for a while, and I've been, you know, denounced by friends and family already. I totally, you know, had a lot of practice
for asking questions.
Yeah, well, for asking questions, you know, for asking questions, and then just saying, what do you think about this?
How dare you consider that idea? Yes.
Yeah. And so I wasn't really sure how that was going to get responded to, because this documentary has an awful lot of potent information in it. And I'm so thrilled to see that so many people are really, really receptive now, you know, way more receptive than even a year ago, that, you know, to really not, you know, embrace everything as truth if it doesn't resonate, but to actually entertain the understanding that this could very well be good information, and at least the tip of the iceberg, which it is. Each rabbit hole is the tip of the iceberg. You know, but you can't get past the fact that the MK Ultra programs happened, that mind control is something that is continuously being studied, and we are continuously expanded on, and, you know, that's fact. So you can't get past that. So it's been pretty good to see the feedback, you know, that the people are definitely are receptive. And then the other great feedback that we've gotten is that it's not that it doesn't traumatize people to hear this information that is so intense. Kathy O'Brien's story is an extremely intense story, but it's more contained in her book. You know, if you want more of what we offer,
which
it's
Dark's
in her
been
book.
Reading, yeah,
right,
yeah, and so then you can attest it's got a lot of stuff there.
You did an amazing job with the documentary. It opens up doorways to stories that I think a lot of people didn't know happened or were even something that was possible. And then leaves you wanting to know more about all those things. And I think a lot of people, like you said, I think people are more open to hearing things that maybe they weren't open to a few years ago, especially with a lot of the fuckery that has been revealed in the last couple of years around particular narratives.
Well, it's always so interesting when you have someone tell the truth about the government at a very high level, like you just did. at where is the line for everybody else when you'll get a little bit of blowback, and some people will just consider you like a communist or anti-patriotic just for telling the truth about the government. Like, at which point could the scales get tipped the other way and you get like Edward Snowden or something? So
yeah, that's a consideration. And the thing is now, though, is like, if you're not really accused of being a patriot. I mean, not being a patriot, because now that's stigmatized. So if you are telling the truth, or a version of the truth,
yes,
or just anti-narrative, now you are a patriot, and that's not a good thing. Like it's moving. There's so many different labels and ideas that we've all been told to assign each other,
right?
So that we can keep that division going on.
Of course.
And so it's like, oh no, patriot's good, not good, good, not good, good, not good, just like mass, no mass, mass, no mass, mass. But it's the same thing. Just as long as they can keep us confused, then they have a grip.
I want to talk about your movie and how you've been dealing with that. I also want to talk, last time you touched on the idea of the year 1947. And I don't know if you want to tie that into the movie.
I don't have my notes.
Yeah. Because
1947 is huge. Have you ever Googled 1947?
Well, once you said that, I did. And then, of course, a lot of stories that I knew about and that I heard about, here you go. A lot of stories that I knew about, I'm realizing all start at the year of Roswell.
Right. And isn't that an interesting coincidence that the year of Roswell, we now need the CIA formation. We need the National Security Act so they can cover up whatever the CIA has found out, and to keep doing their acts. And isn't that an interesting correlation? Because really, I really do think that this idea that we had this race for space was actually a race for mind control. And that we had this knowledge of space and craft, and we've had that for a long time, way before 1947.
Right.
But so here comes the Roswell crash, and so here comes the CIA, so here comes the NSA. So it's like 1, 2, 3, let's get this, sweep this under the rug. They they can't know this because reverse engineering. And as you know, Roswell, first there's articles printed in the newspaper. They say, hey, farmer found these parts on his property, and then a day later, oh no, he didn't. I'm just kidding. No, that didn't happen. Right. So yeah, it's the beginning of public foolery. How dumb were people when they knew? They weren't dumb, is what I'm saying, is they knew. Here it wasn't in the newspaper. This happened, and it's Roswell, New Mexico. So this is not a big, huge town. Farmers talk. They all knew what was going on, and yet, within a week, it was that never happened. So, yeah, I think that was one of the beginnings of the tomfoolery that we've been subjected to for so long.
In relation to your movie and the subject of your movie and her experience as being a particular aspect of the MK Ultra mind control, that was a vast array of techniques and modalities that were going on for a long period of time. Can you talk a little bit about, just so people who want to go see your movie know a little bit more about what Kathy's experience was and what part of the MK Ultra program she was in?
Yeah. Well, of course, MK Ultra was the base program. There were 149 sub-programs from MK Ultra, but who knows how many there really were. And Kathy O'Brien was a part of the Monarch program that was a sub-program of the MK Ultra mind control program. She was born in 1957 to a multi-generational incest-based family, which is what they were looking for at the time. Nowadays, or even 10 years ago, they don't need to look for steal. They don't need to steal anybody anymore or bribe anyone anymore, because they've cultivated their own generational subjects. But at the time, in starting out these projects, they were looking for previously traumatized children, specifically sexually abused and incest-based children, because they are more vulnerable and more susceptible to suggestion. And so her father was selling pornography through the U.S. mail, pornography of her. He was caught. There was negotiations that happened that said, hey, if you sell your daughter into this Monarch program, then no charges will be pressed. And in fact, he was given several government contracts that made him a millionaire several times over. And he was a worm digger with a 6th grade education. So, previously. So that is how Kathy got sold into the Monarch program. The Monarch program was specific to the upper echelon of world leaders. So she was trafficked sexually and as an espionage person, taking secrets back and forth, or just telling people. She was trafficked to these world leaders all over the world, and of course the top politicians. And she does talk about all of those politicians that she was trafficked to. The idea was that she was going to be murdered when she was 30. That's what happened to all of these women. They were typically put to death at 30 because certain things start opening up in the brain. They do start remembering certain things, or they just go a little bit nuts. Case in point, like Britney Spears, when she started, shaving her head and started remembering things, just losing all sense of balance. And that's okay. They'll let that happen, because then anything they say isn't qualified. But Kathy was actually rescued before she was murdered, and she was rescued by a CIA person who found out about these programs and just went, what is going on? This is horrible. So he also worked in mind control sciences, and he helped her reclaim her memories and basically reclaim her consciousness, because she was programmed in so many different ways. She had so many different dissociative personalities that were triggered so that they could put her to work, that she really had no consciousness of her own. And so when he rescued her and gave her a lot of tools to reclaim her memories and her mind and her consciousness, that was her journey. And she wrote a book. She tried to take her testimony to Congress. Congress, of course, under the threat of national security, that got sealed. Congress got sealed. All of her testimony got sealed. So she wrote a book and just put that out all through Washington. And that book was called Trance. And that book is, I think, the one you're reading now.
Right.
And so the movie pretty much tells Kathy's story in such a way that it actually starts with Project Paperclip, when they were bringing the Nazi scientists and researchers into our government agencies and giving very high placement to a lot of these Nazis, and how it got infiltrated in our government and our corporations to form the New World Order. This really was a bigger plan, and all of the things that she heard and remembered. Now she's 63, and so many of the things that she heard and talked about then, and everyone thought she was nuts, have come to pass. It's all there, and it's provable, and the movie has a lot of that in there.
Yeah, I highly recommend the movie. I saw an early version of it, and I've been do you have a Facebook group that people can go to where people can
we do have Trance. The Kathy O'Brien story is a Facebook movie. It is a Facebook page. And then of course trance.movie is where you can see the movie, and there's some other clips and things up there. I'll probably put this interview up there, this nice long 8-hour thing. Why not, right? And conversations. But yeah, there's some other resources up there as well.
That's great.
I forgot I didn't have my microphone on. We can chop this piece out, Adrian. We can chop your bit out and also send you the link for your previous interview that came out before the movie was launched.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. Thank you for doing this work. I know that this isn't the kind of easy work to do because it does start narrowing your social circle automatically when you start dealing with these subjects.
It does. Yeah, it really does.
I'm curious about in your research and in your work and the other work that you've done. When we talk about MK Ultra, we talk about it like it's something that happened. Do you know specifically of any particular programs, techniques, things that are did they stop it? Is it over? Or are there things that we could actually know about now concerning the mind control programs? Or is it just gone full societal mind control?
Well, I mean, what the MK Ultra mind control programs that they started in, the early 50s, those were horrific. Those were,
dropping acid in people's drinks at the bar and watching what happened.
Well, taking them to their, labs and doing that. But then, also unsuspecting volunteers thinking that they're signing up for one thing and then seeing that they are going to have, a football helmet put on their head. And then for several months have this psychic driving was one of the programs that they used to figure out. So psychic driving is like when you are hearing the same things over and over and over and over in your head. You are not good. You are not good. You are not good. You are not good. And that would go on for a month. And then, that is not an experiment. That's torture. But they were literally trying to figure out how can we blank slate a brain and then put what we want them to think in there. That was the goal. That was one of the goals.
Was the Jim Jones compound a part of the psychic driving? Because somebody was talking about that yesterday. There was a somebody said there was a connection.
With that.
Yeah, somebody mentioned this yesterday, and I haven't gone down that rabbit hole. I didn't know if you did, that maybe the Reverend Jim Jones, because they were doing that with the intercom system on the compound, is it was just his speeches all day long, all day long, all day long. It sounds like a psychic driving experiment on mass scale of a cult compound.
Because that's what they learned, I mean, obviously these horrific experiments that they did in that time, it's, why did they do them and what did they learn? I mean, they were horrific. Can we get past it? They were horrific. What did they do with that information? And so like just what you're saying, even just to go to the simple, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan, trust the plan, build back better, build all of these things. This is all a version of psychic driving, where I'm at, or, 6 feet under, 6 feet apart or 6 feet under. I mean, there's so many suggestions around, so much suggestive, constant, all these themes and things that you hear over and over and over again. And, make America great again. I mean, I'm not saying that was an involvement. I'm just using an example.
As a
make
catchphrase.
America great again, making it. Yeah. And then it's like,
blue, no matter who,
someone who's got the hat. Yeah. No matter what. It's like, but you ask someone, well, what does that mean? Make America great again.
There's a phrase right. There's a phrase I learned the other day called the idea of have you ever heard the phrase thought terminating cliches?
Ooh.
So this is a Twitter from a guy named A Feast for
yeah, I couldn't read it either.
For Dementeds or I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's at Colin Dickey on Twitter. Learned yesterday that there's a term for phrases like "it is what it is," "it's in God's hands," "YOLO," etc. Things meant to short circuit cognitive dissonance and end discussion. They're called thought terminating cliches. I love that phrase, thought terminating cliches, because then all of a sudden, all those phrases you started saying started popping up, and I'm like, that's a thought terminating cliche. That's a thought terminating cliche. And so many of the discussions that I've tried to have with people over the last couple of years, I realized we're terminated with the thought terminating cliche of just like, you don't care about, grandma or just do it, just get vaxxed.
Yeah.
You don't need to know or think. The authorities have it. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
Yeah, take care of each other. Yeah, you're not a good person. All those things. Yeah, that.
Oh, wait for it.
We got a little delay.
Wait for it.
Yes.
We'll do what we did with Boyce. She back?
I'm waiting.
She's back.
Okay, good.
I think it's me.
I think it's
I
amazing
live
that
in the woods.
I'm talking to my friend on her 40-acre ranch up on the ridge in Northern California right now. It's amazing we have this clarity.
I know, right? It's true. And I am out in the middle of nowhere.
So I started paying attention to a lot of the stories that were coming out during the pandemic. So there's the idea that I start getting afraid. Every time I start talking about the pandemic, I have little bits of fear. And the fear is like, are they going to shut the feed down? Am I going to lose my YouTube channel? Are they going to throttle me? Or just by entertaining an idea, I will be completely discarded by X number of people who will never listen to another thing I've said before. I know that's something that you've dealt with, kind of doing the research and the subjects that you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
So I found myself going down, trying to connect the PSYOP stuff. We showed a video yesterday. I have to send you a link to this. It's astounding. I would almost play it again, but it's a little long. It's a video from some branch of the Army recruiting people into their PSYOPs program. It's an ad to be a part of the PSYOPs arm of the military. And it is the ad itself seems like a PSYOP, it's like, it's this kind of stuff that drives you crazy. They literally say, we deceive and alter reality, and we're everywhere, and there's nothing you can do about it. Join us. It's a chilling video. I showed it to Ainsley and Mark yesterday, just live, without having seen it before the show. Can you share what that video felt like?
Just ominous, dystopian, felt like a funeral procession. It felt like we were all going to be under attack by everything real and fake simultaneously. We aren't going to know where it comes from. Very censorious as far as the music was concerned. Just all the typical horror movie stuff mixed with the new creepy robotic techno sounds that were also ominous and brought a sense of impending dread, all while the American boots on the ground, blacked out in the shadows, were on the prowl everywhere all the time.
Which is not what PSYOPs is. That's the funny thing, is they're projecting this military image, but it's all done by people in rooms somewhere.
Yeah.
And it was also, what was creepy about it, it was basically saying, we're doing all this, of course, but it's only, the implications of the imagery was like, because of China, because of Russia.
Yeah, that's right.
But what they were really saying was like, we're doing it right now here. But it was implying that, oh, we're only just protecting us from China. But what the deeper message was, like, we're doing this to you right now.
Yes.
And you can't escape. It was creepy.
Well, and anyone...
And when you know what to look for, it's really creepy.
Mm-hmm. I think just even having a lot of people don't know that MK Ultra was a thing. They still think it's like some conspiracy theory from some potheads in the 70s or something. So to talk about PSYOPs, because that's a phrase that has become more commonly known in the last 2 years for some reason. But still, when you say this looks like a PSYOP, people look at you like you're a nut job, even though the Army is recruiting people for that job.
Yeah, it's right in their face. And the dissonance is still there, and who knows really what what it's going to take, because on that level where the people are not seeing what's really going on, there's just so many people now that are. I mean, I think that's, you know, such as yourself, you're seeing this and you're saying, okay, this is so ominous. And what you're talking about in the film, it just sounds, or this clip that you found, it sounds just exactly like, you know, where they want us to be, in this fear place of in here, and be scared, be very scared.
Yeah.
You know, it's out of your control, and it's all happening. And, you know, it's
the meta message of that video, which was, you can't escape the power of who we are and what we're doing.
Right.
Felt like a psyops itself.
And there will be war forever.
I mean, I know there's some nefarious stuff going on,
Yeah.
but if you look, so when I moved to Boulder, Colorado in 1987, it was where a bunch of the acid chemists from San Francisco had set up shop and had been operating for decades. It was pretty well. It was like a open secret in Boulder that it was a acid manufacturing like mecca, and all they had to do was to break down the scene. There was the FBI put up a billboard that said, "The party's over. Your friends at the FBI," and paranoia swept through that town because suddenly anybody could be an FBI agent. I just moved into town a year before. Was I one? Like that paranoia just broke down communities, broke down trust bonds, just that one bit of propaganda.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've just because of the, you know, this particular documentary than other documentaries I've done, I've been accused of being a CIA operative, and I just think that's hilarious. It's just because I'm looking into these things, so therefore I must be controlled operative, you know, I must be controlled opposition. But wait, I'm telling the truth. Well, if you're controlled opposition, then she's not telling the truth, and she wants you to think that. It's just all just this crazy.
Yeah.
You really have to come back to the self. You really have to get, you know, have some tools of your own inner mobility, your own inner strength, and your own inner discernment to really decipher for yourself what really feels true. I don't want to say feels true, because it's just there are so many levels of deception right now. Right.
Well, you'll be discounted by saying that. It's just, like I was mentioning this a few weeks ago. Is like, what happened to the word intuition? Is that a thing that humans can have anymore? Or is that if you say intuition, you're written off as a MAGA hat, New Age Trump supporter or something? Because that's the weird thing, is like with the MAGA QAnon thing, somehow there was a wake created that sucked in all the weird crystals shining, put it out in the water on full moon, New Age sites, went into the Trump thing, which I thought was fascinating.
Hilarious.
We have a very interesting crossover nowadays between like lefty crunchy people and right crunchy people.
Yeah.
Like
if I wish everyone knew that was the way it was too, because, you know, the New Age crystal people really weren't necessarily Trump supporters, but maybe they were. I don't know. I know I've been labeled a
Right. Well, that's the weird. Somehow they ended up in the same room.
Well,
in people's
because,
minds,
you know,
in people's
think about
minds.
In when Kennedy was shot, and if you question the narrative, then that is when the term conspiracy theorist was invented by the CIA. Was okay, they're a conspiracy theorist. So, you know, anyone who's out there saying anything that has any kind of merit on any level, which who even knows what that is anymore, because there's just layers of lies. But, you know, there it is. It's once there's something going out there, then they think of the way to make anyone who says anything contrary to the narrative, that person's nuts, that person's, you know, crazy, or but now they can't, and that's kind of where I'm going with that too. It's like now they really can't do that. That's what's so liberating. It's so encouraging to me because, like you said, I have definitely lost a few friends and family over what I've seen and what I've put out there, just because, because it's information, and it's just information going out there. But now I'm just really seeing more and more people going, wow, actually, it's so confusing. They've tripped over their shoelaces so many times that now we really just don't know what's true and what's not true. So now we actually do have to go back and develop some kind of way that we can measure our own level of intuition, our own level of knowledge, our own knowledge base. How do I personally know what's true?
Sure.
How can I take responsibility for my thoughts and what I personally know to be true and I resonate with? Because really the only thing we can do now.
Yeah.
How do you know if you can trust yourself?
And then once that happens, and a good time to start is now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And I think it could lead to some people being a little bit frightened just from the sense of feeling unmoored. So for citizens that watched Martin Luther King die, or Jack Ruby shoot Oswald, or the start of the Gulf Wars, or to the Gulf of Tonkin incident from McNamara that was completely fake, that started the engagement in Vietnam. I think a work like yours that introduces people in a very clear way, like you might really want to think about what you're being told by these people. I think that it could have, it could scare people a little bit to think that an institution that they held very dear and they had every sense that was really trying to protect them for the most part.
She's going to get kicked out.
That's
in a couple
not
seconds.
always the case.
Hey, Adrian, you're about to lose us, but I sent you a new Zoom link if you want to rejoin and keep talking.
Okay.
Because we can only do 40 minutes now without paying Zoom.
Yeah, suddenly we could do we could do it long form, but now they chop us off at 40 and we have to redo.
So, yeah. So, anyway, when that happens, you got a link. I'll let you back in. Mark,
Sorry to cut you off,
please elaborate on that again.
No, so Adrian's work is so provocative and important, yes. All I was trying to make the point of is that could be the tip of the spear of other things we know that are true now, that are factual in history. Iran-Contra scandal and things of that nature. So
that's still on some people's conspiracy theory list.
Well, exactly. So that's all I'm saying. So that's something I appreciate about Adrian's work, and that's the only point I was trying to bring up is, it has been proven to be true numerous times now that the CIA and other security agencies, now we have a Space Force, now we have PSYOPs, these things are happening. It's part of manufactured consent, and I don't think it has everyone's best interest at the heart of it.
You don't?
I think it's a possibility that they don't.
What?
I do periodically try to become a pro-noic and think maybe this is just all one giant shock the monkey campaign to move our consciousness into some place that it needs to be as a mass movement so that we don't destroy ourselves. And I try to see the other side, that maybe there are some, as they say, the white hats, some beneficial folks that are in systems of power that actually have our back. And then I kind of feel like maybe I'm an idiot that succumbed to a fairy tale to even entertain it. But I do try to weigh that maybe it's not as all scary and terrible as we think.
I agree.
How do you deal with the weight of the implications of some of these things? Because they can be rather daunting.
Yeah, incredibly daunting. However, I also know on the other side, there's one rabbit hole, but there's, and the one rabbit hole of, oh my God, this has been happening. And then there's the other rabbit hole of, but guess what? There are light forces out there that are trying to rectify this. I think that's going to be the next documentary, because I really do see that there are so many there's way more positive forces than negative forces. We're way more brilliant than, we even give, of course, we give ourselves credit for, because, that was all part of the plan anyway, is to completely dumb us down and not, and so that we don't realize that as human beings, we have these incredible abilities. And, but of course, with fluoride and bad food and EMFs and everything else, where the dumbing. I mean, that list is so long, but the dumbing down, the dumbing down, the dumbing down. But what I really do understand is that our collective ability to create any situation with our consciousness, with our minds, with our connectedness is beyond anything that we can even imagine. And I really do believe that, because you can see it in smaller doses all over the place. And, when you think about it, if we could just connect, which is what I think we're starting to do, there's the fact that I'm sitting here talking to you about this in this conversational way, and the fact about this movie that is actually being well received. It's like, we are talking about it, we are connecting, and that's what we need to keep doing, because we really do have the ability to create and change the timeline, for lack of a better word. And so, yeah, all of this stuff is really horrible, but you have to be able to look at the horrible and go, okay, this is horrible, and we can move forward. Because, even in the movie, what Kathy talks about is like, the minute that you accept responsibility for your own consciousness, your own choices, and everything that's happening, you actually understand that the choices that we have are amazing and brilliant, and we really can create a new world. But it's not going to be a new world order. It's literally going to be from our own organic intelligence. But we have to own that organic intelligence. And the only way that we can own that organic intelligence is if we first see how it's been hijacked from us. And so I think this process is evolution of itself. It's the process, and we're in the process. And this is what chaos looks like. This is what the frickin' snow globe of chaos looks like.
I've been getting an image in my head lately of a synesthetic image of that you can only prop up bullshit so long, the propaganda, the manipulation, until it stops being cost effective. Like what Russia did with like every person in a place of power had their own KGB agent watching them, and another KGB agent watching the KGB agent to make sure that they were doing their job, and then another KGB agent. Like it becomes recursive and becomes too top heavy. That I think it feels like in natural systems to go down this road of artificial manipulation and artificial suppression. Nature eventually hemorrhages out of that kind of calcified restriction to produce something new. And that's what I'm trying to look for on the horizon. Where is it hemorrhaging out? Where is the unfettered truth? And I think what Mark said is really salient, because to start entertaining these ideas, I've been sort of going down rabbit holes for 30 years now. So I can talk about horrific things that are happening to us in sort of a casual way, but to people, it's like I've kicked my boots up on their coffee table and there's brains on it, so they can't listen to a goddamn thing I've said. So, but it's like, well, these are the fields that I'm walking through. There's some really serious shit going on, and so it's hard to deliver the imperative without either looking like a lunatic or like you don't care about human life. It's a very difficult line to walk to try to disseminate information, because I think. This is what the purpose of our show was. Post-Orthodoxy was looking at the territory around changing your mind and the scariness of having to pop a bubble and move into another one, or what happens when your bubble gets popped, and how do you climb into another one, jump into another one, or actually explore possibilities.
The
scariness
of your bubble being popped. I mean, that's so right. And I think that change that people, that's what people are so afraid of, is that, wait, I have just invested 40 years in a belief system.
Sure.
And now you're telling me I have to look the other way. That brings on a lot of fear. That brings on a lot of challenge. You've based a lot of decisions on what you thought to be true. Now you have to, embrace that you made the wrong decisions based on something. You know, to me that's like that idea of forgiveness. It even comes in that it's a self-forgiveness almost. It's like, look, you're not really responsible for the decisions that you made when you were completely lied to. But now that you know the truth, or now that you know some truth, or now that you're opening your eyes even a little bit, that opportunity to just say, all right, I was lied to, and these are, or not, you know, but I can continue now to look at, I can look at things myself, but, and maybe forgive myself for having this belief system. I mean, it's like so ingrained to have, to be a part of society, that you have to have this, a certain belief system. And I'm not even talking about religion. I'm talking about just the way you simply act. This is all, we've all been conditioned to feel that way. So if you like you're saying, here's the fields I've been when walking through, and people are like, I can't take that. That's the place where people just like prying their minds open just a little bit. And them being okay with that. That's, I think, the opportunity for them to then keep going through that little crack in the window, just crack the window just a little bit, just to see, maybe there's something a little bit out there that you can handle. And then it's not going to be so, I don't know, maybe it's even shameful, maybe there's a level of shame involved, around, I've been this way and now I see this, and how could that be? And I just think we just have to get over it. We have to get over all that. We have to get over the shame and the fear and the idea that we knew anything at all. And now, and now go to it with, if you will, no mind. With that, don't know mind. That was the word I was looking for. Don't know mind. Just what am I experiencing now? What am I really experiencing? What am I seeing? What is, you don't have to decide what's true and what's not true, but you really do have to put your body and mind and soul through a process of allowing something new to come in, so that you can, even it's little, even it's just little. You're gonna like, or I don't know if it's the only way, but move through this.
Yeah. So when and she's she's back. All right. So when I was evolving copacetic conversations into post-orthodoxy, and Dark was willing to plunge into this journey with me, a lot went into my hypothesis around what happens when people change their minds, consider changing their minds, or are faced with the prospect they might have to change their minds. It's exhausting and terrifying. I went through it as a young married woman in a vibrant church community with 6 younger siblings that were looking up to me to show me how the world was supposed to be and how to feel safe and loved. And I had every reason to just keep believing the same way that I'd believed my whole life. And the evidence against that belief system just got too strong, to the point where I did have to go through this massive breakdown and break up and build new relationships over the last several years with people who have wanted to continue being in my life and letting me be in their lives, even though I have jumped tracks to a different train track from the train track that they're on. But a big part of that thesis that I crunched out in the beginning and have evolved since then has to do with, why don't people just change their minds? And it really does, a lot of it primally, on a primal level, the best way I've been able to visualize it is that when you're a caveman and you've picked your cave, and you think you've picked a good cave because it's a certain distance from the river and it's a certain distance from adverse weather areas, and it's got a good view down the hillside, so you're not going to suddenly be ambushed by a bear running up at you. And then suddenly, like 3 weeks in, a saber-toothed tiger scrambles down the hill outside your cave and charges your cave, and then you have to move caves. In what the saber-toothed tiger scrambling down and charging into your cave is this primal parallel to new information hitting your brain. You thought that you'd picked the best spot, and then something hits your brain that lets you know you did not pick the best spot.
Right.
And that means you're an asshole, and you're stupid, and you did not take care of your loved ones.
It's a personal attack.
And so you have to defend yourself. This is why most people's response to new information is to defend themselves against it.
Well, and listen to how cool the other side of what you just said is too, from the government propaganda side and the Psy war that's going on.
It's constantly
putting you into a fight or flight response where you feel like you need protection, which makes you hold on to the things that you hold dear even more tightly because everything is spooky all the time.
People are being Damascus steel folded into their belief systems at a rapidly exponential rate these days because of the continuous trauma of you were wrong, you were wrong, you were probably wrong, you were probably wrong. It's exhausting, it's terrifying, but we don't know how to express or live in the feeling of being terrified. We're not taught how to experience fear and destabilization in a healthy way. So when we feel terrified and destabilized, we have to protect ourselves, we have to lash out. And that's why we again come back to this concept that the only way that we can change our minds is in a space where we either have intentionally created a space where we feel safe to be vulnerable or a space where we are actually vulnerable. And that's why education has to be compassionate.
Well, and Adrian, you've mentioned self twice already in meaningful ways. So being open-minded and exposing yourself to work like this and spending time with people like Kathy, could you talk for a moment, how did you phrase it? Your tools to access self and having a rooted grounding in your own integrity. How do you care for yourself being so open-minded and putting yourself in these spaces on purpose in a meaningful way?
Peacocks. Well, actually, I think one of my greatest gifts in this world, in this birth, has been being able to detach and being on the outside, which as a kid, of course, labeled me as unable to play in groups. And, so I learned at a young age, really, I really do believe that. I learned that when you're on the outside of the group, it is kind of painful. However, maybe there's a reason for it. And, that came in time. Like maybe there's a reason you're on the outside of the group. Maybe it's a good thing.
So for you, that turned into independence and freedom?
It turned
intellectually
into
and otherwise? Okay, got it.
100%. It turned into, okay, well, I am this way. And I can't be that way because I keep getting kicked out of the group. And, but
Disruptor.
I was just observing. I would observe and I would say, your shirt's not chartreuse, it's pink. And, that would get me kicked out of the group. But, however it was, whatever it was. But then the other thing too, is that I've worked with my mind a lot, as far as meditation practices. And, I was a part of a Sangha for a really long time. And while I left the Sangha because I did see how cultish it was, but I also took with me the tools of working with my mind and being able to see how the mind works in a certain, to the level that I could see that. And then of course, I've always been extremely, I've always found to be grounded in nature. I grew up in nature. I grew up with horses and animals and, and that was my escape then. And it's my sanctuary now. So I think that we all have these ways that we truly, truly are. And when you actually embrace who you really are, so in other words, oh, you're antisocial. Oh, you're antisocial. Oh, you don't attach. There's something wrong. Well, I actually I don't attach. And guess what? That's a great gift because it puts me on the outside and I can observe and I can just say, yeah, I don't know, emperor's not wearing any clothes. What do you think? You think he is? Well, okay, except I don't see a stitch of anything. What do you see? I mean, I just want to talk about it. And, you know, and so, yeah, I just think that, I don't know. I can't really, you know, when you say it, because I'm just such a strong believer in taking responsibility for yourself and in the deepest ways. And I do also think that, you know, we have surrendered a great bit of our sovereignty to ideals and religions and gurus and leaders, and thinking that, you know, something's going to happen for us on the outside of us. And that, to me, I've gone to those groups and I've been through that. So, you know, I've seen for myself what that kind of surrender means. And so it's like, no, I can't give you that. I can't give you that part of myself. So I guess really it is just about really loving who you are. It's, you know, it's all a spiritual process. If you really look at it, it's an organic, spiritual, intellectual, mind, body, soul experience. And you cannot negate one or the other. It's all one holistic experience of evolution and evolving this human existence, which I believe is why we're here in the first place. So, you know, look at all that. And tomorrow, what if I wake up and there really is a Santa Claus, you know?
Yeah, sure.
I am willing to say, cool, I will be really, really good. And here's what I need.
When we started doing Post-Orthodoxy, we used the phrase, this is a show about changing your minds. And then we've changed that, or downgraded that motto, and started using a show about introducing reasonable doubt, which is what you were talking about, I think. I have a tendency to want to squeeze all the conspiracy theories, awareness, and knowledge into one pill and shove it in somebody's face. And I'm trying to change that and say, have you ever thought that maybe that doesn't make sense? That one thing doesn't make sense?
That's all you need. That's all you need.
Because then it starts to unravel. That's what happened to me.
They'll either be able to handle that or not.
Right.
And the giant tidal wave of facts
is overwhelming. And
they're never going to,
It's overwhelming.
No. If they can handle one thought and one proved thought.
And but that's what starts opening the neural pathways into the new neural pathways of thought in your brain. This is an actual biological, physiological thing that happens. It's not like it's, you know, you start opening just this much. I see that I'm like frozen. You start opening this much, like I said, the little crack in the window, and that's just the new neuron pathway that you're triggering in your brain. So if you can continue to feed that just grows and grows, and you're on your way. So it really does only take just a little. It's like, you know, I was just reading the other day around dopamine, and that one of the ways to increase dopamine in your brain, in your physiology, is to create little tiny goals, because when you accomplish a goal, you create more dopamine, and that makes you feel good. And so if you want to, you know, increase your dopamine levels, then create little tiny goals throughout your day and satisfy them. Like, today, I am not going to drink coffee. I'm going to drink black roast yerba mate. And that's a goal.
And they're like, woo, I did it.
You did it. Okay. Or I'm going to fold that shirt and finally put it in my drawer. Whatever it is, you know, it's like those little tiny goals, and completing those little tiny goals, that creates more dopamine, which then creates better feelings, which then creates this, you know, new neural pathway, new way of thinking in your brain. So we really need to consider the understanding that our brain is an organ that we need to condition and recondition. And it has been conditioned to think a certain way, neuro-linguistic programming, all of these things, the, you know, things we hear in the media, you know, all of this stuff, you know, this is where we need to understand that what has been used against us for so long, we can actually take that and use it for ourselves. If neuro-linguistic programming has been used, tell yourself and feed yourself, that's going to be used in a positive sense. That's going to be used to expand your life and expand your consciousness. If our brains have been, mashed down and you let it up just a little bit, where can we go with that? Whatever has been used against us, we can flip that, just like a keto. That's like the war book? But anyway, it really is. It really is. Right? Yes. But I really do believe that is if it's being used against us, then it's a tool. Then that's something we were supposed to actually know more about and be able to expand and grow with. Yes.
Preach.
Yes.
We've been using the term trauma superpowers as a way to invert traumatic experiences when you learn to work with them and realize that they've carved out areas of expertise or skill sets that could then be used in a powerful way instead of being subjected to the power of the trauma.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, my mind just went away.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did I trigger something?
Yeah, you did.
Happens. So as somebody who's been down the rabbit hole of research on very particular subjects of your documentaries and the projects that you've worked on, I would like to ask if you have any news from the front of the disclosure movement, because it feels like to me, just like there's a lot of hope addicts in my life that, I grew up in an apocalyptic cult, so the end is near.
Addicts.
Yeah, hopium. The end is near is a very visceral feeling for a lot of people that maybe this is going to be over soon. Even if it's an apocalypse, it's better than suffering the blah, blah, blah that we're in, right? So in our culture, I think we have a lot of anticipation for the end, or trying to get out of the thing that we're suffering, rather than being in the thing. And so I was wondering if there's news or information you've had in terms, because I find this with the disclosure movement a lot since I've been following it for years and years and years, is that it's about to break. It's the same thing is happening with
always about to break.
With the news about the vaccine. They're like, everybody's about to get arrested because of the vaccine thing. And it's like, then another week goes by and another week goes by. It's like, surely we cannot let this thing stand any longer. There's people dying, and eventually we're going to hold people accountable. And it just goes on for another week and a week. And then surely the end is here again. So I'm wondering, where are things going in the disclosure movement outside of the projects that you've done? Is it just about to break? Are we going to meet the aliens soon? Where is this going?
I've gotten so many different downloads, just like you have, and the understanding that there may be this fake alien invasion. That and by the way, I do think that if there are these holograms that come out, because that's what it's supposedly going to be, will be holograms along with craft, but understand that craft is actually ours, but that's not the way it's going to be presented, because we have craft. Those T3RB, that's ours. We have craft. We have what would be defined as a UFO. We have all that. Says my rabbit holes, right. My understanding. And so, I just don't have time to qualify it all, but we have all that. And so, the big holograms that are like the 5-mile long spaceships. And then there's going to be the little, TR-3Bs that are going to be shooting missiles at humans, so that we are now in this, the aliens are here and they're attacking us.
So we have to unify even further against them. That'll be the goal. We
have to unify against them. And
listen to Daddy.
Here's the camps we can go into, and here's what here's what we can do. But that to me is like, if missiles are being shot at us, these are not aliens, because aliens would not be using.
They have no need
human
to
missiles,
stuff like that.
Right.
They don't need. Okay, so let's use our brains on that. Okay, they're not going to be shooting at us.
Yeah.
However, you look at some things, some other destructive things that have occurred by our military in the name of something else, weather or whatever, poof, Paradise, California is gone. I don't know. How did that happen? But, it's like, you look at that, it's like, yes, that will happen. That could happen. So there's that scenario where they're going to create all that trauma, and then we'll be, and then they will protect us, which, like, look at the formula. The formula is create the trauma, and then they will protect us from the trauma. And so, we can feel safe.
That's how we had a very divided U.S. in the late 90s, and it was united under a mutual trauma and a mutual savior in the events of 9/11.
Yeah, Bush had a 49% approval rating, and then within a week of September 11th, he had an 85% approval rating. And this is after a rigged election.
Right.
And we knew, and a lot of people knew it was a rigged election. People who knew it was a rigged election suddenly were supporting their president because of the trauma.
Right.
So it's easy for that to happen.
I'm trying to ask the internet, what happened in Paradise, California?
Oh, the fires.
The fires.
Did you see the weird pictures?
Is that the place?
The town melted. The town melted, except the trees didn't.
But the houses burned down, but there were no trees.
I did remember
they were
seeing
microwaved.
That.
But there was also a whole story about how Paradise, California was a prototype, that there were actually non-terrestrials living in Paradise, and that it was, and this is definitely
theory.
Yes, this is theory. Thank you. And, and that there were living there, and that they were melding into society. And how was that going to look? That's one theory. I mean, that's one understanding.
And then maybe somebody figured it out.
James Ring was from there. This man, he built several free energy craft, and those were, of course, sequestered. He's a 90-year-old man now. He's still alive, but he moved to Arizona. But he lived in Paradise. Where did he learn all that about those craft that was, taken away? I mean, there's a lot of, when you get into it and you start, then you start examining some of the possibilities. It's like, maybe that's true, maybe that's not. But you can't get past the fact that town was literally microwaved. It melted. And you can't get fire insurance, and you can't rebuild. And even fire insurance, I'm about an hour from Paradise. So even fire insurance is going on. You're getting canceled for fire insurance all over the place, and new mortgages need fire insurance. So what does that mean? That means no more sales of properties, which means you can't sell your property, which means how this land grab thing that's happening. I mean, if you really look at, this is my process, right? It's like bam, 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 bam,
right,
bam.
Right.
No, I'm not saying any of it is necessarily true, but one idea feeds the next idea.
There are things we should be wondering.
Just look at it.
Yeah,
just look at it.
Just wonder,
and then go. And I don't know the answer, and I really, and I don't know the answer, and an hour from now, I'm going to go eat my lunch, and it won't matter, But it is something I'm thinking about, and you know what I mean. It's that which is important in front of you, but the idea to understand and entertain the knowledge that we have been duped in a lot of different ways, in a lot of different places. And what is the final goal? And the final goal is to have total control of the planet. Yeah. And that is what I 100% believe. And I also 100% believe that it's not going to happen. So, and you were asking about, okay, so the UFO thing, but then there's the whole, there may be another, and we may need to mask up again.
Another virus.
Oh yeah, the next pandemic.
Yeah.
Right around the election time.
Right.
So
right.
Probably this bird flu thing.
We should expect that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and just what you said, just on the land grab perspective, I mean, there's 882 military bases, and those are just the ones that they tell us about. I mean, the one an hour outside of Salt Lake City, that's like 22,000 acres or something like that, where they do most of their chemical weapons testing.
Yeah.
And then, Dark, you brought up Colorado earlier and how ominous the vibe can be there. It's basically the Washington, D.C. of the Mountain West, right? Where they have
Cheyenne Mountain and all the strange stories around the international airport is like one of my favorite rabbit holes to go down.
But the painting that is one of the paintings in the airport does show the World War III gas mask Freemason global engagement. I mean, so whether that's just a psyop or not, it's in there, and that's one of like over a dozen things in that airport.
Yeah, I love the story of that airport. They were building it when I was living there because they had to get rid of the other airport, Stapleton or something. But then,
well, what about the horse?
The demon horse that killed the artist.
Yeah, that killed the artist. You know, with the red eyes, and it falls on the artist, and the artist is dead.
That's just Denver Broncos. Come on.
Oh right, Denver Broncos. You pull up, you see that thing, and it's just like, okay, it is that there's a horse like darting, fireballs at me, and welcome to Colorado. And also there's so many people that live in Colorado that over and over again, people that move to Colorado, I'm like, okay, you're moving to Colorado? You are now on purpose? My list. Yeah, you're on my list now. I'm on your list. Guess what? You're on mine.
So I want to share a little story with you, and then I want to get your feedback on it. So one of the stories that I was following recently is there's the story that Bill Gates is now the largest farmland owner in the country. Then there was a list that was circulated of all the food manufacturing facilities
that burned down.
They either burned down, exploded, and 3 of them had airplanes crash into them.
Yeah.
3 airplane crashes, right? At the time, I only had the 2 plane crashes, and it was a list of 22 food processing facilities, the date, the location, and the cause of the destruction. I posted that to my Facebook story with no commentary.
It was just facts.
It's a meme that had passed around, so it had already been involved in other discussions. But I just posted it with 0 commentary. 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, I wake up and Facebook says, "We're knocking you down the feed for another 90 days for spreading misinformation." I looked up all those dates and those places, and there were more since. So I was not spreading misinformation. And of course, the fact checker is funded by the Rand Corporation, which is an arm of the military-industrial complex and the PSYOPs. So, we got knocked down into nothingness because I just shared that one thing with no commentary. And it makes me,
This is why we've kicked Dark off of managing the Facebook page in the hopes that Post-Orthodoxy gets a little more traction in his absence.
We've gone from like 1,000 views on our videos to 0. Like we've been streaming for 8 hours, and I think we had at most 3 people on Facebook that ever tuned in and said hello. We got people on YouTube and on Twitch. Now we're on Rumble today. We're developing these other platforms. We're trying to find a way to get the fuck away from Facebook
how do
as
we
fast
get out
as
of
we
the
can.
algorithm? How do
but
we
I don't
get
know how
out
to
from
get the
under
people
algorithm?
there. I don't know how to get the people that I know that are interested there, or to get somewhere where other people who want the kind of stuff that we're talking about to find us. And it's increasingly difficult to figure out how to negotiate a way to market ideas that are in conflict with the narrative. And I don't know if you have any input on that, or how do you find your people?
That is hard. It is hard. I almost want to plug our platform, but I'm not going to.
Why?
But there is hope on the.
I would love, please.
We're not.
You're not ready to plug it yet. Okay.
We're not ready with the platform. It's going to be coming up soon, but there is, and I think a lot of people who were censored off are censored off of the Facebook and the Twitter. They have created their own platforms. Like you guys even have your own, website and that kind of a thing. But I think we need, to have a place where all of these people that broke off and created their own realities to come back together into a place where we
deserve to have an organic cyber community. We deserve to have an organic cyber community.
I think it'll be so soon, and like really available really soon, like maybe within the next 5 weeks.
Woo.
But yeah, I really think that. But
I
and
wanna-
I think
I
a
wanna
lot.
play-
But I think
I
there's
wanna
a
play
lot
there.
working towards that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Well, and other places have come up, Rumble, Odyssey, Getter, locals.com. There are several other places online that, at least at this point, are completely organic, non-algorithmized, and non-manipulated by censorship or corporate involvement so far.
Right.
And so these are places where people, various people are moving to try to find, create, and connect with content that actually that matters and is saying something and isn't fucked with in some way. But it's definitely Telegram is another one of those things. But it's just a matter of like,
this is what we're doing though, and this is also a place where this practice is, again, we're in the snow globe of chaos, and so here is this opportunity then to practice. Okay, well, I'm not a part of the Facebook family, and I'm not a part of the Twitter family. And so, well, what are we going to do? We're creating our own, we're creating our own. We're realizing what is true for us, and we're going out and creating our own. And as we create our own, you move away on a cellular level, you move away and you're a cell and you're creating yours, and another cell and another cell and another cell. Well, pretty soon all these cells are going to merge together, because that is the nature of cells. So while we are breaking apart, we need to break it apart, because we need to define ourselves. We need to go get a grip. Okay, what am I doing? Wow. Whoa. And now, but and that's what I mean by I feel that we're all starting to form this collective
cellular division
that will be yes, and then that collective then will just get massive, and it'll burst. And that is awesome, because the more that bursts, the more it goes out, and the more little cells are created, and then more truth is just ding, see, that was right. I won.
Speaking of
tell her
ding,
what she's won, Bob.
Speaking of dings,
they're going to kick us out again.
We have 2 minutes left with Adrian.
Oh yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah,
and you got to go have some lunch. I heard about some lunch you were talking about earlier.
It's Mother's Day.
Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day, by the way.
I have adult children who refuse to honor my request to not honor me on one day, honor me every day, buy me a gift every day. This one day a week is a hallmark. I mean, one day a year is a hallmark.
Yes, it's just designed to make everybody feel guilty and weird.
Right, but they're coming over anyway.
Oh, that's good. Thank you so much for spending some of your afternoon with us.
Yeah, we could just keep doing this all day.
It's been so fun. I love talking to you guys so much.
I feel like I'm back sitting around your kitchen table.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always enjoy the conversation, and let's have more. And I want to find out what's going on with the new portal project, because we want to be a part of it. And what do you think about this format?
She has a minute left.
We want to be. We want to create a salon like this. Like, we've really enjoyed this over the last few days. We had ideas of what it would be. But what we've enjoyed is this idea of an ongoing all-day salon that is live, that people can drop in on Zoom or in person, and just have a rolling goddamn conversation about what's happening live all the time.
Yes.
Thanks for playing.
Adrian, thank you so much.
This format's great. I've seen this format, by the way, in my mind. So
good.
It's fantastic.
We've manifested it for you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you've manifested. So that's gonna be what Fridays, Saturdays, we'll make it happen.
We'll make
figure it out. Yeah.
A new church.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you later, Adrian.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Day.
You too.
Good to see you.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
That's that was fun.
Yeah. That was good.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts? No, you have
Here, come over here. I have to use the bathroom.
There you go. Okay. You have to have the thoughts on the microphone. Yeah, wow. Adrian Youngblood.
Yeah, magnificent.
Had you gotten much into the Aliens or MK Ultra thing, Mark?
No. Well, only MK Ultra specifically, yes, because there is an author and historian that I really respect named Stephen Kinzer.
Okay.
And Kinzer recently completed a book about MK Ultra specifically. And Kinzer's previous book was about Manifest Destiny, which created our current military order.
Manifest Destiny was a government
Yes, that's
document
right.
that
So-
said, like basically, if you find it, then God meant for you to have it.
It's when we kept going west after the Louisiana
Yeah.
Purchase, and we finally got to the coast. Then it was Hawaii.
It's like the
then
rape
it was
culture
Puerto
of
Rico.
colonialization.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw it, I liked it, so
Yeah.
God says I should have it.
Yeah. So how
yeah.
far would we keep going? So MK Ultra, yes, and then Aliens, yes, because I had just recently taken a trip out to the Sacred Rocks, all out west to the native country. And I was fortunate enough to spend a day with an author and native guide and mystic. And he openly talks about what they call the Star People, or what has now become known as the Anunnaki. So,
Not hypothetically, not derogatorially.
no, not
Yeah.
this is not metaphor. No, they talk about the Star People.
Right,
So
right.
when you and
Anunnaki.
yeah, and if you think about that in terms of history and anthropology, so before the Puritans came to the country and the Spaniards came to the South, before this hemisphere was colonized, there were native cultures already here that had magnificent architecture and amazing astronomy, math, their own societal structures. Trade was vibrant, on and on and on.
Inside jokes.
Yeah,
Like the whole
well,
gamut of culture.
Yeah, and better farming practices. So, I mean, this has been going on for thousands of years.
Right.
So the idea that these cultures and these nations and these tribes and these people aren't allowed to have their own spiritual and intellectual grounding in something not only separate from us, but based in a much longer, richer history. So, no. So, and when you look at the pyramids specifically, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the ones that we all know about in Egypt,
Right.
The ones here in Mesoamerica, in China, yes, that's right, Thailand. All of those megalithic building projects happened at the same time.
Yes, along specific ley lines on the planet that we
Yes.
can observe now.
So, I mean, you're talking about some of the greatest structures ever made in human history with math that is difficult to replicate and could not be repeated even with the machines that we have now. So there's this explosion of megalithic building that comes out of absolutely nowhere. So many tribes, Navajo included, and some others, there are Aborigines. You hear about these interventions, they call them. So there will be an explosion of math and science and building at specific times in their culture that they reference as the literal visitations by the Star People.
The natives do.
Yes.
Indigenous North Americans.
Cultures. Yes.
The people that
Well,
were that were already living here
Yes,
before.
that's right.
Our
And
people
Central
got,
and South Americans.
right.
Yes.
The Americas.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
exactly right.
a big part of my quest to use the word U.S. citizens instead of Americans is to tangentially honor the existence and the historicity of other American cultures, like that live on these two continents.
Yeah.
There's a massive amount of land that is the Americas, and there are a lot of people that were living there long before it was named after Amerigo Vespucci, you know?
Yes.
And so, like, that's why I try to say the U.S. or U.S. citizens instead of saying America or Americans. And it takes, a few more syllables, but I think it's a worthwhile change to make. Because there are like 37 countries in America right now.
Yeah, there were very large cities already here for thousands of years.
The way I was raised, I thought that when Europeans got here, that this area was mostly empty. That's how I was raised. I didn't know until like 5 years ago that North America was not mostly empty.
Oh, like your people were like the first to be here?
Well, no, I knew that there were natives living here, and you can lean back and pull that closer to you so that it's more comfortable. I don't want you to feel like you have to stress out.
Thanks.
Yeah. But yeah, I knew there were native tribes living here, but the way it was presented was that over here there was a little tribe living in some wigwams, and over here there was a little tribe living in some teepees, and over here there was a little tribe living in some huts.
Well, it's a convenient story,
some pueblos.
Right? We're always the civilizing force.
But I didn't, you know, when you're in it, you don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. And so like to find out much later in life, comparatively, past my developmental age where I incorporate how to view the world around me, to realize, no, actually, this continent was fully inhabited by millions and millions of people in highly developed and historical societies with highly developed cultures. And then people from Western Europe came in and intentionally and unintentionally completely destroyed them very quickly.
That's right.
Like, blew my mind. I thought that this country was mostly empty.
And it's not just
and it was just sort of unfortunate, you know. It's just too bad sometimes people fight over land and they kill each other.
It's surprising, what the government did, but
yeah.
And it's not just about the loss of life and erasing their bodies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, languages are now gone. This is a crime against humanity.
Yeah.
This is a crime against all of us. When interventions like this take place, you're erasing that math, you're erasing that language. Now we only have, you know, this one very brief school, you know, Da Vinci, which leads to and eventually turns to Einstein, and then we do this and then we do that. Okay, well, that's really cool, Europeans. Thank you. I mean, we appreciate the last 1,500 years, of course. But even before your dark age, there were people doing this. And the Chinese were doing that. And the Persians were doing this. And the Indians were doing that. So it robs all of us of so much higher potential for perception and understanding and even being able to view things in a new and interesting way.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Do you have experience with aliens or MK Ultra?
Not MK Ultra, nor aliens.
No, you hadn't dug into it before?
I mean, I've learned a little bit about aliens like over time, but like I've never really dove into it because I've never really had that experience.
Yeah.
Because you know when you have that,
it wasn't ever something you wondered about.
Well, it was something I was always curious about and interested about. But it's like with ghosts. It's like I've never seen a ghost, and I've looked into ghosts. Yeah. Same with aliens, but I've never really experienced it.
Yeah.
So like I'm not really like as motivated to keep pursuing it. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Not driven to have to find answers because some shit went down.
I mean, I know there's like species out there like way higher than our intelligence and all that kind of stuff. There's so much going on out there.
So the Wikipedia for Anunnaki is a group of ancient deities that began with the Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians, which was some of our first codified Homo sapien cultures.
That's correct.
So I guess when I'd heard the term Anunnaki, I thought it was aliens, but it sounds like I thought Anunnaki was like one of the breeds of aliens, you know, like the Greys and the Whites and the Anunnakis.
Well,
but it sounds like they're more specifically saying, no, this is a kind of ancient of God, like a deity that came to Earth and did some shit. Yes, Dark?
So to tie that to what you were just talking about, when you destroy a culture with its own math and own language, especially if they're rooted in the story of having star people who brought down the knowledge, then it's like you've lost a triangulation point of how all these various peoples have kept alive some thread of information from a time in the world where we created pyramids.
Yeah.
So you've lost a triangulation point or an interpretation point.
Right.
And you've lost the breadth of the ability to understand, it's like pieces of the puzzle got pulled out, so it makes the image of what's possible or what was harder to discern.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that to Mark's.
Yeah.
No, it all ties in, the ancient pyramids all over the earth and the star people and the lost culture. I mean, I experienced, as an empathetic bairn, an empathetic child, I experienced the tragedy of lost culture when I was living on the Apache reservation. The San Carlos Apache is one of the most depressed reservations in the entire country. And, financially depressed, mental health, yes, but specifically teen pregnancy, drug abuse, and people getting beat to death with pipes.
Quality of life.
Yeah, res dogs everywhere. All their buildings are in shambles, but there are some Lutheran churches, and watching the elderly people just slowly die off without knowing that when they died, there would be somebody else that could tell the stories that they told, there were maybe 4 living native speakers in San Carlos. And the Lutheran pastor, a white boy, had been learning Apache and teaching Apache to the kids. But that's just for funsies to the kids. They don't need Apache to get around in the world. And in fact, it's an extremely difficult language. It's mostly in the throat with clicks and glottal stops and tongue things. So it is not something that a Romance language speaker can pick up very easily and keep around.
Like Zulu or something.
And not only the verbal side of it either, but their symbolism of written language would also be something way out of the ordinary.
Yes,
if you had
for
not
Western.
been,
yes,
absolutely.
if you hadn't grown up in a country where pictorial language was part of the story.
That's exactly right.
I think the only truly pictorial language we have left in the modern world is Chinese, right?
Yeah. No, Welsh. Welsh is responsible for partially the English that we. No. It's the other way around. No, the actual Welsh language is one of the oldest.
Oh, it's very strange.
Yeah.
One of the
so
oldest.
It had different symbols.
Still being spoken in its current form.
Yes, but it's not a pictorial language.
Oh, I understand.
No,
Got it. I missed that part.
The Chinese letters when you're writing.
Sure.
What'd you say? What do people speak in Egypt? They probably all speak Arabic now.
Well, you just mentioned the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Sumerians. They were the original.
But we don't speak or write. We don't write cuneiform.
Yeah, that's correct.
Today in functional modern life, the only language we have left where someone in their daily life draws a picture in order to convey language. I think it's only Chinese.
Yeah.
There used to be so many more languages that worked on these multiple levels.
Yeah.
You have the word, you have the tones, and then you also have the written word.
Sure.
What were we reading this about? Written word versus, oh God, what was I researching? Oh my God, it was a few weeks ago. It was talking about sacred language versus the language of the people. And it was this whole essay. I'm trying to remember why I was researching this, but it's this whole essay talking about how Russia, it was that article about Russia and Ukraine, and part of the struggle between Russia and Ukraine comes down to the language. And this person went way in the Wayback Machine and explained how the world used to be sorted by belief systems, not by countries. So there were people who ascribed to one sacred tradition, such as Latin. Whatever your sacred language was, you were all of a kind.
Right.
Even though you might be speaking Slavic and Welsh and Gaelic and early Spanish and whatever. If your sacred language was Latin, you were all part of the Constantinople thing,
right?
Or the Roman Empire, basically.
Yeah, right.
And Russia had the same thing, where there was the holy Ruska, the sacred version of Russian. I know I'm not saying that correctly, but the sacred version of Russian was the sacred church language over all of the. This was what a lot of the rhetoric coming out in defense of Ukrainian sovereignty has been, well, but we had fancy church buildings before Moscow had fancy church buildings. So therefore our country has been around longer. So therefore we deserve independence, right? So that's been the main, one of the main rhetorics. Yeah. And this person was like, but that's dividing, that's acting as if we used to divide things up the same way 1,500 years ago that we divide them up now. And we didn't. We divided them up by sacred languages. And the sacred language for most of Eastern Europe and Eurasia was high holy Russian. And it was, anyway, the article goes on. It was a really, really great. I love getting that perspective that the world has not always been the way I know it to be.
You can't judge the past by the reality of the present.
No,
because there were whole other different factors involved that we're not even thinking about. So to judge what was going on then is
so for us
tricky.
In the West to have the Roman numerals, which only exist to serve the spoken word. Roman numerals in Western languages, in Romance languages, only exist to serve the spoken word. They have no value in themselves. For them to come to this continent and tell nations that we're speaking on multiple levels with words and images that served their own purpose outside of the spoken word is for them to be like, oh, you're savages. Like that in and of itself is a mental ability that we don't have in Western countries. We don't think on multiple levels when we're speaking or writing.
Right.
It's just that one thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. And then to tie it into your point too on historical triangulation, if you see a sculpture of the Mayan god Pakal, he is in a spaceship. Like
not faking.
Yeah, like he's in a spaceship.
No one needs to wonder.
So they, the priest and friars that were trying to tell the story of what it was, like, made up all this fake stuff that they wanted it to be or thought
to try to explain the thing.
Yeah, to try and explain it away from their perspective.
Okay.
To try and Latinize it, to Catholic Church it.
Right.
To God, there can't be another God, right? So, very important to them for this God to not be in a spaceship. But when you see it, a picture of it, I mean, when you look at this sculpture, his feet are on pedals. He is controlling levers, and there is like smoke and ignition like coming out of the bottom of whatever this pod thing is that he's in, like
stone rocket.
I mean,
did he make a rocket?
So you have all of the native cultures from South America to the top of California that talk about the star people.
Right.
So it's not a metaphor.
Did you
I
find
see
it?
What you're saying?
That's the image?
Yeah, one of them.
So if you look at it like this.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
He's like riding a crotch rocket.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Is that ready to launch or not? Like, look, he's even got the hose thing in his mouth to be able to breathe properly. He's even attached to like a breathing apparatus.
And look at his one hand's holding like a joystick and the other hand's holding like another like. Holy shit.
I mean, look how mechanical that looks.
What did Westerners say that they thought was going on here?
Oh, they made up all kinds of symbolism for each different thing. They were like, him sitting this way means that, and the thing that he's on top of means this. And it's like, no, dude, that's a rocket ship. And I mean, that's, it's 20... I mean, that's 2,000 years, 1,500 years ago?
Sorry. My zoom in is working weirdly.
It's crazy when you look at it from that perspective.
So
it's sideways.
So whether you believe it or you don't, I mean, the point
Viewfinders,
is
everything.
Like Adrian was just saying, is it not okay to look at other things from a different perception? Is it not okay to see things through other eyes? Yeah, why isn't it okay?
Well, I think it's what we've talked about.
Why
it's,
can
it's
it get
uncomfortable?
silenced? Yeah.
And people would rather do a long suffering than rip the Band-Aid off and say, ouch, okay, now what? They're like, maybe I just won't do that.
Yeah.
Because it makes me awkward. Because it's always that implication, like, okay, if I pull on that straw, what else is it going to affect? And you have a sense, probably everything in your life. So you're like, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. Rearranging all of reality.
Yeah.
I got work to do.
Well, and the translations from Sumerian are still up for interpretation by all the people that do that professionally. But I've heard from multiple sources that one of the words that comes from it, the ruah, that means the powerful ones. So ruah, by the time it makes it into Hebrew, which eventually, and then so Assyrian to Hebrew to Greek to the Bible, there's this traceable group of languages that are connected together from the Abrahamic sources, yes, and so from the Mesopotamian Valley to the Abrahamic tribes, yes. So word ruha, that turned into God, just means the powerful ones. So it's not God, it's gods.
Yahweh.
Yes, that's gods, plural. Yeah, that's right. So,
I am that I am.
Yeah,
God is 3 in 1.
It's not the powerful one. It's the powerful ones. It's pluralized.
Ooh.
So, I mean,
So, are you familiar with who's the South African writer now? Doris Lessing.
I'm not. No.
She was known as a feminist writer, and she was like, "Fuck you, I'm a writer and I'm a woman. I'm not a fucking feminist." Like she was a really powerful like South African writer. She wrote some books that I guess you would call them science fiction, but they're a complete cosmology told from 3 different divergent data points.
Yeah.
So like 3 different mythologies of the same story. And one story is that there's the Syrians and the Canopians, and they're like, here's this planet, and there was some disaster on another planet. So what happened is they took Noah's Ark style, these life forms from another planet, dropped them on this planet, and said, that's in like a 20,000 year astrological shit show over there. We're going to have to hold you over here, and then we'll take you back to your planet. Meanwhile, here's some stuff to remember. And that stuff to remember morphed through all these different cultures, right?
Sure.
That was the idea.
Right.
So that was the original story. And the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere were divided between these two. One was like Star Trek and like, we can't really get involved very much. And the other one was like Nazis are like, let's experiment with the animals and see what happens. So there was this Southern Hemisphere,
aliens.
Northern Hemisphere sort of truce, but they were operating on the same planet, hence a lot of division that still comes through today. That would be one version of her story.
Yeah.
Another version of the story is that it's contemporary 1970s America, and there's a guy who's a politician and he's an alcoholic, and in that liminal space between like too drunk to fall asleep or whatever, he remembers that he came here from another planet, from another realm, and that his goal was to make life better and to alleviate harm. But he got sucked into the model of the day. What politician is how you deal with people. And he took the ostensible route, the obvious route, and somehow neutered his ability to serve his function because his function required something that wasn't so obvious.
Sure.
So it's that whole story. It's about people just waiting in line to come down to sort of incarnate, to assist in alleviating harm of the animals who were in a foreign planet that were just waiting to go back to their other planet, which I love that story.
Yeah.
And then the third version of the story is about this realm where there's like a patriarchal realm and there's a matriarchal realm. And there's like an atmospheric break, no man's land in between that make it hard for one to exist in the other. So like when you go down here, the oxygen is too different or whatever. But then the gods who ring the bell say, hey, we need to send the king from this realm to the queen from this realm. And they've got to struggle with their realities of these two different, the masculine and feminine, and dealing with this.
Sure, certainly.
And in one of the books, it was basically, we've destroyed the planet. It's all fucked up. The world is being taken over by Job Corps.
Yeah.
It's been taken over by the youth because they're like, all y'all fucked up.
Right, yeah.
And we have to get together and we have to have a mock trial.
Yeah.
So we need a white man to come and answer for all the shit that happened. And
Sure.
there's one white man that's like, I'll do that.
I'll take
we'll have a mock
responsibility.
trial.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I will answer to the accusations because we have to have some closure. We can't just let all that fuckery
Sure.
continue to be unresolved before we build a new story. We have to have some kind of psychological resolve to that shit. And I think about that part of the book a lot.
Yeah.
So the idea of us having to have restitution.
Yeah. See, Jason even says Elohim is plural. It is pluralized.
Whoa.
It's gods.
Okay. I'm down. I'm glad I didn't sign up for. I'm glad I didn't sign up for a team.
I mean, I have no personal. To me, it's all source. I mean, I don't even like outing myself that way personally, but to me, it's too late now. Cat's out of the bag.
Oh, whatever.
I mean, to me, it's all source. So as much time as I've spent learning, coming out of the Catholic Church, you know, that could, it makes me curious about what else is out there. So seeing the common threads and some of the similarities from the Bhagavad Gita and the Tao Te Ching and some of the other ancient books and flavors of what is important to people spiritually from time to time, it did make me a deist and a monodeist. Like, I do think that there's a thing. Like, I think, you know, even if it's kind of like mushroom spores float, like we're all stardust, right? Like, if it just continually to Big Bang, that's still the thing. So I think when consciousness explodes into being that way, that is what I think is God. That's what I consider like the love source, the light source. Or else the universe would just be entirely dark. So I think just that constant expansion that turns into the shrinking, that turns into the black hole, and then it explodes again. Like, to me, that's it's all that. So
wow,
that's how it feels to me, and so. I love all, so it makes me love everyone's thing. Everybody that loves God, I'm into it too. If it brings you peace and love and it makes you happy, then that also makes me really happy. And when it comes to talking about communicating with each other and keeping sacred time, other fun building projects like Stonehenge and some of the other timekeeping, like all of the raised mounds that are here in the Americas.
US,
When you go through the excavation of those sites, they were all to mark a very specific time. It wasn't only to keep time, which sometimes their little temples did, depending on where the sun was at any given day. They knew what time and day it was. But even more importantly, they were generally pointing to an astronomical polarity of some sort that they deemed as sacred and important, and they were leaving a timestamp story. So when you get into sacred geometries, which eventually leads into the Platonic models, which gets copied into modern sacred geometry, which built many of the churches and buildings of the Renaissance period. with people speaking different verbal languages, one way we can all communicate is a very discernible and clear mathematical system. So I think that's why some of these sacred maths have continued throughout time. It's a way to communicate.
Like this, well, you can't see it on the screen.
I was going to actually ask you some examples, some sacred maths you're
well, they're leading, yeah, and all you have to do is look up the Platonic solids to get the modern iterations of it. But this is all like tree of life stuff behind us. This is all flower of life. This is when you start putting all of those elements together, it creates different designs, which leads into a Fibonacci spiral. It's repeated in nature. You could see it in flowers and cells. And like when you look at cellular structure, it almost becomes like a galaxy, if you will, or sort. So like there's very specific mathematical formulas.
Art-wise, I've never really had that kind of brain, but it's very interesting to think like that dynamic.
Should pull up one of those rolling fractals.
Yeah, so Funk Monkey is he has some experience in this area, and he's saying math and music and vibration. So, and then when you get into there it is.
Oh, okay, fractals I'm familiar with.
Yes.
And no, Jason, I have not read that specific author.
Stan Tenen?
My initial introduction to this stuff was from Freemasonry. Honestly, that's what got me into sacred geometry.
I've heard of Freemasonry too. It's like a private organization, right?
It's a fraternal order. Yeah, you could call it that.
Yeah, no, I had a friend in Dubuque, Iowa that was into it. He was like a tattoo artist. I don't know how or what more about it. I'm very curious.
That was one of my rabbit holes that first got me into all the conspiracy stuff, was following the story of with the Knights Templar and where fraternities came from. The need for, why do you have a fraternity? It's because I'm realizing more and more by what's happening today why these fraternal orders were important.
Yeah.
For example, if
they were the NGOs of the time.
They were also dealing with rare information.
Yes, correct.
That threatened power structures.
Yes.
Threatened people's psyches, their understandings of the world.
Sure.
And so therefore they could easily be perceived as demonic or hostile because something better had showed up.
Yeah.
And they're like, what, you say we're not good enough? Fuck you. And then they want to kill you, right? So you're like, okay, meet me at the docks at 10 o'clock and we'll talk about the math.
Yeah.
Just to keep from being obliterated by people who are threatened by new orders and new information. And I think there's all kinds of stories around how that evolves, and you can decide whether it's good or bad from now. But I can understand how you need to have some kind of secrecy to protect rare knowledge, because the status quo is often aggressive and hostile towards that kind of stuff.
For anybody curious, totally. There's an author, and I believe he's a geologist as well. He does great work in the area of sacred geometry, and makes it very easy to understand for everyday people that don't get into fancy maths. His name is Randall Carlson, and he has a couple of really awesome channels where they'll literally illustrate some of these concepts out for you in real time while talking you through some of the math. And then for anybody curious about architecture, if you want to see how this math has affected some of our building projects, there's something on YouTube called Secrets in Plain Sight, and that connects the math to specific building projects that we've taken on in cities all over the world. And that's a fun source to start too.
Are you familiar with the Weeping Church?
Like type that up?
I don't recall that. It doesn't ring a bell for me.
So for Aaron, there was the story of when So a brief background story was there's the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were basically the Wells Fargo of the time.
Yeah.
They were carrying money. They were carrying money from
the Crusades.
And they were traveling between the Middle East and Europe.
Yes.
And so they were basically kung fu badasses that had the power to move money.
Yeah.
And you would know that your money was safe if they were moving it. And so in this journey between the East and Europe, they suddenly were privy to information, developments, mathematics, geometry. They got privy to this information that Europe didn't know. And so then they started the banks, the beginning of the banks, which is like they had a reputation where they could write a bank note. They could travel with a piece of paper and you knew it was good.
Yeah.
But taking that geometry and then becoming Masons, they started doing sacred geometry in these churches, which could literally change the way people felt upon entry.
Huh.
And there's a famous church in France, I think it's called the Weeping Church, but people walk in and instantly start weeping.
Whoa.
Because of the geometry of something about the geometry.
Like the gravitational or who knows? I don't know.
The math. It's about the math.
It's like a couple of our guests were just saying, it's the harmonics and vibration created within from using these maths properly.
Okay.
So there is...
and it affects your body like in that degree?
Very profound. Very,
yeah, absolutely.
I've never, seen or experienced that.
Especially if you're somebody in the 1100s or 1200s or something, and you walk into a building and it can have, like, there's a place in Tulsa called the Center of the Universe.
Okay.
It's a bridge that goes over some train tracks, and it has a built seating area around just a crosswalk.
Yeah.
But they have this seating area on both sides, and in the center it says Center of the Universe. And when you stand there, you suddenly hear your voice coming from all directions.
Whoa.
Because of the architecture of the seats. And it's very subtle.
Okay.
And you could almost, it feels impossible, but you can talk and you can hear your voice suddenly go.
Like get projected like everywhere.
Like when you're talking, it's coming back at you from every direction.
That is so cool.
And to be like some peasant in the 1100s and walk into a Catholic church
To
where
experience that,
sound does something, light does something.
Yeah. When you have like a straw roof and you're sleeping on hay, I mean...
That's a representation.
Sense, yeah.
That's a representation of God suddenly.
Absolutely.
So,
oh my God.
So the Masons became the designers of so much of the Christian movement because they had the sweet spot that inspired things in people because the geometry itself was affecting the person.
Well, and
what
Dark's
is so crazy.
And what Dark's getting into right now is it actually gets you into a very large split in the church. Like, people don't bring it into modern times, but Friday the 13th is Black Friday. That's when France decided, the church and the royals, that the Masons were dangerous and they had to go. That was the day that they were ordered to all be rounded up and murdered.
Oh,
when was this?
That's
Friday
the Friday the 13th.
What year? I don't
like decade.
Century? It's got to
I
be
can't
like
remember.
1293 something.
Okay, yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
They became really powerful really quick.
Yeah.
And then they're like, we got to take care of these
And
guys.
then it might have been a little bit later, because what you just said leads into
the banking.
Yes, this gets into the split of the church. So all of this money that he's talking about, so the money starts coming in through churches, being hedged against by these secret societies
that are very wealthy and all that kind of
banking
stuff,
gets created by the Italians in Florence, and there's a big split in the church. So there's all this explosion of megalithic building of these gorgeous cathedrals based on sacred geometry. So some purists felt that the church this led to the bonfire of the vanities. They didn't think God should be about money. So people started getting very angry about this. And they were also extremely angry about interest on loans when banking was created.
Oh, wow, okay.
So the idea of usury was supposedly a sin, and loaning money was supposedly a sin.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the financiers and builders, you have a potential revolt against usury and banking. So you have very traditional priests and friars like Savonarola who just think this is disgusting. And your eyes, if they're on money, are not turned toward God.
Yeah.
So now comes along Luca Pacioli. He wrote the refined version in 1494 of double entry accounting. So, and then that's and this is based on the 1458 the Della Mercatura El del Mercante from Benedetto Cotrulli. And then, you have Domenico Manzoni, Antonio Minucci. All of these guys start creating these mathematical formulas for the Medici. They were the most powerful banking family. So what they did was to win over everyone. They started pouring all this money into the Renaissance. So now all of a sudden you have Da Vinci and Michelangelo.
Just this one family, or?
Well, it turned into multiple, but at the time, yes, they were the most powerful banking family. So there definitely were others, and Dark has a really cool list.
We'll pull it up when she comes down.
But the Renaissance and the thriving of the arts and music and all these beautiful buildings is what bought the favor. This banking structure that was created then is still what we have right now.
What is the basis structure, just for someone who doesn't know, I guess?
Creating debt.
Yes.
And then enslaving people with it.
Yeah, and not only creating debt, but then double entry, making yourself more money off of the debt.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
It's called interest rates.
Yeah.
Ugh,
which turn into hedge funds.
Yes.
Okay.
Who use derivatives.
Damn. Okay, I'm following.
That are underwritten by insurance companies.
Oh my god.
And then all the money
No,
detaches
I'm
from reality at that point.
Yeah.
It's no longer tied to wheat or pork bellies. It's just funny money that balloons into our imagination beyond what we can imagine. We can't imagine $11 trillion.
Right.
I can't imagine $11 trillion. I can't even get my head wrapped around it close.
Well,
yeah.
So the only way I started understanding what was happening with money, because I didn't know all of this stuff, was Chris Martinson does this little series of videos on peak prosperity on YouTube where he describes how someone takes your $10,000 loan, and then once they have that, then they can loan out $9,000, and then they can loan out $8,000, and then he just did like a hypothetical breakdown of like
how money makes money.
Right, because we have this surety or whatever of this certain amount of loan, you can use that to make another loan and then make another loan. So it really did help me with my transition from a poverty mindset to trying to detach from money as a thing I need to possess, but rather money as currency, which is a thing I need to conduct through me.
Yes.
And in conducting it through me, it's just numbers. It's just numbers that make numbers. And if you understand how to make those numbers make numbers, then you can be a person that conducts a lot of currency. But if you're a person that thinks of money as a physical thing that you need to have some of in order to live, like that mindset locks us in to a certain kind of behavior when it comes to money. I realized this when I first started getting involved in the cryptocurrency stuff. It was the first time I'd learned that you could have an asset, starting to think of money as an asset rather than a thing I must have to trade for food.
Yeah.
But money is an asset, and if I have that asset, then I can get more based on just having that. If I have it and don't do anything with it, and then I can get more and then pay that off, and then get more, and then pay that off, and then I could see how if I had even a small amount of capital to go in with, I would have been able to get one of those early days cryptocurrency loans and pay it off through my cryptocurrency, and it would have just exponentially.
Well, and see, so you just said it. You just said it in a way that any normal, intelligent person running a household would say it, right? But the things that you just said, the designers of this current system have been aware of these types of functions. It was created. The origination of it.
We're not taught this in high school. We should be taught this in high school.
You're purposely not
taught this in high school.
You're not even taught it in university in the economics department.
It's something that we should understand. We should understand how the world that is using money so that we can use money that way.
So you brought up two very, very important points. Because this happens not only at the individual banking level, but the Fed already released the way that they create money. It's called modern money mechanics. They released their own paper on this to the public. So not only when a fake loan, which is just numbers on a screen at a bank, is turned over to someone to use, it goes in on a liability on one side, but that deposit means it goes into the positive side of the ledger as well, because now
they're playing it both directions.
Yes, because now that money gets put into circulation. So this is where you can end up with a million Fed dollars getting into the banking system and ending up being like, if my math is right, it ends up being 1 million ends up being like $990 million.
Exactly. Once you loan out against the loan and loan out against the loan and loan, you've just created a bunch of money that wasn't there before, which means money does not exist, only numbers and games.
Yeah.
And if you understand how to get the numbers to play the games, you can get more numbers.
Yeah, and I think how that's most normal working people, because most of their money comes from labor, right? Like they have to go trade their time somewhere, graphic designer, nurse, whatever it is. You have to show up somewhere or get on your computer or get on a phone and work. And then for that work, you get traded, a boss somewhere signs a check and gives you money. Like even if you're a small business owner, I mean, you show up to your business, run it for a little while, you do a good job, some of your customers give you a little bit of money, and then hopefully you can create a profit, and hopefully it's enough profit to invest somewhere, and then you get insurance and blah, blah, blah. So very slow moving for people. So this is where Piketty's work, R versus G, becomes so important, and it's what explodes inequality, is the ability, like Ainsley just said, to make money with money when you were just given it by the Fed in the first place. You didn't do anything to get it, and now you get to do all of these stock buybacks, which makes your stock go up even higher. So we have a disconnected, and they blast this stuff on the news all day long so that people think like, well, gee whiz, if I'm not a stock billionaire like everybody else, it must be my own fault. Like, it's all anybody's talking about. Maybe it could be me someday. Like, maybe I can make so many good hamburgers that,
That's what we think we can do.
I can take $10,000.
But it's a different loop.
And I can buy Bitcoin on the perfect day, and then I'm going to have $300 million. And it's like, I mean, the answer to financialization and deindustrialization isn't to put it on steroids and just sprinkle it around like, financialization for everybody. It's like, okay, well, if that's going to be the case, like, where's my Fed check, homie? You guys just got done spending $11 trillion. Like, why don't you put 100,000 on my ledger? You can put it in whatever fund that you want. You don't even have to give it to me in cash. I might even let you decide where it goes. Like, we can put it into a sovereign wealth fund that's based on, like, cleaning up all the pollution in my town and planting a forest or switching over to hemp and bamboo from paper because our paper mills are like too expensive and water intensive or whatever it is. Like, look at where all this money is going. It's never to us.
No.
Whenever it comes to anything for normal people, it's always bootstraps for you. Figure it out. We're going broke. We can't do anything. And then, like, literally within days, you will see a preposterous military budget get immediately put through.
Yes.
Some bank will be in
Giant
jeopardy.
bailout.
Yeah, I mean, they just bailed out cruise ships, for goodness sake.
Oh, my God.
Like, let them file bankruptcy like everybody else.
Yes.
It's like, we're not allowed to go on cruises right now because of you idiots. We will when we can.
Right.
Those ships aren't just going to disappear if you don't give them money. I mean,
it's absolutely ridiculous because, like, you say, why don't we just put $100,000 towards improving the environment in my town and switching to more renewable resources? And it's like, that's kind of the question. And I'm not, I know that you are seeing beyond that question because we've talked about it before, but I see many people asking that question. Like, well, if Elon Musk has such and such amount of money to buy Twitter, like, why didn't he spend it on ending world hunger? Or why didn't he spend it on cleaning up the world's oceans? Or why didn't he spend it on, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, the people, and here's my perception, the people in power are never going to spend money on something that will cause them to make less money in the long term. Like, you're thinking, and in general, we, the citizens, think from the perspective of someone who's trying to make life easier and better for ourselves and our loved ones and our community in the future, which means maybe we'll spend less money over time and have more things that are good for us. But that's not that we don't run the planet and our desires don't run the planet.
Yeah.
And so, of course, all these nonsensical decisions get made, like money here and not there, because taking the, $3 trillion bailout from the beginning
11.
of COVID. Oh, shit. The $11 trillion bailout from COVID.
Well, happening before COVID, which
on its way to COVID,
Fabio would say is why we had the
had
lockdown.
to have COVID.
Yeah.
So they dumped $11 trillion in up top that didn't exist before COVID.
Yeah.
They dumped it in up top, and that money would have eventually hit the streets with us having more buying power than usual, which is one theory of why we had to lock the whole planet down for a while.
Put it in an economic coma because shit was about to go down.
But what if they took that $11 trillion and spread it out across the planet, renovating places like Uptown Butte, where we have enough housing, enough furniture, and enough resources to take care of all of the homeless people in Montana if we wanted to.
Yeah, sure.
Like, because that would make less money in the long term.
Well, and what you just said is so provocative and brilliant, because if you just take the compound interest, the time value of money, okay? So if we start creating these sovereign wealth funds and addressing real problems in our communities, whether it be you have bad water or there's a real housing problem or you don't have enough trees, which makes everything too hot.
Yeah.
And you want to put some trolleys back in because you have bad congestion.
Maybe humans have a right to be able to get to work.
Yeah, and you want to be able to get around your downtown centers a little bit better. And on top of that, cars are really expensive. Insurance is expensive. It improves the quality of your life, of your citizenry, if they're able to get around fast and cheap and easy, or maybe even free, and put a system like that into the commons. They don't even want or have to have a car. Then they might start riding a bike and walking other places or using the trolley or the tram. And then all of a sudden they're healthier. Like, there's all these cascading effects. And then on top of that, interest rates have been kept low for a really long time. And now the feds say that they're going to raise them. So what is that good for? Interest rates going up is good if you have savings, which right now no one has.
No.
Interest rates going up on debt is more expensive to service your debt, which is going to hurt a lot of people. So they're trying to stave off this inflation that is not they'll lie to you all day long and say, well, it's inflation because it's coming from full employment. Everybody has jobs and we're doing so much better now that COVID's over. There is a lack of goods. And that's just blatantly, that's false.
That's not why we have a lack of goods, boys and girls.
So you could, when you actually
Just
start
gonna put that out there.
when you start actually digging into where the inflations are coming from, you're talking about cars and used cars because we can't get any computer chips. And now we're going to war with China, which is the only place that makes these computer chips. So now we're going to have to wait a really long time. Who knows how long cars are going to be expensive. So you have exploding real estate costs because all the rich people, this is why you have BlackRock and Blackstone and Vanguard buying up all these houses. So it's inflating real estate everywhere because they're gobbling up single family residences. So for normal people to compete, they have to have all cash offers, 20 or 30% above market value.
I'd been not thinking about it, Mark.
So, and then I mean, look at food costs. This is what happens when you monopolize food companies. So you have monopolies in the packing industry, monopolies in the dairy industry. The farmers aren't getting paid more. And then all you have to do is coincide that with taking a look at corporate profits. And what do you know? Take a wild guess what's happening with corporate profits. They've never made more money than ever.
Yep.
So, I mean, these things go together and they matter, and knowing their history and how they work and its mechanics, it's not the sexiest, coolest thing in the world. I don't want to talk about.
I have something to talk about.
You do?
Lil Funk Monkey is tuning in from Twitch for the first time from Idaho.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, welcome. Cool.
I think we might have found that person through the grapevine, so that's exciting. Unpopular thought. We have to find a way to get away from the monetary system completely. The technology is at a point where a lot needs to be animated. A lot of needs can be animated. Right. So this is automated. This is what we were talking about yesterday is we're like, why don't we like the idea of auto checkers at the grocery store and auto burger flippers at McDonald's? And it's like, well, because people need jobs. Well, why do people need jobs? Because we need to have money to live. If we could get like Lil Funk Monkey is saying, if we could get away from a monetary system altogether, then people could do jobs that were meaningful to them. Rather than just having to go get a job in order to have money in order to live, you know?
Right.
But again, this is one of those solutions that only benefits the citizens of the planet.
I think there's a line from writer, philosopher, raconteur, Robert Anton Wilson. He has one line that says, reality is what you can get away with, which is like the short version. There's this other perspective he has on reality, and the quote goes like this: the border between the real and the unreal is not fixed, but just marks the last place where rival gangs of shamans fought each other to a standstill. Ooh. And this is where we're heading into a big war of rival shamans right now. Reality is mutable. The old system feels sick and dying, which means new prospects are going to have to be introduced. We have to have solutions. There's problems that we're just being told, don't look at the problems behind the curtains, you better get back to work. But that problem is near system collapse of something that has gone beyond what nature wants to support anymore. And so we have to create nature will have to inspire another system, and that is going to create a rival gang of shamans who will be defining the new reality. Right now, one of those rival gangs of shamans to define the new reality is the World Economic Forum and that brain trust and that school of thought where we are going to create a technocracy. The elites are obviously the ones that should plan reality because everybody else is too stupid. So we're going to manage the livestock that work the machine. That's what the rival gang of shamans in the World Economic Forum are saying. We're going to manage the livestock because they can't manage themselves. We're doing them a favor. We're just going to manage it for them and keep them in line with shock collars, which would be the digital ID. Who are the other rival shamans? Are they philosophers? Are they social activists? It's not us. Who are the other rival shamans?
Oh, I was going to ask you, are you talking about human livestock? Or are you talking about like...
No, as humans, we are. As humans, we are corporate livestock.
We are, yeah, we are.
We're managed from birth, and we produce things, right? And even in our sickness, we help feed the medical industrial complex.
Company, like we pump, big pharma.
Sick people are good for the economy. So
of course.
As livestock, you have people, we are being fed things that make us sick, which we pay for.
Mm-hmm.
And then they take care of our sickness, which we pay for.
Yeah, What the Health is a great documentary film. Goes into that kind of stuff. Like, as a little segue, very brief. The Breast Cancer Society is like all for like trying to find and solve like the cure to cancer. Is what the documentary talks about. But honestly, is what's going on is they're providing recipes like for their diet websites that contribute to breast cancer and all that kind of stuff. And
that seems a little overt.
Yeah, so
not surprising.
And all the money being used to fund the corporations is, you already know about that, going into the pockets of the people that are controlling it.
So I want to reiterate this quote, and I want to ask Mark. This quote, I was waiting.
Sure, of course.
This is a line from Robert Anton Wilson that said, "The border between the real and the unreal is not fixed, but just marks the last place where rival gangs of shamans fought each other to a standstill." I thought of that phrase in relation to the early bankers who created a monetary reality that had not been before, and whatever the opposition was, fought them to a standstill.
Yeah.
So that reality of what was real and unreal perpetuated forward.
Yes, that's right.
I was born onto the planet, and monetary systems, like I have a very different relationship with money than you do. I've always had an adversarial relationship, and maybe it's because my parents were always broke and they were bitched about money. So like I didn't want to have that story, so I either wanted to be insanely rich for no good reason,
right,
or run off into the woods and play with rocks. Either way is not dealing with money.
Sure, right, of course, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because money...
Either way, you don't have to think about it.
Yeah, money always felt like the
Fake.
kryptonite to Superman. It doesn't land. It doesn't feel real. Like it doesn't feel tangible.
Yeah.
I mean, you start talking about derivatives and these financial tools. Like I'm like, that is not based in a physical reality. It's a magic spell. That's why it's a fiat currency.
Yeah,
We're just like, we'll all agree that's real, even though it's obviously not real.
Right.
And that's that's why I've had an adversarial relationship with money. I'm like, I refuse to give it reality.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm just a part of some symptom of a sick system or a fragile reality. Who would be the new shamans to push the line of reality to where that banking system is no longer the line of what is real in the world? How could we come up with something more sane and healthy for humans?
Steve Keen is working on. Steve Keen is doing good work when it comes to the overall question of what does post money look like. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we've just recently had an explosion of NFTs and e-coins, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was super hype and into it.
Citizen created fiat currencies.
Supposedly, when you actually do the digging, it's mostly just trust fund babies and hedge fund managers doing spin-offs and SPACs and things of that nature. Like the whole GameStop thing last summer, where a bunch of normal people went broke from the Reddit thread. That there's been a movie done about that recently of how normal people got ripped off. It's called Gaming Wall Street. And he tells the story of how that whole thing from the very beginning was a ruse.
Oh, come on.
It was.
No.
I no, but
and they spun it in a way where we're all like, yay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought so some stock people didn't lose a bunch of money?
No, they made out like a bandit.
No.
Yeah, that's story. Well,
it's like finding out Robin Hood is a plant.
Well, Matt Taibbi's working on a book right now that's going to show everyone where this latest COVID money just went.
They did another big bailout?
Yeah, the most recent bailout. Well, and I mean, just in our lifetime, look at the history of these bailouts. You had a bailout for the dot-com bubble at the end of the 90s. Only 8 years later, we had the subprime mortgage crash. Bush did a bailout and Obama did a bailout. So that was double hands in the cookie jar. And then now, only a little while after that, you have the largest bailout in human history.
Just mind blowing.
So, and this
numbers
is just,
people can't
this
comprehend.
is just the last 20 years. Like,
yeah,
this is just the last 20 years. So you have these firms going on news to tell us all day long that they're super geniuses, but they keep massively failing like every 4 to 7 years. And we all have to like pick up the pieces from that. So my hope is just that average people, because economics is boring to some people. I mean, this stuff gets mind-numbingly dull.
Right brain, left brain stuff. After a while, if the words aren't attached to a physical thing I can visualize, it's a visual. If I can't visualize it, that's why bar charts and graphs really help a lot with that kind of thing.
But if we aren't going to deal with this together in a meaningful way, you have to have some vocabulary, right? Yeah. Even amongst each other, this has got to reach into the common lexicon for us to even address it in a meaningful way, or we're just going to keep getting rolled over. We're never going to get invited to the grown-ups table if you do not make yourself aware. And it's not conspiracy. This is history. It's happened already. I mean,
how do you make yourself aware, though? I guess just to go into a quick segue.
Just
don't know what you don't know.
This is what I'm talking about, the new shamans. You have to have people who can break down reality in a way that regular people go, oh, that needs to be changed.
Well, that's why. Okay, so the show is Post-Orthodoxy, right?
Yeah.
It brings people out of their norms.
Oh, yeah.
So let's say that someone is upper middle class or better, or a self-made millionaire. They think the economy's just fine. Why would we ever change it? Not my fault. You're not doing okay too. So even in families, I'll put it like this. In a family that has 2 kids, you interview those kids when they're grown up in 20. One is probably going to love the family and think it was the most perfect family ever. The other one might give you a completely different story and say, you know what? I felt ostracized or weird, or I thought they were creeps and I couldn't wait to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the American economy, what do you think the people at the top are going to say? This is gravy, baby. So there's fans of the economy, and there's a group of people, and this has already happened in this country.
Yeah,
people act like we haven't had these fights already about the way things are distributed, property, money, all of it. We abolished the first Federal Reserve Bank, the Bank of America or whatever. People did not like that at all. And then there was Jekyll Island to create this modern iteration, which leads into Bretton Woods and how...
Do you want to talk about Smedley Butler? I think he's a character that needs to be brought into the story.
Yeah, but so when it comes to complete that thought, there's fans of the economy and there's dissenters of the economy.
Okay.
So because we already know what all the gurus think, we know what the CEOs think, we know what the CFOs think, we know what the hedge fund managers think, we know what the government thinks, we know what the political class thinks. They're in full support of all this. We know what the professors at university that don't want to be vilified and lose tenure, we know what they think.
Sounds like AI.
So we have a big group of fans of the economy, and they're the only people you ever get to listen to. But what about the other idea? What about the people that say, maybe we could do a little of this or a little of that, and maybe you don't think it's so great. These are some other ideas that have been around for a few hundred years that are talked about openly in normal places. China's actually doing some of them, and that's why it's the fastest growing country on the planet Earth, and their cities are really clean and beautiful and cool. And I'm not saying China is awesome. I mean,
no, you're just kidding.
Enslaving Uyghurs and people jumping off of Foxconn factories. I'm not saying China's Shangri-La or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm just saying financially and mathematically, they're growing 4 times faster than us, even through the pandemic. They are the
and
industrial.
How they handled their composure. Too.
Yeah, they are the industrial power going forward. Like, that is the productive capacity of the world. So fans of the economy, dissenters of the economy. And if you were a dissenter in the 1950s, you got arrested and blacklisted, and you weren't even allowed to have a job ever again in this country. So they're like, the mayor of Milwaukee used to be socialist. And I don't get into labels. I don't care about socialists, communists, anarchists. To me right now, it's too big for most people to even look at things that way. Americans have been told socialism and communism is the scariest thing in the world. And if you open up a book that's by Marx or anybody or Gramsci, like, if you read any of this,
godless.
You are a blood drinking Satanist communist.
Godless communist.
Yeah, and
those two have to go together.
And you hate this country. So I think it's important for people to hear outside opinions and realize they aren't that spooky. Sometimes they're just good ideas. Like, people don't realize Singapore, 85% of Singapore's property, all the land, what we consider here private property, Singapore, 85% of it is owned by the government. 80% of the housing. Oh my gosh. And Singapore is one of the most beautiful, advanced. It's an amazing city.
Yeah.
Vienna, Austria. 2/3 of the housing in Vienna is public housing. Baden-Württemberg. There's a couple of places in Germany that are starting to massively bring housing into the public space because they're sick of dealing with rents.
But how are they doing that?
They're just taking it. They're just saying, they're just telling the hedge funds. They're just telling the hedge funds, we are sick of rent exploding, so you aren't allowed to buy any of this.
Well, how do you deal with all the zoning and all that kind of stuff?
But
they just changed the zoning. They're
dictators
the government.
They just do it themselves.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Goodness. Okay. I just didn't know they could do that.
What's that?
Good or bad?
It's excellent. The people there love it. The rent, they don't have exploding rents like we do. They don't have a homelessness issue. I mean, you're talking about some of the most beautiful places on earth. It's a very simple, cheap solution to go, just give that person a house and don't charge them too much money for it. If you don't charge people too much money for rent and housing, guess what? They have money left over to... Yes,
yeah,
they get to participate in each other's businesses. They might start a side business and bring some dynamism and ingenuity to your economy.
Well, there's so much like redistribution of wealth. Like, like how do you fund like the roads or like the school systems?
Well, that's what these fights are going to be about, right?
Yeah,
in my personal opinion, I think the public finance in the United States is purposely being collapsed so that everything can get privatized, so that then they can draw derivatives off of everything and raise the rates as much as they see fit.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't know who Donella Meadows is, but I found a website, DonellaMeadows.org, Academy for Systems Change. What I looked up was benevolent dictatorship in Singapore, because we had done a show on benevolent dictatorships. We're like, if we can't come together and figure this shit out as a group, have there ever been good examples of a benevolent where somebody just said, fuck it, bitches, get out of the way. I'm going to design this shit. And if you disagree with me, fuck you. And I'm going to kill you. In order to break the system and start it again in something that's more healthy. This is like, this is the weighing the cost. And there's this article called Singapore Leads the Good Life Under a Benevolent Dictator. This is from May 5th, 1988. This is a topic that we've talked about that I don't think is very popular for good reason. The idea of a benevolent dictator.
Sure.
Singapore basically had a benevolent dictator who came in. It was like a colony of the British that was all fucked up. And finally, it got its own autonomy and not democracy. It broke with democracy, which was crushing it. The democratic overlords were crushing it, and then in a bad way. And then the overlords were crushing it for themselves. But when the benevolent dictator came in and transformed the economy, dissidents were dealt with pretty roughly.
Yeah.
But the overall effect apparently was good until, I guess, maybe now where they can lock down the entire city because of COVID.
Right.
And starve people to death in their buildings. It's
Well, I'm not saying it isn't authoritarian. I only brought up housing for a reason. It's a better way to do that one thing.
So I guess if the city owns the housing,
they're
and
also
you live
very
in
good
it,
with like recycling and water stuff and architecture, and they have advanced infrastructure and building systems.
I think in terms of exploring ideas, the idea of a dictator sounds like a bad idea.
Right.
Would you call Gaddafi a dictator?
A lot of people did.
Called him a dictator?
I don't know enough about Gaddafi personally to refer to him in that way. All I know is the good that he did for a majority of his people.
Right.
I mean, the explosion of housing and education and the job market being opened up to women there. I mean, there was a lot of things that Gaddafi did. And, you know, he was leaning towards going back to a gold standard, which means they would be off the petrodollar. And then
every citizen was benefiting.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
citizen was benefiting from oil extraction.
Yeah.
You got paid if you got pregnant.
Yeah.
You got your car paid for, your apartment paid for.
I'm
they
almost
paid for your
positive
education.
I think newly married couples
Got
also
like $10,000
and a residence.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
they were
place to
given
live.
somewhere to live, and then
And the U.S. said, we can't have that.
Right.
So, because he wanted to get off the petrodollar.
Yeah.
So, we assassinated him.
Well, we do that in Africa all the time. No one's even talking about the AFRICOM engagements. Every single time there is an African leader that tries to bend some of the resources back to their own native populations, we oust them. There's a civil war, a lot of murder goes on, and then we just put in another dictator. So a few people there get rich. Generally, whoever runs the military, or in conjunction with some really corrupt government.
So our brand of dictators around the world are the ones that's ruined the idea of a dictator. Is that what we're saying?
Oh, I understand. No
ruined
such
the reputation.
no such thing as a benevolent dictator.
Right.
You guys were talking about at the last, I think Tuesday, Afghanistan and Iran, like how they were a functioning community. They sold
before we staged coups there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And we decimated cultures and all that stuff and destroyed like women's rights and all that. Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating to listen to that because I did not know that we had any involvement in those countries and fuck those countries up. I thought we went there to grab oil and all that stuff.
Can you do the brief, like what happened with Iran
crazy.
when it was a liberal society? Do you know that story?
Kermit Roosevelt and Mossadegh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just do a cliff notes on that.
Yeah, so Shah was in place, incredibly progressive society.
Discotheques and women studying at university.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Iran we're talking about?
Yeah, that's right. So women were a majority of the workforce. I'm almost certain.
Wow.
They were at least 50-50, maybe more in the university setting. So
they were really high up there.
Yeah, and they were doing really well financially, and all they wanted to do was keep their own oil, and that just did not work for British Petroleum and the United States banks and government. So Kermit Roosevelt went over there to run a psyops. And
what was this? My timelines and my history.
50s?
50s.
Late 50s.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, so then it led up to I believe the Iranian Revolution was late 60s or early 70s, 71 maybe.
So, the Iranian Revolution, what was the point of that?
That was where they were turned into a religious theocracy. The psyop was, look, this guy, look at all these women going around in dresses and dancing and at university, and this is all the West's fault. This is the Americans and the British corrupting our society. They're ruining our culture. Things are not supposed to be this way.
Oh my, that's fucked
up. But this is what the United States does: is cause civil wars over there to create enough discontent to the government that we don't like, so that another one is instilled.
And then we say, "Oh my God, look what those savages did to their own country."
Yeah. So during the revolution, there's this guy Bubuddin Ahmadiyar. So he is literally throwing acid in women's faces now at the university. So this religious theocracy takes over. It's been some kind of balance of that ever since. And what good has that created in the world? Now you have this strange polarity of this Saudi-Israeli American conglomerate, Sunni and Shia division, right?
I just don't know what happened to all the good people. Like, even if you take one person out of power,
they had to leave. There's all these Persians. There's all these Persian intellectuals that felt their lives threatened. So it's just London,
free thinkers
California.
Had to go or be killed.
So what was left over? I guess the people that were there, like, who were they? You know,
the people who buckled down to keep from getting murdered.
Yeah, either be quiet and the actually religious.
Right.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was a refugee thing as well.
Well, I'm sure,
like with the war and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that left, but I mean, this is repeated. This is repeated in Afghanistan.
We could talk about 2014 in the Ukraine,
right,
where they had a revolution.
Yeah.
And that revolution was seeded by the U.S. because they didn't like the direction that the democratically elected president was going on, which was towards Russia.
Yeah.
And they're like, nope, we're going to tie you to the EU. That way we can put all our fucking NATO bases all along you continue to do that work.
Right.
And so the CIA comes in and makes sure that the people need a revolution to liberate themselves from their horribly elected, and maybe that guy was an asshole too. You know, they're often assholes.
Yeah.
But so the sense is that the people came together to fight corruption, which was instigated by the most corrupt nation on earth, which is us.
Yeah.
I would argue.
Right.
Effectively corrupt. I mean, really being able to like put a footprint on history. And so watching Ukraine on Fire and Winter on Fire are two documentaries about the revolution that happened. Winter on Fire is a documentary from the perspective of the revolutionaries and what they were fighting for. Ukraine on Fire is an Oliver Stone documentary where he's looking at it from a geopolitical, outside of the moment story.
Yeah.
The history leading up, the corruption that's going on, U.S. interests, and our basically turning the country into a place to have a proxy war with Russia to eventually try to loot it the way that we've done everybody else. I mean, we're really trying to loot Russia. That's the ultimate idea.
Yeah.
So this proxy war is a way to try to break Russian power.
Well, like what is going on with, I don't follow any news. I'm not like a dumb guy or anything like that. I used to be pretty into, like, I studied geography, like in school and all that kind of stuff. So I was really into it. But now I'm kind of like just...
it's a lot.
Well, it's just too much, and I'm trying to like develop mental peace and all. Anyway, what I want to know from you guys is, why is Russia failing to take over Ukraine? Like, why is their economy so shitty? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Well,
I wouldn't say their economy is so shitty. They just went on to the gold standard. They're now trading. They're going to be one of the strongest currencies coming forward.
What?
Well, and not only that, but
people.
Wars, not only that, but people don't realize how underutilized Russia also is. It's one of the largest land masses on the planet Earth. They have a ton of land that they're not even doing anything with yet. Mm-hmm. So as the climate continues to warm, they're going to have more and more gas to access. They're going to have more and more growing zones. as the Arctic continues to melt, they're going to have more and more shipping lanes. I mean, the idea that you're just going to make them go away is preposterous. So have they been stalemated in Ukraine?
Well, not go away, but break up at least, like the powers, maybe.
They have already been broken up.
Oh.
It was just previously the USSR as late as 89. So some of their territories have been taken away, but Russia proper is still completely intact. So they lost the Ukraine and maybe Lithuania and maybe even all the way to the border of Poland. Like,
right.
Belarus and all that stuff. Yeah,
Kosovo. Their reach was shrunk a little bit, which is the current NATO conflict, because now some former Soviet countries are now within the NATO bloc, and it allows the Americans and Germans and French to basically flood that their border with advanced weaponry.
Yeah.
And at the breakup of that in 89, we said that we would not advance past East Germany. That was the agreement. The transcripts have been released from Baker in those conversations, and that was what was being negotiated at the time. So,
well, I think a lot of people think Russia's trying to take over the Ukraine. Why can't they take Kiev? They don't want Kiev. They're not going after Kiev. Part of the reason that they're coming in is that the Donbass region is where there are a bunch of Russian-speaking people who've been persecuted by especially the Azov battalion, which is a Nazi battalion within the Ukrainian army. They have been actively persecuting and killing Russians in the Donbass region of the Ukraine, which, of course, can make some hearts hurt in the Russian side when their relatives are being slaughtered by Nazis in Ukraine. So is the goal to go take over Ukraine, or is the goal to stop the massacre of Russian citizens in Donbass and make a statement about the chemical research facilities for weapons research that are in Ukraine and all the NATO military sites, which is literally like, was it you that's saying this is like a repeat of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where what are you going to, like, if Russia put missiles in Cuba, what would you expect America to do?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you put missiles on the Russian border, what would be the logical next step for that other country?
Yeah, next chess move.
And I think they're a wiser country, and they think they've got a lot more. It's not just land; it's depth and the relationship with China, which is a ton of land and depth that they can play a longer game.
Do they have a good relationship with China right now?
This is something that's being worked out.
That's what I was not sure about. Yeah.
Yeah. Boyce Brown has been our correspondent on that issue.
Russia and China need each other to hedge against the West, period. Resource-wise and financially. Russia can't create a usable global currency without China, and China can't have its food and energy needs met without
like what
Russia.
Resources does China have particularly?
Well, I mean, they're short on raw materials, which is why there's all these entanglements with South America and Africa and Australia.
Like the debt that those countries owe to China, or the other way around? Or?
Well, the same way our trade works with them. Like we give them fake dollars and they give us back cheap crap for Walmart and like computer chips.
And they can't produce anymore?
Well, no, that is where their money comes from, and that's where their legitimacy comes from, is their production capacity. So
we don't have that anymore.
So like the Australians
we just become obsolete over
So
time.
like the Australians send them dirt with iron in it, right? And then they get whatever they need back from China. And then China takes Africa's ports and builds a bunch of roads and railroads. But for that, they get access to African oil, gas,
coal,
rare earth
course. There's
minerals.
always another incentive. Yeah.
Well, exactly. So it's this trade-off. So
and do those other countries also know about those trade-offs?
Well,
there's organizations formed around it, like BRICS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is with the BRICS. It's Brazil, Russia,
Brazil, Russia, India, China,
India,
and South Africa.
and South Africa. Those they've come together and said, "Hey, we're tired of the economic bully on the block, and we're going to make our own little gang."
Monitored.
And
Great.
then because of our hostility against the Persians, Iran clearly gets involved at some point financially there. They still have to off their oil. The Chinese are happy to take it. And then the other fake tension about this situation that's going to have to get resolved at some point, the pipeline from Russia to Germany is already done. It's going to open at some point. So I don't know what leverage they're trying to use between NATO and all these weapons and missiles. The Germans can pretend to protract this as much as they want, but if someone is literally squeezing you, does that incentivize you to give them cheaper gas? I mean, I don't know what they're waiting for, because if they don't even have the port capacity in Europe to take liquefied natural gas from the Americans, which is what we're trying to do by avoiding the opening of this pipeline. We want to send LNG over there and off it. And I mean, I don't know who thinks the Germans and other Europeans are so rich they're going to be able to afford gas that costs 9 times as much as what they're already paying for.
It makes no sense, yeah.
So, I mean, they're going to cannibalize their own
resource.
Yeah, so it's...
And what's going to happen is Russia is going to make sure if you buy their fuel, it won't be in petrodollars, which is what everybody's been trading, which gives our dollar relevance.
What is the petrodollar, really quick?
Hey, thank you, Funky. Thank you, Funk Monkey.
What did he say?
That is the way that he invited a ton of people to listen.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
We appreciate your company
you so
today.
much.
You've been rocking.
Woo! They're the only people that can beat the algorithm.
The fucking
Right. So the petrodollar is 1971. We went off the gold standard, which was we only could make dollars according to gold.
Yeah, of course.
We said, fuck that. There was a lot of chaos, and then we made some deals, and suddenly instead of tying it to gold, we were tying it to oil. And so we got oil from Saudi Arabia.
All the OPEC countries decided to only trade in dollars.
U.S. dollars, which created the idea of the petrodollar because it's grounded in that resource.
That's
just the pound.
And that's why we've been bombing Iraq and bombing Syria and took out Gaddafi, is because they were trying to get off. All of them were trying to get off the gold standard and trade their oil in their own money, the dinar in Iraq, so their money would have value, and then they could So what Russia has done is said, okay, fuck all y'all. If you're going to get our oil, because it's getting really expensive now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to buy it in rubles. So the U.S. and Europe stole a bunch of reserves of gold that Russia had.
What?
We just robbed them. We just robbed them. Sanctions.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh.
So their money that's in international banks and things are like, you don't get that gold anymore. And they said, fuck it, we're going to tie our money to gold. And if you want oil, you got to pay it in rubles. So when they took their money, the ruble went, meh, and then they said, we're tying it to gold and wheat, and it went, meh, and now it's stronger than it was.
Oh shit! My friend like 7 years ago warned me about this, like investing in gold.
Well, I mean, look at
stuff.
the stressful situation that our government's putting us in financially, right? We already know what this looks like when a global reserve currency collapses and it's no longer the global reserve currency. This just happened in 1968. The dollar was not the reserve currency in 1968. It was the pound sterling, which is
UK.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah. So UK attacks and tries to take over their rights to the Suez Canal. They lose that engagement. It was so embarrassing, it led to the collapse of the pound sterling as the global reserve currency.
From that one incident.
Yes. Well, it's a domino effect.
But
it was already... So domino cascading effect.
Yeah.
We swooped in, took advantage of that, created this OPEC agreement and the petrodollar. We became the world reserve currency, which means everybody could get flooded with our fake dollars, and all of a sudden we start getting TVs from Japan and cars from over here.
But our money is based from the oil that we have, though, right? In a way,
it's from us having the position as the world reserve currency. That makes everyone makes everyone want to buy our debt. That's why we are the most indebted country in the world. It makes it makes us
double-edged sword.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You're exactly right. Because if everybody starts backing currency with commodities and other things that matter, while our administration continues to sanction people, which forces them to move off of the dollar even faster, they're playing with fire right now. And on top of that, the third thing is...
and furthermore, yes, the
Japanese and Chinese were buying all of our debt, and they knew we were going to never pay it back, so now they won't buy it anymore.
Oh, fuck. But why is our administration doing that? Why are we doing all those sanctions if we know we're fucking ourselves even further?
Let's talk about our administration, and let's talk about BlackRock. We are being managed. The countries are being managed by asset managers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the countries are only serving as utilities for financial investment companies, finance managers.
Okay.
So our administration is doing it because of the wizards of finance that are trying desperately to preserve a system that's failing. These are desperate moves, what we're doing. And
it's coming off that way.
Ukraine is a money laundering operation. When I started looking up Ukraine, one of the first things that came up early on in this was a Wikipedia page that says corruption in Ukraine. It's
the Pentagon
known,
period is a money laundering operation.
Right.
But yeah.
I mean, that's part of the Hunter Biden emails thing is that he was over there getting paid $50,000 a month to be on a board because that's through that board and through energy companies and through Ukraine, U.S. Money is going in and coming out clean.
Okay, yep.
And then 10% goes to, wasn't that the story? That 10% of it gets to go to our president himself. This is being president.
Yeah.
This is why that's why they had
Trump was talking about.
That's why they had to knock down the email story just before the election. What are you showing?
In the moment.
Right. So it's a messy story, and it's more complex than the things that we're saying. We're doing broad strokes about how this stuff works. There are people in Ukraine that are dying. There are people out there fighting for their homes. There are people trying to preserve their grandma's heritage. All that stuff is real.
We will not minimize the
pain
actual
and suffering.
war. Murder is bad. War is bad. All of us want it to stop.
All that collateral damage needs to,
So I'm
horrible.
This is something I actually wanted to talk to Adrian about, but we ran out of time, which is the idea of how our care is weaponized against us. So we're given images to care about. Look at the poor people of Ukraine. And then you care about it, so you say you have to support the people of Ukraine.
Yeah.
And then that is one of those cognitive terminating, what was that fucking phrase? Cliches. So think of Ukraine, which means do not think about what the U.S. did to create the current Ukraine crisis. Do not think about that because obviously that's not important. Look at these poor people.
It's an NLP brainwashing technique.
Absolutely.
Like, oh my God.
It's the current thing. And if you're not in the current thing, then you don't care. And that to me is people who do care having their care weaponized against their own self-interest, which is understanding what's happening in their name, which is destroying Ukraine that they're supposed to care about.
That is what's so sad. It's like human emotion, just like abusing it.
And then to take it a step further, we're supposed to be the shining light of democracy on the planet Earth, right? But as the economy continues to bifurcate and get really, really bad for normal people, we don't have to look back very far to what that turns into when countries get desperately poor because of inflation, sometimes leading to hyperinflation. I mean, this goes to authoritarian fascism very, very quickly because people are so scared and desperate and angry. They'll put anybody in power and attack anybody else just to make their life.
Make sure the system doesn't collapse.
And make sure their life goes back to normal as possible, as fast as possible. I mean, we're getting to the point where it's like almost 100 years to the day where everything popped off. So it's roaring 20s in the United States. But you have some situations going on from the close of World War I that lead up to the 29 crash and the birth of the Nazis in Weimar. So we're coming up on those anniversaries very, very quickly, and it could end up looking very, very similar.
This is scary.
We have a guest.
Thank you, Mark.
Zooming in from South Africa.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is the Zulu.
Ainsley's gonna need the mic back for this one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I want to be clear about this because Mokai was a part of the Zulu experience, but he's not a Zulu. Mokai is actually from the Pedi tribe, which is up in northern part of South Africa. Friends with the prince. It just became easy to call the 3 South African Zulus, but Mokai himself is not actually a Zulu. To correct the record
part of
for
the
people
Zulu
who don't
story.
know.
Yes.
He's a part of the Zulu story, absolutely.
Yes. Dark, will you grab the elbow of your microphone and pull it towards you and down so the microphone is in between you and Mark and lower than you? Yes.
You like that?
Yes.
Very good.
Well, but now, yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Because you mostly face this way, and so the microphone was kind of back behind your head the whole time.
Are we going to let this guy in?
Is he? Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
I didn't have my headphones on, so I didn't hear the ding.
Oh, yeah, I heard the ding.
Oh, you guys should have said something.
I was saying, I was doing the intro.
I didn't know. I admitted him.
Is he still here?
Oh, God. Maybe he left. Come back. Shoot.
All right, so Mokai Malope, good friend. Mokai Malope was co-host of Copacetic Conversations, which is the show that was the precursor to Post-Orthodoxy. That was the show that we did on his visits from South Africa, which when he left a void in the chair, and Ainsley came in, and we created Post-Orthodoxy. So that's how we know our friend. We're always happy to have... Oh, yeah, he was the inspiration for the show.
We started Copacetic Conversations because of Mokai wanting to be-do.
Mokai Malope. Serious. Oh, it's dark there.
Yeah, it's got to be in the times.
Yeah, it's late. What time is it in
He's probably got to connect to
Hi.
his...
Okay, we're starting to hear you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me clearly?
No, we just see... Oh, there we go. We get a little bit.
Is there any way you can have...
Yeah.
Yes, that's beautiful.
We see you now.
Hello.
Hello,
Oh,
Mokai.
Awesome. How you guys doing?
Very good. Mokai, this is Mark. This is Aaron. This is Mokai.
Hello.
Oh, nice to meet you guys.
My pleasure. Certainly. Thank you so much.
Are we already heading
Yeah,
towards winter time there?
Yeah, it's winter already. Oh, our winter, not like butte winter where it's like freezing every day.
What's the temperature over there?
It is, I'll tell you just now.
I think he got that hat in Butte.
He did.
Yeah.
Or
It's 7 degrees.
7
Celsius.
7 Celsius. Okay.
Celsius.
Very good.
Yes. So Fahrenheit would be
45. That's
what?
actually pretty cold.
Yeah, that's pretty cold.
You're not a pussy. That's actually pretty cold.
It is cold. Yo. So cold.
Are you in where are you in Gauteng somewhere? Are Tembisa?
No, I'm in the Free State province, right in the middle of the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you
Not too far from Antarctica. I'm 3,000.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Oh, I wish I could show you what's happening outside right now because it's snowing right now on Mother's Day.
No way.
Yeah, it's
It's
snowing
true.
really hard.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I shouldn't be surprised because I know it can snow in June in Butte.
Yeah, it's true.
Any old day.
Yeah.
We're really glad
I
you
was
could join
listening
us.
to you guys right now
Yeah.
You were?
talking about Ukraine and what's happening over there.
Yeah.
Interesting to hear your thoughts because the news here is very one-sided.
Oh, it is here too.
The American side. Yeah.
We're the
We
good
don't really
guys, and we're
hear-
saving Ukraine from the Russians, and the Russians are bad, and that's all you need to know.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the news that we also get here. They never tell you about stuff that's been happening since like 2014.
Mm.
We never hear news. The Russian public broadcaster has been blocked on TV, so
same here.
We don't get to see those news.
The Russian network
you guys also
here.
don't.
They blocked it here
yeah.
too.
You don't
Yes.
get to see RT.
No, we can see RT on rumble.com. They have a 24/7 news feed on rumble.com, so it's whatever you would see if it was still allowed on the television.
But even people who had shows, who mostly anti-war voices that were doing journalism that had shows on RT, not only are their shows no longer available, but YouTube took down all their archives.
What?
No, you know what?
Wait for it.
The Russian propaganda TV station is spreading a lot of lies. We should still hear it. If we hear a lie from one side and a lie from another side, we can choose and decide for ourselves which lie to believe, because we know it's all lies.
But if you never hear anything that disagrees with what you're hearing, then you never wonder if what you're hearing is a lie. So it is important to hear more than one side of the story.
This past week, the Russian foreign minister, he got criticized for saying that Adolf Hitler might have had Jewish blood. So I listened to his whole speech. So on the news, they were saying the minister said Adolf Hitler was had Jewish blood, and people who are probably Jewish could have been like the worst people who actually murdered Jews. But when I listened to his actual
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Yes, when you listen to his actual...
Oh, when you listen to his actual speech, he started with, "I could be wrong." That part was cut out. Even in our news, they don't show that part. He says, "I could be wrong. Hitler might have had Jewish blood," but he said, "I could be wrong." In other words, if he's wrong, correct him.
Right.
Yeah. But in the news, no. That's not how that's reported.
They're just going to flay him alive.
The foreign minister, yes.
Spreading conspiracy theories.
He's saying that Adolf Hitler was a Jew. But his full words was that I could be wrong. And I think when a person says I could be wrong, he's giving you a platform to correct him.
Agreed. We try to use that ourselves. We try to only share information that we have some source document on or some direct evidence of, and anything that is not that, I think just because you don't have facts to back up the story doesn't mean there aren't other ideas that can be explored, with the caveat that tell us where we're wrong. I don't know. Tell us where we're wrong, but I think maybe we should open up this door and see if we can find out whether it's true or not.
Saying I could be wrong. You're just saying if he's wrong, someone will tell him, is like, no, you're wrong. This is what historians have consensus on. And then whatever reaction he says, if he's like, no, I'm right, then you can criticize him, put him in the bad book. Not just criticize a person even when they say, I could be wrong. That means you're going to be afraid to talk. You're going to be afraid to say a comment, even though I say, correct me if I'm wrong, but this and this happened. And then on the news, they're just going to comment that I said this happened, even though I said, correct me if I'm wrong.
So this is about maybe Hitler had Jewish blood, and what would that matter? It would be very interesting. Is it some sort of self-hate ritual he's going through? We don't know.
And it's interesting to hear your perspective on common state propaganda techniques and what the state wants you to hear and believe.
Yeah, I even see it with like our news here. There's a public broadcaster here. There's a way they tell you certain news. Like maybe when COVID happened, when it started off, they were like, no, these things never happened here. 10 days later, lockdown. But they always try and give you, there's a way they transmit a message to people. So you can't really trust them. whatever information they give you, let the people decide. Because we already know how public broadcasters send their message to people. So right now, just imagine in Russia, someone is just watching the Russian propaganda all day, every day, nothing different. And then on the other side, people are not seeing.
Wait for it. Wait for it. He'll be back soon, I'm sure.
Why I don't watch the news.
Why?
All this propaganda bullshit.
But you can't say American propaganda, Aaron. No. There's Russian propaganda and there's American news.
Scratch his head.
Can you guys hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, I heard someone say there's no American propaganda, there's American news.
Right. Everything else is propaganda.
Oh.
That's the way it's told. That's the way it's told here.
I was being sarcastic. I was being political commentary, sarcasm. Yeah. No, when we interviewed Igor Zelenov last year, he's from Russia, and he said, you guys in the U.S., I mean, I'm paraphrasing very loosely. He's like, you guys in the U.S. are pretty screwed because you think that your news is still the fourth estate. But we know in Russia that our news is coming from the government, so we know to take it with a grain of salt.
I heard
exactly.
I heard the same thing from my friend Laszlo, who grew up in communist Hungary. And he said, and here was the double-edged sword of that. He's like, we had state-sponsored news. It was the government news. We knew how to read between the lines of the news. When they knew they said it was red, we're like, that's probably blue. And then they would make it out for themselves. But there was no advertising on the news. He said, I think what you guys is far worse than state-sponsored news, because when a news anchor has to basically what they're doing is keeping your eyes to the screen so that they can sell soap.
Or condoms or beer.
Or condoms or beer or cars or whatever. So state-sponsored is like, this is state-sponsored propaganda in order to get everybody on the same page. U.S.-sponsored propaganda is corporate propaganda. And it is only there to drive profits for corporations.
Here.
So, like when
No, I was just saying
the cemeteries in the Netherlands. Oh, I'm listening.
No, I wanted to hear. That sounded like a good segue too. I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying there is like a propaganda within the American news, like the corporate.
Well, there's
propaganda.
a feedback loop between corporate entities and the U.S. government. So the government is actually a tool for the corporate entities, and yet the government is also creating copy for news organizations.
Yeah, no.
To benefit corporations who are then getting paid by the who are paying the news corporations to advertise. It's a sick closed circle.
Like, what is journalism anymore? I took a.
We can't afford that. We can't afford that.
I took that like 5-6 years ago in college. Like, it was such an interesting course, and all journalism is like a lie now. It's crazy. Oh my god! Excuse me, not all a lie, just a lot.
There's too much of it to easily trust what's just coming across the wire.
You can't say your voice without getting paid to be doing something else.
Yeah, somebody paid to get that information into your earballs.
Exactly.
Somebody paid to get it to you. Who paid, and then weigh the news that way in the way that you would weigh state media's influence on the news.
Totally. Let's hear the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, I was saying in the Netherlands there were cemeteries that were there was a lot of vandalism there. They put on World War II's graves.
Okay.
And like on Western news, it wasn't big news. But then when I looked at Russian news, it was huge. Netherlands news, it was huge. But everywhere else, it's quiet.
Polarized, yeah.
And I wonder why is it quiet? It's a big story. We're not saying that people in Russia did it. We're not saying that Azov Battalion did it. We're not saying who did it. I'm just saying that for something like that to happen, around this time, because around this time, a lot of countries are celebrating like Victory Day, Remembrance Day, because it's around the time that World War II ended.
Yeah.
So then to have a cemetery vandalized like that, and the news is quiet, you have to go looking for it, and then you're going to find an article in Dutch, and then you have to translate it.
Maybe it was about focus or something, like where to focus the audience, like not show that specifically because they didn't want the audience or the people, the public to know about that, or focus on something else at a later time. Does that make sense? Not bring it.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense, but at the same time, can you imagine, let's say 2 years ago, a president to a public platform like a TV station or a foreign parliament and appears with a sign that has any form of link to the Nazis. That would be big news.
Yeah, oh my God.
Right now it's just happening and no one cares.
Right,
They don't report it. Even some channels, they do show it, but they blur it out. You can watch some videos of parts in Ukraine filmed by the BBC. They blurred out
That's crazy.
the swastika. You know that, what do they call it? The wolf angel or what? They blurred it out. So
Right.
they know.
That's weird.
And they're sympathetic to the people who have these Nazi symbols. Is that reporting sympathetic to the Ukrainian army that have Nazi symbols on it? Is that what you're saying?
It is sympathetic. I think Twitter even they lifted restrictions on their account, even though they have these far right-wing ideologies. If it was normal times, I don't think it was gonna fly anyway.
Well, I just feel like we're just coming out of like a pandemic, kind of. And a lot of people are still under a lot of pressure and tension, and I don't know, like their focus. I feel like we're all discombobulated, like we're running around with our heads cut off like a chicken, you know?
It's called perceptual destabilization.
You know I
it.
like that you mentioned focus.
Yeah.
In South Africa right now, we see the reaction from Europe and especially from America. There's a conflict zone. America's $8 billion.
Oh, damn.
We're cutting out.
Why were they quiet?
Wait, sorry, go
Yeah,
back
you froze
5
for a second.
I can
seconds.
hear you guys so perfectly. Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Now, yeah.
Yep.
Go for it.
Awesome. So the other conflict zones, like in Ethiopia, there's been a conflict zone. There's been a war happening there. Syria, Yemen, there's been conflict zone for a long time. But the reaction we see from the world, it says a lot. It says a whole lot. At the UN, one of the South African delegates, they mentioned that the UN should also give the same focus to other conflict zones. No one responded to that, eh? No one reported about that. When African people and Asian people were being discriminated against at the Polish border, it's well documented.
Yep.
We did not see any reports about that. No focus on that at all. So right now we see what's happening. People are not blind. They see what's happening. And some politicians here in South Africa, they are using it. They are telling people, like, look what is happening there. We've been telling you for years about these people. Look what is happening. What do you think now?
Jeez,
what are you gonna say now?
Well, at least they look out for you. Like, I feel like our politicians don't.
Well, they're using it politically.
Yeah, they are. But
Yep. How are things in South Africa with?
They're not looking out for people.
They've cut him off.
I'm so glad I got to meet this guy.
Oh, Doc, you think?
Oh my God, he's so cool.
You said how things in South Africa with what?
No, I just said I don't know if the politicians are looking out for the people as much as they are using these things politically for their own story.
Let me give them the benefit of the doubt. I'd say 50-50.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. It works out that way.
Generous.
No,
yeah, let me say 50-50.
There were some things that we reported on
jump on?
here when we first went into the Ukraine, and it was a collection, it was a video collage of U.S. news reporters talking about the tragedy in the Ukraine and admitting live on air that it just hits them a little harder, you know, because they look like us. In terms,
I saw that.
They were saying that openly because they felt that. It was very visceral. I'm like, yeah, where's the Syrian flag on your profile photo? Where's the Ethiopian flag on your Like, how come you haven't given a shit about these other people being murdered, but suddenly these... Is it really just as simple as race? Or is that just the propaganda that's being put out because it's a money laundering operation for the U.S. and they need to have some way to gain our sympathy to continue the fuckery over there?
I know, I feel sorry for like normal Ukrainian citizens who are suffering because of this.
Yeah, in the middle of all
because right now, when we talk about things happening there, it also attaches them. But I think like the general population, they're just innocent people, and politics and the financial system, like you were saying, Doc, corruption, these are the things that are at play there. Because when we look at Ukraine, even just looking at it on the map, it's a strategic position.
Oh, yes.
Everyone can see that. Yeah. But then now people have to suffer because of the few people, I don't know which few, but there's this few people who tend to benefit and others are going to lose. I don't know why millions of people are going to have to suffer because of this one thing. And it's affecting a lot of things because it's dividing the world, It's dividing the world. Yeah.
Jeez.
Because when you see those kind of reactions and at a UN assembly and a person mentions racism and no one addresses it. Usually when they talk about racism, it's something that has to be addressed immediately. But right now they just blew it off as if it never happened.
Well, like, what about Black Lives Matter and all that kind of stuff that's going on in the United States right now? I know there's been definitely, I don't know, Stuart.
Sure.
He gives me his own take on BLM, Black Lives Matter, and maybe there's a lot of corruption, but they do go by a movement, right? Like, there's, like, racism is a thing that's being known and being recognized.
I wrote a piece earlier this week that is addressing this idea that it's an unpopular opinion of mine that Black Lives Matter was a movement that upped the bottom line of MSNBC and CNN, but did very little to address the problem behind the movement.
Oh, okay.
But to say that is to minimize the efforts of our black brothers and sisters. So in other words, there's some cynical usage of a movement to neuter the movement, but you can't talk about it without being racist.
It's like quicksand. It's crazy.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. I think maybe your skin tone, if someone with a darker skin tone than yours says
if you said it, even though you're from South Africa, that would be, you could have
maybe someone might think about it.
You could have an opinion on it that people should consider. My opinion can't be considered, and that's what makes it unpopular to have these kinds of conversations. I tried to make the point that you may be familiar with Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. He was a civil rights man in the 60s that was assassinated. He had been talking about black and white things. Same thing with Malcolm X. He had been talking about racial disparities, racial issues. We need to have our civil rights. We are actually humans, goddammit. They were on the news and on the magazines all the time. The moment that Martin Luther King said, you know what, let's focus on poverty issues, and created the People's Movement, which was about poor blacks, whites, Latinos coming together, that's when he was killed. If you talk about race, then that is useful because that can always be spun by its nature into divisive rhetoric. But if you talk about class, you have to shut them up.
Class war is unifying.
Right.
Yes. You know, just because you mentioned that, I can think of Steve Biko in South Africa. He was also about black problems, African problems. They killed him. There's a guy from the DRC, Patrice Lumumba. Also, same way, they killed him. Thomas Sankara, he was the president of Burkina Faso. He was like, no, we cannot be colonized forever. He wanted to change things. He wanted Burkina Faso.
Wait.
Africans.
Yeah, Burkina
He
Faso.
got a, yes. God. He was also a Pan-Africanist. He also got assassinated.
Explain
Just
what a
when you look,
Pan-Africanist
I think
is.
Explain Pan-Africanist for the audience.
Oh, how am I going to explain Pan-Africanist?
It's kind of self-explanatory, but just a little on it.
I'd say Pan-Africanism is like Africa for Africans, working as Africans, African problems being solved in an African way, an African economy, an African way of life, instead of relying on the dollar or relying on foreign exports. Why can't Africa be like, we have the resources, just like the thing Muammar Gaddafi got assassinated for the dinar, the gold dinar. Yep. Immediately when that thing came out, he got killed. Same thing with the guy from Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein.
He also mentioned. Yes, he also mentioned something similar.
The what was his currency?
Gold dinar.
It was the dinar.
Oh, we bought
gold
dinars.
dinar,
Right, exactly.
Maybe Republican Ainsley owns dinars.
Yeah.
So Pan-Africanism is like the indigenous people of Africa being like, what if we ran our continent in ways that make sense for our continent and that actually benefit the indigenous people
instead of being colonial?
You'll hear a lot about Pan-Asian as well as we pivot back to the east, and the only thing that's currently slowing down a true Pan-Asian movement and philosophy and cooperation is the tension between India and China.
Oh, he froze again.
So even like on my back.
Yep.
Like in China, they're also trying to do things their own way. I can see the economy is going good. Sure, they also have bad stuff there, but in China they have their own alphabet system there. There's also that pride of doing things in the Chinese way, not doing things in a Western world way. I mean, in South Africa, we're still using Roman Dutch law, something we're still finding very difficult to interpret anyway, but we're still using it. Why can't we have our own African law? These kind of things are things that should change. I mean, in Ethiopia, right now, they're not in 2022. They have their own year there. They have their own calendar. They're doing things their own way.
Ethiopia is breaking
free. Oh,
free?
You didn't know? Yes, Ethiopia is not in 2022. They're way back. I think it's 2015.
Huh.
No, they're 7 years behind. So they're living things in their own way. We could do that too. Who said today is Sunday? Why should we confirm that today is Sunday? It could be any day we want.
Globalists.
Yeah,
I bet it's
right.
globalists.
But yeah, I think I don't see any change happening anytime soon here. But things should not.
You might be able to hear us, but you cut out for a second, so we're going to We're gonna pause. There you go. I think.
Wait. Okay.
I saw your eyeballs.
All right.
Yeah,
don't freeze when you come back. you come back online and you're like waiting to see if you're back online, and then we can't tell if you're back online either.
I can hear you guys the whole time.
Okay, good. So when we say that you're frozen, then we'll just pause for a second.
And you just bounce up and down while you wait, and then we'll know the minute you come back online.
Yeah, it's the African way. You're never still. Even when you're walking, you walk as if you're listening to music.
I love that.
You want to? Yeah, go ahead.
So we have this problem now that we just found out this weekend when we started streaming, which is that we're only allowed to stream 40 minutes for free for some reason. So that's a new thing. You have to pay for Zoom now. But I'm going to send you a second link in your Facebook Messenger. And when this one cuts out in 10 minutes, you can click that other link to come back on.
If you want to continue the dialogue, we appreciate the time you're spending with us right now.
Oh, I appreciate being on the show. Hey, this is fun.
Yeah. Sbo just made a post in the Zulu Summer group, Dark's original Zulu Summer group from back in 2016, 2017, saying that like it's high time for the guys to come, for the boys to be back in town.
Yeah, right.
It's time. What are the travel restrictions like down there? Can you guys even come visit yet?
I think we can visit now. Yeah, the restrictions have been lifted. Numbers here, the COVID numbers are rising, but people don't really care anymore. No matter how you report it. Even if it was on the news, I think last week, like COVID is back, and people are like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Like,
COVID fatigue.
Maybe because in this area where I'm at now, people don't care. Maybe in other places they care. I'm not speaking for everyone, but from what I've seen, it's not the same as 6 months ago or a year ago.
No,
and the way they reported it as if they would mention a lockdown, but I think people were just skipping that front page.
Let's just check the death count, shall we? Because
apparently,
that's what
Bill Gates is really excited for the potential of the next pandemic.
Yeah, he's very excited.
Yes.
It's supposed to be. Here's what they're.
Another pandemic.
Here's what's on the horizon. So the next pandemic is like, geez, it'd be scary if a bird flu was able to jump from birds to humans, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't happened yet, but what would happen if the bird flu? So now they're culling chickens. They're doing all kinds of really bizarre stuff. They're reporting, they're reporting on
a bird flu outbreak.
On a bird flu outbreak. Even though it hasn't touched humans.
They're sort of priming the pump
like,
psychologically.
The bird's got the flu. The bird's been having the bird flu for a long time.
They do that.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
There was a guy who had a chicken farm on the East Coast. The government paid him to kill all his chickens.
What?
Even though they were not infected with the bird flu. So there can be a story that like, a bunch of chickens had to be killed because of the bird flu. Yeah. And he did it because they were paying him way over the price of what he would get for his chickens.
He's like, I just want my money. Like, they were going to die anyway.
So there's a lot of priming in the news, even though there is. So that was the story of SARS-CoV-2, was that a brief cliff notes for people who are not hip to the story so we can carry on. The idea was that they wanted to do research on a bat virus that did not infect humans, to make it infect humans, so that in case it infected humans, they could already have a serum available. So
that's documented. That's documented.
We know
like
that's
the U.S.
what happened.
government did that.
Yeah, Fauci knew that from the very beginning. We have the documents. That's all. EcoHealth Alliance. DARPA turned them down because they said, that's some dangerous shit. Fuck you. We're not doing that.
DARPA said no.
Yeah, that's like the high-end special fuck you Defense Department research. And they're like, that's actually illegal. They're
that's too unethical for even us.
Well, why don't we do it in China? They don't have regulations. So they went to China, made the virus. How it got out is a mystery. We don't know. Bill Gates is still saying probably some soup in the market or whatever. But we know that
it was not the wet market.
We know the virus was engineered. So now they're doing the exact same thing all over again. They're saying, well, the virus that only infects birds could get to humans. Maybe we should do some research. And they were doing research on that in Ukraine, and those were some of the first facilities to be bombed by Russia, by the way.
And there's
Russia was like, please stop researching animal to human viral transmission on our border.
Yeah.
That's right.
No, I don't want it.
I have to say, I don't know if that was actually the first thing that was bombed by Russia, but
It
I
was,
understand there
no.
were 7 labs that were bombed.
Yeah,
I don't know the nature of their chemical bioweapon research,
Yes.
but we know they were doing
Right.
bioweapon research.
Yeah.
Whether it was avian flu, I can't say for sure.
But it was bioweapons.
Somebody get back to me if they know.
Do they report much about that biological lab?
About
there?
the labs
do
in
you find
Ukraine?
Any stories of? Yeah.
So we have a lady from the State Department who was questioned in the U.S. Senate. This is the lady that helped plan, Victoria Nuland from the State Department, helped plan the coup against the president in 2014 in Ukraine. She was questioned in the Senate about the biolabs. She admitted that we had biolabs on the border of Russia in Ukraine. So she has admitted that on record.
Wow.
However, if you say there were biolabs in Russia, you will be called a conspiracy theorist and canceled. Even though our own State Department said, yeah, of course, we have those there. And the first bombings were I think, 7 biolabs in Ukraine.
Well, and that was the thing is Putin said, I'm going to bomb. You have 48 hours to get out of these
Get
labs.
your peeps out because we're going to take it. We're going to take it down.
He announced that one.
Yeah, that's what I understood. Back when we could get news from Russian sources.
Right.
Which is, of course, all propaganda.
It's all propaganda. And you can say that about anything that you don't like anymore, too. Both sides are using the Russian propaganda thing. So if you ever see any news you don't like, Mokai, you can just be like, it's just Russian propaganda.
Yep.
Right now, when people see news they don't like, they just label it propaganda.
Yeah.
And it's fine. Let us just have access to this news. Like right now, finding proper Russian news, it's difficult when it could have just been easy. They can just show us whatever the state media is saying. Because whatever they say, there might be an element of truth, and we can go research for ourselves.
Usually are.
So right now, if they're blocking that, are we supposed to believe just them?
Yes.
Yeah, just believe the people that are blocking it.
It's for our own good. It's for our own safety, Mokai.
So right now, the government announces, the U.S. government announces sanctions. But whenever they lift restrictions on banks and lift restrictions on fertilizers, that's not in the news. But when they're going to mention a new range of sanctions, they have a whole conference. It's all in the 7 o'clock news that they're going to have a whole new sanctions for Russians. But when they lift sanctions on fertilizers, that's quiet. That's not fair.
Fair to who?
We've been asking questions of our guests today, or at least they've been asked of us, of what news sources are we looking at? Do you have news sources that you regard as accurate, or is it always reading between the lines of the things that are available to you? How are you getting your information about the world right now? Frozen. Hold on, you're frozen for a second.
So usually I watch.
Okay, I got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I listen to our own news, both big broadcasters. I watch Indian news. Then there's a Russian news. There's this guy who's like just showing clips of Russian TV news. So I follow him as well. And I listen to some headlines from Russian TV. I can still log into the Russian TV website, so I can still see some news there. And I watch the news that you guys watch too. Well, the entertainment news you guys watch too. And some European news, I watch the station in Germany, DW. And sometimes some French news as well on French 24. But I read between the lines. I never take anything as it is.
As
I
it's
know
being presented.
Usually if whatever they talk about, probably 1% is true.
I think there's a metric, and I think it's actually they're talking about the best way to distribute propaganda is about 90% true, 10% lie that's moving around all the time. So it's hide and seek. Go ahead.
Remember when the U.S. government was saying they're gonna turn the Russian currency to ruble?
Yes.
And then it happened that I think the ruble traded at 125 rubles to a dollar.
Yeah.
And now it's like 65. That's like the strongest it's been in years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there he goes.
Failed attempt. Oh, he's gone. Did he go away?
That's all you get. This is all you get. But we got our next one started up. So if he comes back.
Thanks, everybody who's tuning into the show and participating in the dialogue. If you have any questions for Mokai about what's going on in South Africa, if you have any questions for any of the folks here in the studio, type them in the line. Mokai is currently going to school in, I think it's in Pretoria, studying philosophy and economics. So he's got... I think that it seems odd at the beginning, but it's starting to make more and more sense.
That's a great combination for now. Yeah. It's probably time for a subscription pitch.
Yes, if you like what we're doing, the reason we're doing these insanely long shows, I'm actually coming around to this idea. Like, we usually do our show 2 hours on Sunday, noon to 2 p.m., and then we spend the rest of the week editing the show, and, here we have Mokai coming back. And we decided to try to do a subscription drive where we just do an 8-hour show 4 days in a row to expand our exposure on all the platforms. And in doing so, that's helped us show where our exposure is being throttled, where we're actively being shadow banned by Facebook in particular. So we're working on a grassroots movement, and it's not going to happen this weekend. This is the beginning of an attempt to get people who value this information to share it with other people who value this information.
That's the only way we can get past the algorithm.
Right now, the algorithm is fucking us in various places.
In unfun, non-consensual ways.
In non-consensual ways. So we're looking to build an organic reach, and I'm kind of liking the idea of just doing one show a week for 8 hours.
Or 6.
Or 6.
Yeah, right.
An open-ended amount of time, because I do like what happens here in terms of like having a living room where various people have come in. We've had a friend of ours from Northern California. We've had our friend from South Africa come in. Our friend Aaron has come from across town to go sit on the couch. Our friend here, Mark, flew in from Texas to be a part of this telethon this weekend to drive people to our page, which is postorthodoxy.com. There's a really easy button. You push on it and you say, hey, I'm going to buy these guys the equivalent of a beer, $5 for a month, and put it on auto pay so you can help support the work that we're doing here. And hopefully we can start having longer form conversations with more people getting involved. I'm liking the cocktails that have occurred. Anyway, Mokai is back. So if you can support us, please support us. Postorthodoxy.com, figure it out from there. And after you do that, you can also go doinking around the site and see what else we've built on.
All of these shows get turned into podcasts after the
Yeah.
fact. So there's double the content, depending on how you like to scoop it.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
And Mokai's back. Thanks for coming back for another round.
Oh, yeah, thanks. This 40-minute thing is unfair to us.
Yes.
Yeah. But we'll get around it sometime. We'll get around it.
Thanks for staying up late. It's 12:25 in we're 12:25 a.m.
He's in Monday already.
He's in Monday already. He's calling from the future. And for
Yes,
folks
I'm
that
calling from tomorrow.
Yeah, you're calling from tomorrow. And for folks that don't know how things work there, they don't. What I experienced in South Africa is you don't get a phone plan and then just call all you want and do all you want. You have to go to the grocery store and buy minutes, and then when you run out of minutes, you have to go buy more minutes. And what they give you is after midnight, you get double minutes. so you can stretch your time out. So if anybody's going to be doing any internet or big connection, you wait till after midnight and then you plug in then, and that gives you, you get to stretch the minutes that you're using for communication. So I appreciate you spending your minutes on us, friend.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, midnight data is the best data. Eh?
Yep.
It never runs out. It never runs out. It's way cheaper too.
So at midnight,
but I like the system you guys have there.
Right, where you don't have to worry about when you're running out of minutes. You just got to worry if you can pay for it whenever the bill comes. Yeah, because we're flat rate. We're not paying for minutes anymore. We did that at one point in the thing, but we don't do minutes anymore. We know what our bill's going to be every month.
Is there a place that people can find you somewhere, Mokai, to hear your opinions and read your writings that you have on things? Do you have a blog or a page or anything right now that you want to promote?
No, I'm on Post-Orthodoxy only.
Oh, got it.
He's exclusive. We have an exclusive correspondent from South Africa.
For now.
For now. This is his baby. He spawned this baby.
Yes.
It's
literally Mokai's child. Like
Yeah.
copacetic conversations you started, and then when you had to leave the country, we were like, well, but we like being on the radio every week talking about hard shit.
Sure.
So we just changed it into something that suited me and Darkmore, which was OMG religion lied to me and OMG politics lied to me, and what are we going to do about it? And then it just was whatever seemed to be someone lying to us ever since then. But it was your show is the mother of Post-Orthodoxy.
Well, the premise was this is just a placeholder until we can get Mokai back, and then
we can take copacetic conversations on the road.
That's the idea. We're going to do this shit live. Go to universities, talk to the folks, have our friend share his perspective, which I find incredibly valuable. So we're just it's a placeholder that got stretched out because of COVID, I'll say. Plus, when are you graduating from school?
Next year.
Next year, right on.
Does that mean spring 2023?
2023, yeah.
Yeah.
Winter 2023, his side.
Yeah. Right, winter 2023.
Yeah. 2023, that's when I'm going to finish at school.
So wait, the whole planet does summer at the same time, does summer break at the same time, even though half the planet is in the middle of winter when summer break happens?
No, in South Africa, they have their break, like their summer is Christmas break, and they have a big break at that time of year.
Yeah. Our school year starts in January when the year starts.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Not in August. Yeah.
Right. It seems to make more sense.
When I tell people here that school starts in August and September, they're like, but how? Because it's in the middle of the year.
No, my mom and I, this was a thing I was mad at my mom about. One of the first like cognitive dissonance fights that we had when I was growing up was that I would always be like, oh, when did such and such? And she'd be like, oh, last year. And what she meant was the spring of the year we were in currently. Mm. But she because she grew up in public school, she thought of the year in the non-calendar year, in the school year.
In the school year.
She thought of the year as August to May.
Yeah.
That was the year. And so when she said last year, she meant spring earlier this calendar year that we're currently in. And it pissed me off so much because she knew I was a child and I was raised homeschooled and I did not experience the school year in any way that was similar to...
That was not a construct.
Like we did like 6 weeks on, 1 week off, 6 weeks on, 1 week off. Sometimes we would do 4-month chunks and then 1 month chunk off. We did whatever the fuck we wanted because that's the point of homeschooling. But like my mom would... Like, I got mad because I realized she's the mom and she knows that I don't know about this whole last year being in the same year thing, school year shit. But she still, every time she would say last year or next year.
That's an imprint. She was stuck in an imprint.
I was mad because I was smart.
You finally had something over on her. You had something over on her. I'm like, God damn it. You're in a construct that doesn't work in my world and you need to adjust.
I just remember being frustrated because I knew that she, as the mother, was supposed to adjust to my needs, not me having to adjust to her needs.
Oh, well, we see how that worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else is the big news going on over there? How are things?
I sort of interrupted Mark when he was going to ask Mokai some other thing about his online content.
No, he answered the thing. Mokai said when he chooses to interact in this space, it's on Post-Orthodoxy. So now I get to quickly find all of his comments and opinions.
Oh yeah, go back and watch the old.
I'm going to house all the old shows. I'm going to make a spot to house all the old shows so they're in one spot.
Copacetic Conversations, I think, were one of my favorite projects I've ever been able to be a part of, especially with our friend Leaf being the logical fallacy referee to keep the conversations civil and productive. I think it's really interesting conversations as there really is a division in time of pre-COVID and post-COVID. So it was a time in history before COVID was a thing, and we were having conversations across lines. We were starting the idea of like, let's have Republicans talk to Democrats. Why not? Let's find things that we agree upon instead of things that we fight upon. Let's try to figure out who each other is. And then a big no came.
Yeah, that line has been drawn. They built a wall between people now.
Pretty
it's difficult to talk, eh?
Yeah. Is the same over there? Or have you, I know, I want to get your perspective on this. Over here, and you've heard some of the stories from our own personal life, but I know you know a lot of people in the States, a lot of people in Butte in particular, but a lot of people across. Has there been a division, a dividing line here? Families have broken up over issues around COVID. People have, friends groups have broken up. Establishments have suddenly like changed over their clientele because some people will go there, some people won't go there. Was it as extreme there? Did people get divisive over this story of the coronavirus?
Not as much as there, but there are companies, when they started the mandate that if you're going to come to work, you must be vaccinated. And in schools as well, they're like, if you're going to go to a school, you must vaccinate. It was a huge issue. People had a protest over it. Then they said you can come with a negative COVID test, but it wasn't as big and as divisive as what I see over there. Even with families, you find people arguing about the vaccine when one person is vaccinated and another one isn't. But then it just ends there.
Mm.
Yes, I don't know about people who got permanently divided because of their opinions. They could be, but I don't know anyone personally that I can point out.
That's relieving to hear, because it was a big problem here. As I'm sure you've seen, and if you follow any kind of British news, you could see the same thing was happening in Britain as well.
Yeah. But the question is, why? Why should it happen?
I think it's engineered.
I don't think any one person has all the answers.
Well, that's a complex question, but I think on one level it's trauma. I think it was engineered. We were frightened, and then when people are frightened, they don't think. They react. And the reactions were prescribed.
You know, like right now with that case the court wants to overturn, is it Roe versus
Wade? You're correct.
What did he say?
Is it, what's that one thing the court's trying to, only the most important? It's the political football, Mokai. It's the thing that we talked about on CopCon. It's like, this is the thing that we argue about in the U.S. all the time, is the abortion.
And what's the reaction like now?
Especially,
like, specifically there.
In Butte? In Butte, there were about 30 people who went to the federal courthouse with signs and just sat in solidarity/protest of Roe v. Wade being overturned. Even though it's not being overturned, it's nowhere near being overturned. The document that was leaked is like a pre document to the Supreme Court ever taking on it. It's a suggestion like, hey guys, I think at some point we should really talk about overturning Roe v. Wade. Like, it's like an internal memo between the justices. So like, but everyone's acting like Roe v. Wade is being overturned right now in a court case. No, it's not.
Because we're being triggered to feel that way. And my immediate thoughts on the issue were, we use this, we did a copacetic conversations with Mokai and a pro-life lady here in town. And it's a really great conversation because we did have it copacetic. We were actually able to see each other's perspective in the course of that show, which was really amazing. What I found eyebrow raising was that memo was quote unquote leaked on the same day that Pfizer's research data that they tried to suppress was released. And I don't know if you know about that story, but Pfizer has data that shows that when they said the vaccine was 95% effective, it was actually, they knew it was only 12% effective and only for the first 7 days. When they said that you should give pregnant women the vaccine, they knew that it was dangerous. And they said, do not have pregnant women take it. And yet the U.S. government said, yeah, everybody should get vaccinated. So those documents they moved to have them suppressed for, I think, 55 years or 75 years.
The FDA wanted them suppressed for 55 years.
They wanted to not have that information come out, even though we're supposed to follow the science. They're like, not that science.
They were going to release it like 500 pages a year for 55 years.
Well, what they something like that, and then a court overturned it and says, no, you have to release 500 pages every so many months.
No, they said you have to release all of the documents within a very short period of time.
So they're doing big dumps.
That comes out to like 80,000 pages a month.
The last one was 80,000 pages of Pfizer documents. I think the interesting thing is the last time they had a data dump, it was about how Joe Rogan is trying to kill everybody.
Yeah, the last data dump, and in March, April, they're scheduled. Like, people know. I tried to find it, but I haven't been able to find it yet. But we could know when Pfizer's scheduled data dumps are because they're court ordered. So it's in a court document that's public record at this point. But each time it's happened now, there's been a massive public scandal that draws everybody. So last time it was the Joe Rogan thing.
Right. So instead of everybody waking up in the morning and starting to comb through 80,000 pages and listen to doctors and scientists that are going through and showing that the story that they told us was a lie, instead we have to care about abortion.
Even though this opinion piece that was leaked was written in February.
So it's a game, it's a football, it's a political football.
They're shifting the focus.
Absolutely. Yes. Misdirection.
It's almost...
Hey, look over here, look over here.
If you zoom out, it's almost impossible if you zoom out to not see that that's what's to not feel that that's what's happening.
The timing is interesting.
I'd like to ask you guys what you think about what... the UK government has decided to do. They said when migrants come to the UK illegally, so they're saying illegally, they're going to put them on a plane to Rwanda, where they will be able to start a new life there. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I hadn't heard about it, for one thing.
Nope. I haven't heard about that at all.
And why does the UK get to ship people to Rwanda? Does the UK own Rwanda?
No, they're gonna pay Rwanda.
Oh,
to take
Rwanda's they're gonna get money for it. They're gonna pay them a sum of money, and they're gonna take migrants from the UK to Rwanda, and then in Rwanda they're gonna be able to start a new life in a new country in a safe place.
Hey, maybe we should do that.
Keep the UK white.
If we go to the UK as migrants, do you think we'll get a plane ticket to Rwanda and we'll get some money? Because we may need a new place to live soon.
And then we can just take a cow down to South Africa and we'll all be back together again.
So it was supposed to be big news, eh?
It should have been.
Yes, but the whole focus was on what's happening in the Donbas region.
Right.
Right. Oh.
Yeah. But the Prime Minister, he announced it very casually and with confidence. It's like, from now on, when illegal migrants land in the UK, we're going to send them to Rwanda, where they're going to start a new life there.
I think that might be a good post-Orthodoxy project.
I want to look into that.
Let's be migrants to England and get kicked to Rwanda and
as an art piece.
As an art piece. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, because a lot of people are very divisive on the subject. Some people saying it's cruel. Other people are like, how is it cruel if they go into a safe place? Others are saying Rwanda doesn't have proper human rights. Other people say Rwanda does have proper human rights.
Well, I mean, Rwanda has signed the Universal Declaration on the Rights of the Child, which the U.S. still has not signed. So they're one up on us in that sense.
Rwanda gets a lot of criticism Because you guys were talking about a benevolent
Dictator. Yeah.
Benevolent
Yeah.
dictator.
Yeah, I don't know if the president of Rwanda is a dictator. Some people might say he is, but people can search and decide for themselves what kind of a leader he is. But he's also doing some good things as well. He's a different kind of leader. I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying he's bad. People must just decide for themselves, because you will find bad, but you'll also find something else.
Well, is it good or bad by what metric? Is he good by the metric of true democracy, which the U.S. has never been, but they think that they are? Or is he bad by the metric of socialism, or is he bad by the metric of regencies? Like
quality of life.
Yeah,
for
what
the
metric
folks.
are we using? How are his citizens doing? What's his motherhood mortality rate in his country?
Probably better than ours.
Okay, I don't know about the mortality rate, but the Rwandan economy is pretty fast growing as well. Since like the early 90s, it's been growing. But the main opposition against him is the suppression of his opposition. He suppresses the opposition parties.
Oh, okay. So their biggest
yeah.
complaint is that he doesn't let other people try to unseat him.
Yes.
That's kind of dictatory.
That's the biggest thing you're gonna find.
Well,
probably if you start Googling that, that's the first thing that's going to pop up.
And if you
the
look at
suppression of the oppositions.
Well, is any of the opposition foreign funded? Is there an American or
CIA.
British or French interest in opposing him?
So there is an activist. I don't know where he was getting his funding from, but the statement they released, they said he was trying to destabilize the country. So he got on a flight and he thought it was going to Burundi, but the flight landed in Rwanda and he got arrested. So the government is getting a whole lot of backlash for that, saying they should release him, they should give him a fair trial. I'm not sure about the whole details about it, but there is talk about some foreign interference, foreign funding, but people are talking more about giving a person a fair trial.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Yeah, it's something that people can look up.
Do you know where Rwanda's economic growth is mainly coming from? Do they have access to an important natural resource? Copper, nickel, rare earth minerals, oil, anything like that? Or is it just general economic growth from real estate and computer work and stuff like that?
So the interesting thing about Rwanda, it didn't just grow with its natural resources. Its service sector is the one that grew.
Okay.
Which is unusual for African economies, but its service sector, I think right now accounts for almost 40%.
Of
Not
its
sure,
GDP.
but its service sector really grew, and they have this new, I call it Vision City, these new big constructions, super constructions that they're doing there. So the way I interpret it is like the government's fiscal policy is more about pumping money into Rwanda, and they're trying to attract a whole lot of foreign tourism. I know their tourism industry is huge. They're also one of the biggest sponsors of Arsenal Football Club. You'll find that the jersey says "Visit Rwanda." But the economy is doing pretty good. They're much better than most states in terms of economic growth.
The first thing that comes up when I Google, so I Googled quality of life in Rwanda. They say that it's lower than the U.S., 65 years versus 80 years average. But it says people also ask, is Rwanda a good place to live? This is the front page of Google. And the first thing that comes up says, beautiful weather prevails, making the country a pleasant spot to call home. Locals are also some of the friendliest, most open and welcoming people in Africa. And although Rwanda has a tumultuous history, the situation today is much more stable, with expats reporting feeling extremely safe.
That's so good for people to know, especially as they're about to be forcibly shipped there. It's so good that as they're realizing they're going to be forcibly shipped there, that it's a safe place to live.
What's your take on that? Is Rwanda safe blurb?
Oh, I think Rwanda is safe. I don't know much about the country, but I think it's safe. It seems safe. Yeah, it seems safe.
How would you rank it in safeness compared to South Africa?
Okay, from what I hear,
like 1 to 10,
they cracked. Okay, let me answer it this way. I'd say Rwanda might have less crime than South Africa.
Okay.
Yes, they crack down on criminals there, and it sounds like petty theft in South Africa is a thing. You don't just walk around with your phone.
Ooh.
Or anything.
Yeah, I got my phone stolen in South Africa.
Yeah, but you were drunk at a New Year's Eve party with it in your back pocket. That's a little different.
And I was showing the awesome new features of slow-mo videos, and when it got yanked.
Somebody else has that now.
That was my bad. But anyway.
Yeah, but it's very rare to find someone who's never been mugged. For instance.
Oh, in South Africa.
Yeah, me, Svo, and Nkokelo came to Butte. All of us have been mugged. Nkokelo has had people come into his house.
Yep.
Svo has also had been mugged. I've been mugged. So 100% of the people have been mugged.
Oh, that's true. No, that's good.
I've been there because I know a lot of people.
Statistic manipulation. 100% of the people we know in South Africa have been mugged.
No, because I was there, and maybe they've all been mugged. I don't know. They've probably all been mugged, is what it sounds like. Mokai told us a very harrowing story of one of his muggings, where he got tied up and behind a bush, and they took his ATM card and told him they were going to kill him. It's a great story. It's a terrible story, but
wait, has Welcome been mugged?
Yeah, has Welcome been mugged?
I'm not sure.
Then maybe not 100% of the people that I know.
100% of the people you know well.
Yeah, and we'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, when I got mugged, I was on the way to Limpopo province for a funeral. So we're going to catch a bus. There, I was with my uncle, and these guys came up at the back of us, gave us a huge bang with a gun on the back of our heads. They used our shoelaces to tie us up into the bushes there, and they took all our money. They took our bank cards. Then the others were there to guard us, while the other one went to the ATM and they demanded the pins. And if you give the wrong pin after your money has been withdrawn, they're going to kill whoever you're with. So yeah, that was traumatic, eh?
Yeah, sounds like
But, when you tell the story to an ordinary person, you won't get the sympathy of oh, shame. It's it happens, and we know it happens. It's normal.
Commonplace, right.
Yeah. So even these things like this, politicians actually like using stuff like this to fuel things like xenophobia. They'll be hijackers are from Zimbabwe. Just recently, a person got burnt just because he's from Zimbabwe in a township.
Oh,
People
so that's
walked
racism,
around.
right? Or no, I guess it's xenophobia more than racism. It's a nationalist problem.
Xenophobic, yeah.
Right.
Oh, xenophobia is a big problem here. It's a huge problem here. And people are easily incited. They'll just say crime, and they'll say people from Mozambique are the people who are doing crime.
Wow.
And that's not true. That's not true. Yes, there are people from Mozambique who got arrested. Yes, there are people from Zimbabwe. There are people from other countries who get arrested for crime, but it doesn't mean that they're the only people who are doing crime. Crime is, there's crime here. So when we hear stories from Rwanda, knowing that there you can't do that. You can't just do petty theft because they crack down on crime there.
Yeah, we do the same thing here with our brothers to the south.
Or from Latin America.
From Latin America. Yeah, they're responsible for all the crime in our story. And those
And
damn
the laziness.
And the damn Canadians coming
What?
down from the north and stealing all our hubcaps.
No, you never hear that, actually.
No, we never heard that. Actually, Canadians never
Huh.
do crimes.
Weird.
Our Canada is Botswana.
So you don't say anything about, you don't talk shit about Botswana.
No, like you never talk anything bad about Botswana.
Why not?
Or Lesotho. I don't know, hey? Or maybe because there's a big Tswana population. Like people in Botswana are Tswana speaking people. And we have a huge Tswana speaking people in South Africa. So when a person says I'm Tswana, you don't automatically think they're from Botswana.
Because there's so many.
From South Africa.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yes, same thing with Lesotho. When a person says I'm Lesotho, you don't assume that they're from Lesotho.
So this is a
You
very
think that they're
interesting
also
parallel
from South
issue,
Africa.
is that there are these ethnic groups in Africa, in the southern part of the continent of Africa. There are ethnic groups that don't line up directly with the modern country
Geography,
borders,
right.
which is exactly what's going on in the Ukraine, but you can't talk about it or you love Putin. There are ethnic groups that crisscross all over Eastern European modern country borders
And supersede the borders of a nation state.
They ought to.
Recently created.
Yeah, recent nation state, but we're not talking about that, and we're not talking about that how that has an effect on what's going on, where you've got people like the Azov Battalion who they've been reshaped recently to be nationalist, which is like Nazi light. They've been rebranded in the media as nationalists. So it's fine what they're doing because they're pro-Ukraine, but they've actually been non-ethnic Ukrainians.
Right.
They've been they prior to this highly publicized conflict that we've all been hearing about recently, the Azov Battalion was harassing and injuring and destroying the property of modern legal Ukrainians who were not ethnically Ukrainian.
I saw one of the videos when the Ukrainian soldiers were harassing an old woman, a babushka woman. She had her old Soviet flag with her, and they wanted to take it away from her. And it was just like something unnecessary. And it was huge news in Russia. Hey, there's like a whole statue for her now.
Because she was ethnically and historically Russian, but lived on the Ukrainian side of the border.
Yes.
Right.
If you had to check Babushka, you'll see a nice photo of her. There's like memes of her holding her Soviet flag.
I'm just sad because it's a grandma.
That's the point.
Yeah, that is the point.
I don't even know what I'm being manipulated into
Grandma
or
was
what I should
probably
think instead.
Grandma was probably a KGB agent
Yeah,
sent
right.
there to foment
Psyop.
propaganda. She's a psyop.
Howdy.
Right. KGB plant.
But
That's right.
it'll be interesting to hear your perspective about the UK sending people to Rwanda. When you see the news about it, especially like European news, there was a lot of outrage.
What a strange thing to do.
Yeah, I'm willing to look into trying to immigrate to England now.
There's been
You
posturing.
want to catch that plane?
Yeah, catch that plane.
Posturing by Boris Johnson to re-expand or re-inflate, if you will, at least the perception of British Empire.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Mark.
Boris Johnson, who's the Prime Minister of Britain, he has a lot of talk and bluster lately, and showing things like sending people to Rwanda to re-inflate the idea of the expanding British Empire.
I was listening to Boris Johnson the day he actually talked about this, the confidence that he had and the way he was speaking about it, you can tell that the thing that you're saying about the British Empire now doing, having to call the shots. And it's like, this is not something bad, but it was a loophole, and it's something that's going to divide people. Because immediately when you're saying what they're doing is wrong, and then people are going to be like, okay, why is it wrong? Because people are going from a country of conflict and they're going to a country of peace. So if you're saying it's wrong, why are you saying it's wrong? Is there something wrong with Rwanda?
Oh, that would be racist or xenophobic to say, probably.
Oh yeah, if we were like,
because of its past history. A lot of people have these ideas of Rwanda, so that, oh no, you're going to send them to a war-torn country.
Right. And
because people don't keep up on current events over here, what's going on over there for sure. But now I'm just like supposing stuff because I don't know anything about the story. I'm just going to start making up a story because I haven't done any research.
You know, like when we watch like European news, and the thing that was happening at the Polish border with Africans and Asian people being turned away, and the news does not report it. Only African news is reporting it. Asian news is reporting it. But the European news, they don't do that. The American news, they're not reporting that. When people are going to look back like a year, 2 years from now, they're going to look back and be like, when this happened, it actually divided people more because like even people who are friends, you'll find one person might be invested in Ukraine and then another one might not be invested in Ukraine. And then that's just going to divide them because how can you not care about people being murdered?
You have to care.
Yeah, we have to care. But after all of this after Ukraine blows over and things are fine and things are normal, whatever normal is going to be afterwards, people are going to start noticing in conflict zones, like in like Yemen or in the Ethiopian region where there is war, what everyone who's talking about sanctions, who are talking about sending military aid, humanitarian aid, will they do the same thing in those regions?
No.
And it's gonna be divisive. Why aren't they doing it?
I think the divisiveness. I talk about this documentary on my show all the time. It's called Hypernormalization, and they look at Putin's wizard, this guy named Vladimir Sarkov, who came out of avant-garde theater, and he used techniques from avant-garde theater to perceptually destabilize the population so much that they give up trying to figure out what's going on. And the way they do it is they say, hey, look, there's some Nazis, give them some press. And then people are upset because there's Nazis. So you got to give them some press because they have a parade or something. And then the Kremlin, the propaganda arm, then funds the Nazis. So you have to have a bigger reaction, and then they fund the other ones. They fund the opposition to the Nazis. And then, and here's where it gets crazy, then they let everybody know that that's what they've been doing. So the population doesn't know who to believe or what to believe or how to care because they've just been informed that their care has been full manipulation. So people just start to walk away and not pay attention, and they can do whatever they want unabated.
Oh, I've got 2 minutes left here.
Yeah.
On Zoom.
Yeah.
Do you want to go another round, or shall we call it quits on a good note?
Let's try and call it quits on a good note. I don't think I will last for another round.
Oh,
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for investing money into being able to call us on a video chat from South Africa. I appreciate that.
Oh, midnight. It's no problem. It's like a quarter.
Oh, very good. Yeah, it's good to
Yeah.
see your face and
Or
hear your
less.
voice.
Oh, it's good to see you guys again. I'm still wearing the hat.
Yeah,
Very
you look like
cold.
yourself.
You look like you look when you're here. Yes.
I've never gotten to really hang out with Mokai in summer clothes. Maybe just that one time, the last trip.
Right.
Oh, there's no summer there. But you guys do have summer, like Folk Fest time.
That's what I'm
That time is
saying.
hot.
Yes.
Yeah. It's even hotter than here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
And, during that time it was so hot, then you could see people assuming that this is normal for us. It was not normal.
They were like, oh, Africa. So they're just hot all the time.
Yeah. Nice to meet you guys. It was nice joining you guys.
Yes, thank you, Mokai.
Mokai, we love you. And come see us, okay? We'll look at plane tickets. It'll be great.
Yes. See you guys soon.
Okay.
Maybe in Rwanda.
Yeah, we'll meet up in
Go
Rwanda.
get the plane. Go get the plane.
Bye, Mokai.
It's just like a 30 drive from Rwanda to South Africa. 30-hour drive.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a big continent.
Yeah, it's a huge continent. Don't look at the maps they show you there. It's a lie.
No, he's serious.
It's right. It's true.
It's all skewed.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you, Mokai.
Aloha.
Yeah, there's a
I cut off his aloha.
Japanese cartographer, Kozakawa maybe. He recently did a proper 2-scale map.
I love that.
Look it up.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
You probably.
What's the name of the guy?
Kuzukawa?
Yeah, something close to that. Just put in new 2-scale modern Japanese map, potentially by Kozakawa. Or just leave the name out. That'll probably...
Okinawa? No. Kozakawa. Interesting. Yeah. Lil Funk Monkey tuned in for that whole thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Thanks for sticking around this afternoon. That was awesome. Chad Okrish is not going to be bringing his guitar with him later on tonight.
Let's talk about
I was like, are
active
you one of
listening.
those people that like noodles
Oh, right.
while you're talking? And he's like, no, just noodling, no talking.
Right.
Yeah. Out of this building?
Yeah.
Here, segue out.
This is a thanks for coming and participating, sharing your perspective on the story.
Super enlightening. Great to be around this community. It was super positive, great vibes. It was great to just interact with those different guests, and yeah, super fun time. Thanks everyone.
Tell people to give us money.
Yo, $5 a month. I'm about to go when I get home and sign up. Called off from work because I'm not feeling great, but
Right on. Post-Orthodoxy.com. You can come and donate. We're in the middle of our mad drive. How long have we been going today?
We're at
5.5 hours so far. We still got another 2.5 hours to go. Thanks for riding along with us.
I didn't even know I was there from the start. I thought you guys were there for a longer time.
You've been here for 5 hours.
Have I? Wow. Time's Anyway, thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
for
you.
playing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Have a good evening, Aaron, and thanks for your questions and input. That was fucking fun.
I handed that to you
'Kay.
because it shows the map maker and the
and how he folded the planet up.
here. I think it's Hirajami Narukawa. Did you? Oh, I had it right where it needed to be.
Oh, okay.
You need me to find it again?
No,
It's
I got
right
it.
in
I
the
got
middle.
it.
Okay.
Narukawa.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I found one, but I'm gonna go look up Narukawa's.
Okay. Yeah, and then I mean, when you see Brazil and Africa, you're like, oh.
So I'll show you guys the one that I found, and we'll see if this is it. I mean, it's not super impactful. It's just like, okay, that's the spread out planet, I guess.
Yeah, but when you look at it to ratio, you're correct in that image. But for those that are interested, look up this image, you see the proper size of things. You see how much smaller and bigger places are, and why those countries that are much larger or smaller either
maybe have like opinions about stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Orthograph map. Wow. And it shows you how you can print it and cut it and fold it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's kind of cool. Yeah. Theory of Earth Design System. Mokai says, so much fun. Thanks. It was nice to chill on a Sunday. I'll catch up on YouTube tomorrow. Aloha.
Yeah.
So cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really cool.
What time is Mr. Okrish coming in?
Theoretically, 6 p.m.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so why don't we talk about the thing, Mark?
Oh, okay. Well, what we were getting back to earlier about...
I'm going to listen on my phone. I have to go get a little snack.
Of course.
Yeah, go have a dinner. We'll start rotating out.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this will be fun to do with you because you're the one that introduced me to this subject.
Oh, right. It was my question.
It was your question when you were asking questions about what could create the conditions that gave us the Holocaust.
Right.
So I'm going to jump to that specific section, and we're going to go through this really quick.
Right, because I was kind of like, all right, so Hitler, before I started watching this Nazi documentary on the airplane to Hawaii.
Right.
And it was going into like, okay, Hitler was... so distracting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Yeah.
He's like, Hitler was a beloved politician before the whole Nazi thing came to the public eye. Like he was beloved. Like there are pictures of him traveling the countryside and children giving him flowers. Like
there were multiple stages. So his first attempt before he was arrested and sent to prison and wrote Mein Kampf. Mm-hmm. So he was actually
his first attempt at politics.
Yes, that's right. From the putsch. So he was kind of marginalized and insignificant. So mixed with his jail stint and coming out of that, we'll go through those maneuverings. Okay. But yeah, you brought it up correctly.
But yeah, I was like, okay, so maybe Hitler was always a psychopath. We'll never know. We can go back and evaluate his writings and his behaviors all we want.
Sure.
But we can't actually look at his neurological typology and decide whether he was born a psychopath or not. But he could have been a ranting, raving, psychopathic lunatic, and nobody would have listened to him if the country hadn't been in a position to want what he was serving.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And so I was like, everybody on the left right now is saying you cannot compare the COVID concentration camps to the Nazi concentration camps.
Yeah.
Or the Japanese concentration camps that the U.S. did during the World Wars. They're like, you can't compare it. It's not the same. If you do, then you hate the Jews. Mm-hmm. And once you get labeled anti-Semite, like you just kind of drop off the shelf of the world.
Yeah.
So, but when we look around at what's been going on for the last 2 years, we are headed like... The Holocaust didn't start with people in gas chambers and concentration camps.
That's right.
The Holocaust started with ideologies. It started with neighbors thinking they were doing the right thing.
Mixed with an economy that was so bad. It was putting people under tremendous strain.
And that's what I was asking. I was like, what was going on in Germany at the time that had all of these neighbors thinking that they were doing the right thing by sending their neighbors off and away somewhere?
Yeah.
What was going on? There was something going on because this comes from me breaking away from my Christian shell, which says that people are born basically broken and sinful and don't deserve anything and can't do good things without God's help.
That's right.
And I'm breaking away from that, and I'm like, what I've actually observed in the world is that human beings are born basically good. And if given the opportunity and when they're free from stressors, they will generally choose to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Which is not what I was raised with. And so I'm like, in a world where people will generally choose to do the right thing if they can.
Yes, that's right.
Something fuckish must have been going on.
Certainly.
For people, they didn't think, like there weren't a bunch of German neighbors and Polish neighbors and neighbors in all these other countries that were thinking like, oh yeah, I'm totally going to send the Jacobitzes to the gas chamber. That's a great idea. Honey, let's pass me the pie.
Yeah,
you know,
right, sure.
like they thought they were, whatever they thought was going on, they had been, one, brainwashed into not knowing the whole story.
Sure.
And two, something was going on where shit was so bad in some way, somewhere, that they thought sending some of their neighbors away to camps would solve the problem.
Yeah.
Which is very, very similar to something that we've been seeing going on in countries like Australia today with COVID.
Right.
The people believe that shit is so bad that sending our neighbors away to camps to be locked up will make it better.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Right.
Including them.
Yeah.
And so that's what I asked you.
Yeah, so
that's
you're
the
what,
economist.
Yeah, so
you're the
that's,
guy.
So this is my answer. This is what I discovered.
And you were like, shit, I have to go look at it now.
Yeah. So just stop me whenever you want to or need to, because this is going to be the fastest, easiest way for people to hear the answer to your initial question, which I found very interesting and was naive to. So the armistice of 1918, the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, eventually turns into the Treaty of Versailles, and that's what ends World War I. The central powers were Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire.
Which doesn't exist anymore.
No, it doesn't. It's the remnants of Turkey and its influence area and Turkish-heavy areas. And Bulgaria. So Article 231 was known as the War Guilt Clause.
War guilt?
Yes, War Guilt Clause, Article 231. This forces Germany to accept full responsibility for the damage it caused to the Allied countries. And they were forced to pay reparations. So I believe the Allied countries were the Russians, the British, and the French.
Right. We used to be allies with Russia, like not a long time ago.
So it forced Germany to accept full responsibility.
Not even us. This was World War I, so the U.S.
End
was
of
not
World
involved.
War I.
I mean,
not directly, but we
theoretically,
ended up.
Theoretically, we were not involved.
And they were forced to reduce its military and pay a lot of money to Britain, France, and Russia.
Germany was.
Yes, the Germans. That's right. The British economist John Maynard Keynes was very vocal in criticizing how harsh the deal was. He knew it was going to be impossible to satisfy.
What the Allies were asking for at this time was something that was, one might say, what is that thing called? Unjust punishment.
It was just overly harsh. That amount of money could not have been paid in any realistic manner.
Yeah, okay.
So on November 9th, 1918, the Kaiser Wilhelm, who was the premier of Germany, and the Prince of Baden, they both abdicated their thrones.
Okay.
So German royalty steps down and turns it over. They were very fearful of being assassinated, like Franz Ferdinand. So they stepped down off and abdicated their thrones. They were felt really in danger of revolt. So they turned government function over to the Socialist Democratic Party in Germany.
So this was like the end of royalty in Germany.
That's right.
They just voluntarily, they were like, you know what? I don't want to be the one guy that everybody gets mad at during this economic crisis we're about to go into.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So, and there just had been the assassination of...
That started World War I.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the Socialist Democratic Party is what becomes the Nazi Party, yes? Friedrich Ebert and Philipp Scheidmann, they were the majority of the recognized parties. They are basically who took over German policy from Kaiser Wilhelm. There was a lot of turmoil during that transition. There were 29 recognized political parties in Germany at the time.
I'll see if I can find that graph because they showed that on the Hitler documentary I was watching, and it was like, that's a lot. Like, we think shit is fucked with only 2 political parties.
Yeah. So they were all fighting with each other, and the deadliest battles were between the communists and the Socialist Freikorps. Oh, this led to the murder of Rosa Luxemburg and many others. The communists, the socialists started killing the communists. And on top of that, the Socialist Freikorps, if I remember correctly, was like a militant militia organization.
Freikorps,
Yes.
not FRY, not
right.
like French fries.
Yeah.
Like Freikorps.
That's right.
Okay.
So
wait, so what about the Freikorps?
They were a militant. They were armed. They were an armed group, if I remember correctly.
An armed political party?
Yes, that's
Okay,
exactly
okay.
right. So they created a coalition government, and it gave rise to the National Socialists, the Nazi Party, and led to the creation of the Weimar government, because they were finally able to form a coalition to govern in a unified manner.
So for the first time, really, all of Germany was under the same government.
A majority of the
Sort of.
government, right.
Right.
There weren't a lot of realistic dissidents that
Right.
were in politics. The National Socialist Party, I believe, if I remember the math correctly, had about a 65% majority in the government.
And the National Socialist Party was not the Nazi Party.
No, it did. At the creation of Weimar, it was the Nazi Party. Yes.
Okay. So at the creation of Weimar,
Yes.
royalty abdicates, Weimar is created, there are a million political
Political
parties.
mess. Yeah. Political mess.
And
Chaos.
Is the National Socialist the same as the Democrat Socialist Party?
The Democratic Socialists, through the infighting, once they were able to form a coalition, that's who became the Nazi National Socialist Democratic Party. Yes.
Okay.
Right. The Nazi Party was formed out of this coalition government, which was able to create Weimar.
Okay, gotcha.
So reparations were placed at a preposterous 132 billion marks. Reparations plus previous debt from the financing of World War I. So obviously the Germans borrowed a lot of money to get into the war in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be a thing where people had to actually pay for war. They couldn't just put it on a blank fake Fed credit card. You actually had to owe people money and come up with stuff. Plus not being able to import as many goods because of sanctions, and the devaluation of the Deutschmark, plus a decline in agriculture, normal working Germans were placed into a pressure cooker of precarity. Life for them was very precarious.
Because the government had to pay back the Allies all this money in war reparations.
Yes, that's exactly
right. That was their spanking.
Right. Yes.
The German government got spanked financially, and the people paid the price.
So now the Germans think their only tool that they have is to print their way out of it. So in January of 1923, bread was 250 Deutschmarks. By November of 1923, a loaf of bread was 100,000 million marks. So
holy
100,000 million. So January 250. By November,
it just
100,000 million marks. There were banknotes being printed that had a value of 50 trillion marks. One note, 50 trillion.
Wow.
So Gustav Stresemann renegotiated reparation payments. So this is like their newly appointed finance minister. It may have even given him the highest position in the party. So Gustav Stresemann, he renegotiates reparation payments, borrows a lot of money from American banks called the Dawes Plan. This would lead to a lot of ties between American companies like Ford, the banks, oil companies, where you end up having American firms financing and supplying the Nazis in World War II.
IBM.
Yes, because they had just given them a bunch of money, so you have to bet on them to win, or else how are they going to pay you back if they go broke and have to pay reparations again? So you have private firms in the United States just being private firms and financing both sides.
President Bush's Bush's father was one of those big investors.
Prescott.
Prescott Bush. A lot of the family fortune was built off of the Nazis.
Yeah.
It was built off Prescott Bush investing in the Nazi Party.
What was happening in Germany?
That's right. So with things getting a little bit better because Stresemann was able to revalue the currency and stop the hyperinflation.
Little Funk Monkey says, it's a trap.
Yeah, right, exactly. So from 1924 to 1928, this really pissed off Hitler and the nationalists, right? Because they had a more right-wing conservative viewing of things, and this reduced their power because people became more moderate again, because things are okay. People have food to eat, things are getting a little bit better, I'm going back to work.
So wait, there was a massive crash.
Yes.
What did they do to fix the value of the mark?
Stresemann brought down, he capped the reparation payments to the people that they owed money to, the Russians, British, and French. He renegotiated and capped those payments much lower to something that would be sustainable. He revalued the currency, which stopped the hyperinflation. So he got rid of the hyperinflation, and then he started taking all kinds of cash that
from other countries,
from
other
Americans,
investors,
mostly Americans,
which also helped value the mark.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Which helped, and the overall economy began to grow again.
So the citizens start feeling a little better again.
Yes, so their politics get more moderate, which Hitler was not. So if it continued to be prosperous, he would have had no justification.
It would erode his power.
That's exactly right. So, so they started telling everyone that it was American banks, Jews and American Jews and Jewish banks that were flooding their country with dirty money, and it was going to turn out really bad for everybody. So he started.
So when things were already getting better, he started a smear campaign?
Yes, that's exactly right.
What do you think his goal was in starting? Like, what was he trying to keep the German citizens from knowing by smearing them with this idea that it was Jews and American Jews causing a problem, even though things were getting better?
I don't know Hitler well enough as a politician to not know if he didn't really believe that. That the Germans had got a raw deal.
Yeah.
And if they put him back into power, his focus would be Germans and Germany and not foreign banks, and he would just forego paying any reparations.
He was a hyper-nationalist.
Yes.
Fuck everyone else.
Fuck every other country and everybody else except for us because we're the best, and we've just been given a bad deal.
Right.
And if you just leave us alone, we're going to be back to our former glory.
Germans again.
And maybe he really believed that, and maybe
make Germany great again.
Maybe he just saw that as a very intellectual political pathway towards being in power,
to gaining power.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to be.
Nationalism is a unifying force,
right? Yeah. Especially when Germany's been so fucked with by everyone outside.
Yeah. So this is when he attempted the beer hall putsch and tried an assassination campaign to consolidate power, and then that's when Hitler got arrested and went to prison for 8 months and wrote Mein Kampf.
It's interesting because you say Spanish words so appropriately, like chorizo and stuff like that, and then you say beer hall putsch.
Right.
Like, no. That's not what it is.
I'm not German.
Beer hall putsch.
You're welcome to help me out on all my Eastern European stuff whenever you want. Yeah, I'm an Irish Mexican. I don't do everyone else's accent so great.
Oh, come on, Mark.
I do okay with Italian. So the German nationalists, or Nazis, never really went away. They didn't go away. He was in prison. There was just barely enough social cohesion to paper over it for a little while, with better economic conditions by the masterful work of the finance minister, Mr. Stresemann. Then on October 4th, 1929, Stresemann died of a stroke suddenly.
Ooh.
And then just a few weeks later, on October 23rd, that's when the Germans were hit by the stock market crash in the United States. So things had only been better for 4 years.
The Great Depression crash where people were throwing themselves out of buildings here.
Yes, that's exactly right. It was a global banking crisis.
Oh.
So things were only barely getting a little bit better in Germany from 24 to 28. Now here's 1929. The architect of things getting a little bit better dies, and then Great Depression crash. So that's when the entire world went into a recession, and Germany was hit really hard because it was just barely recovering, and it was being financed through loans by American banks. So you can see Americans had a rooting interest to get their money back from Germany, which led to
another crash.
Which led to it led to a lot of Nazi entanglements with American firms.
We'll get your money back.
Yeah, exactly. So during the course of World War II, so you had Americans basically financing and supplying both sides to get rich and position themselves as what would become the new hegemonic order, supplanting the Brits. Unemployment went from 1 million after the crash, in Germany to 6 million by 1933.
Nobody could afford to hire anybody.
Yeah, exactly. The Nazis then, at that next election, after unemployment hitting 6 million, they got 38% of the vote. Once again, due to economic strife, which was enough for them to be the majority
when you have
player.
that many parties, that's the majority.
That's exactly right. So in the 1932 elections, Hitler had enough of the vote to position himself and his nationalist ideology to later consolidate power, which he did partly by a false flag operation at the attack and the burning of the Reichstag. So
Hitler's group burnt the Reichstag.
It was a false flag.
Yeah.
In order to drive even more sympathy,
nationalism,
yes,
and something that everyone could get behind.
Right. Who supposedly burnt the Reichstag?
Well, I mean, I think
it was a psyop.
Yeah, it was a psyop. It was done within. I don't know if it was done within the SS directly or a different wing
or outsourced.
But the people thought.
People smarter than me that know more about this, it seems to be a general consensus that it could have been likely an inside job.
Yeah.
So on top of the Reichstag, economic stuff kept getting worse, and then voila, Hitler. There you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
People were so they'd been traumatized. They were like, we need a fucking savior.
Yeah.
Stonefruit hits the nail on the head. 9/11 was the post-Soviet Reichstag fire.
Yeah, well, it's dangerous to say that, but it's out there, and it's problematic.
Yeah. Some people have said.
Yeah, there's a lot of breadcrumbs on that one, right? That only go one direction.
Yes.
I want to jump into that story at some point, but I don't think we're going to have enough time to open up that.
No, let's stick with the Hitler thing. We're sticking with when well-meaning neighbors in the modern age.
That's what started it. Thank you.
Are so concerned about what's going on that they decide it's perfectly fine and in fact probably a good idea to send their neighbors away to a camp for everyone's well-being.
Right.
They're doing it a little differently.
Why? Yeah, like there was a point when that was all that was happening in Germany as well in the 30s.
Well, and 40s. It also overlaps and coincides directly. This is also when Italy gets Mussolini.
And I don't know anything about Mussolini.
Same conditions
other than his name.
Same conditions in Italy. There are a lot of older Italians that still have fond thoughts of Mussolini, who was a fascist.
Mm-hmm. But they loved him because he saved their country, I'm guessing.
And fed people and made things better. Yeah.
Right.
This nationalist, make America great again, this nationalist rhetoric.
Empower me to be able to take care of my goddamn family.
That's it. Nationalism is born of horrible economic conditions so often.
Repeatedly.
Yes.
Like, historically, we can see that pattern.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say probably being swept into closely held ideologies in the opposition to other people is very similar to nationalism. It's like modern day nationalism.
Well, this is like the open question right now. You know, normal people say, sometimes normal, well-meaning people, we have to do something about China. But what's the something? You play the PSYOPs video. The something is we're going to go to war with them and bomb them into submission. And
ridiculous.
And so, and
if we could have done that, we would have tried it.
I mean, I think it's important for people to start considering the idea that fighting wars in this hundreds-year-old way doesn't benefit anyone but bankers and nation states that gain power and wealth and access to resources.
Yes.
The planet's only so big. You're not going to be able to crusade style get on horses and just keep robbing people. I mean, there needs to be a very serious conversation because economics are global. And I think Americans are going to be very weirded out by the fact that when the economy gets so bad here, all this rhetoric about let's do something about China, where do you think all that money's going to go when they don't believe in here anymore? Their money is going to leave New York and it's going to go directly to China. Those supply lines are so integrated. I mean, Elon Musk can't do business without China.
No.
I mean, probably 20% of Chinese GDP is American firms doing business there.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is what I'd love to see. What do you hear something out there?
You went like that, and I thought that meant somebody was outside, and I needed.
Oh no,
to let
I was.
them in.
Lil Funk Monkey was saying peace is made with peace.
Yeah.
Like we don't. Like this is similar to my
humanitarian intervention means bomb people.
Yeah,
Right.
No. If we want peace, we would have to actually do that first.
Yeah,
we would have to do that instead of doing the other things. You
Well,
know,
I mean,
know it's
just
a naive and reductionist thing to say, or naive, and I know it's reductionist, but at the core of it, like someone has to choose to not react with violence.
We had a presidential candidate that I liked. I got to meet when I was in Hawaii, Dennis Kucinich.
Oh, sure.
And part of his platform was like, we have war because we have a Department of War. Yeah. We need to also have a Department of Peace and start transferring resources. That was his platform.
Yeah, we need diplomats.
We're not going to have peace unless we work on it.
Yeah.
And there's no department working on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When all you have is a hammer, all you see is nails.
That's it.
Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, we need it would be if we could reimagine like a world that was actually moving. I mean, and this is where you start saying stuff like this and people are like, "Oh no, globalization." And it's like, "Okay, but are our only two options toxic globalization and eternal war? Are those really our only I think everything's a spectrum. I feel like
those
somewhere
might be the battling shamans.
We could go further on the spectrum towards globalization, but not in a toxic amount, and maybe start working with each other.
Have you looked into the World Economic Forum's like their website sales pitch for why we should be excited about the Great Reset? Have you gone down that rabbit hole at all?
I haven't.
Oh, it's worth going down because the videos with like really, I like the way that Stuart was talking about the music. It's the same music. It's this sort of like somebody might be doing yoga somewhere to this music, and there's like these really glossy videos that show you the Great Reset, and it shows like people who don't have limbs as cyborgs because of science. We figured out how to connect you. We're bettering everything, right?
Yeah.
And that's the sales pitch, and it's like that's fucking great.
Yeah.
Like, if we're going to think about maybe the best things that could happen from here on. Right now, I think we're a little small in our imagination of what could be.
Right.
But if we were to actually go forward, I think it's worth looking at the proposal by the World Economic Forum.
Not in like a creepy way.
I think there are some, they're telling us the stuff we want to hear, and there's a layer we're not hearing.
Yeah.
But the stuff they're wanting us to hear, I think, is worth hearing.
But
the problem is they're talking about a Star Trek level society.
Yeah.
Except it's not egalitarian.
Right.
It's
Except
not run,
the elite will run. They are the global stakeholders, as they call themselves, and everybody else is really just cattle that they need to go along with this story.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
But what they're proposing, whether they're going to do it or not, I think we should be reading in that and at least have it in our heads.
Yeah.
That's something we could do, and maybe without oligarchs.
Well, and this is why I found Stewart's benevolent dictator. Like, he seemed truly optimistic about that, and I took him at his word. So, and I mean, we might not have a choice but to let them come off that way, and then just hope that they actually do what they're going to say they're going to do. Like, a benevolent dictator might be the only olive branch and choice that they offer us. And if it makes things even a little bit better than it is now, who's going to say anything about that? I mean, if
our expectations are real low.
Yeah, and I think they've made it that way.
Yeah,
we really have
we'll
been.
take anything now.
Anything.
Yeah,
we really have been fattened up for slaughter, right? So
I'm seriously thinking about trying to immigrate to be a refugee in England so I can get a free ticket to Rwanda and a setup. Yes. Like, things are a little rough in America, too.
I mean, any patch of land that I can call mine and cultivate is like, they really are going to, but like now Bill Gates is the largest farmland. Like, where's the land? I mean, there's so much private or captured land that doesn't belong to anyone. And then the stuff that they do make available are just all these hideous suburbs everywhere with mini malls as far as the eye can see, because that's where they want you to go to, like, you know, pay all the taxes and eat all the burgers and like just do the thing. Like, so it's basically our panopticon, you know, like even if you're doing okay, when you live that way, you're still kind of in an open air prison. There's not a lot of spectrum there. You don't have a lot of freedom. I mean,
as John Trudell called it, an industrial reservation.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, like, right, you're on a commercial reservation.
Yeah.
It's no longer even industrial. Well, like, yeah.
Industrial scale.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We're the machines in that industry.
But I completely agree with you that you have to listen to what they're saying. It's like when the general public doesn't read the OPEC reports, right? Like, I mean, they put it out there. Gas prices aren't a mystery. Like, they told you what they were going to do right at the beginning of COVID. They said they were going to slash production to keep prices high, because they weren't going to
Because they want to keep making a profit.
They want to keep making a profit. They weren't just going to get scalped on the most important commodity on the planet Earth.
We're going to get scalped.
So they said, you know, we're going to slash production. Like, so when things loosen up and everything goes back to normal and people just want to go out and have a drink and eat.
Or fly to visit their friends in South Africa.
And drive or fly or you can't just turn that stuff back on in an instant.
Here's the Great Reset trailer.
Oh, this is the pitch.
Oh, great.
Elevator pitch.
Oh. This one was put out... God, it doesn't say when.
Yeah, because you changed it, fuckers.
It doesn't say when this was published. That's weirding me out. Here's the scary version of the thing.
Yeah.
Now we're going to show you the pretty version of the thing.
Machines will solve everything.
Oh, listen to that music.
That's you.
Why are they all wearing masks? See, this one makes me feel as if it was made recently.
Yeah, definitely.
Pepe.
This is a different one than pandemic.
This is a post-pandemic trailer. What are they trying to say?
They're saying if we get all the humans off the planet into reservations, then the planet will heal itself.
Huh.
I think is what they're saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All
Yeah,
right.
stay in your little Japanese style pod.
Yeah.
With a virtual reality thing on your face,
And Bill
hanging out
Gates-
on Meta all day.
Yeah.
So you don't get the next pandemic, get every single vaccine that we tell you. You're in a permanent lockdown. It's scary out here anyway. And if you do come out, we're going to psyops you.
Yeah.
This should be illegal. It doesn't say when this video was posted.
That's weird.
Wow.
I like some of their earlier ones where
Yeah.
they actually have like various people from various departments explaining. They're like departments of the Great Reset. So this is tech. This is like social manipulation. This is, farming and industry. This is energy. This is, and all these. And the climate crisis, well, they don't call it that. What do they call it? Global warming chapter, people who work on that story. And it's a little... there's a premise that they say sometimes and then they pull back and delete. And the premise is that, which I like to entertain, the premise is that we are not done evolving. We are merging with machines and we can become gods. And let's hurry up. So let's stop doing all the other stuff, all this religion stuff. All this, like, whatever day jobs. Let's get rid of all that stuff and figure out how to be immortal gods by merging with our next stage of evolution technology. I think that's the main point.
I mean, if they really do that, instead of like, just letting us be serfs again, like, look at, and this is my only pessimism toward it, because I like your idea too, and it might be our only choice. So my question about adopting and buying into the benevolent overlord is we don't even have a seat at the table. Like, what would we negotiate?
I'm not a stakeholder.
Yeah, they would just be telling us what we're gonna get. They'll be like, here's your $2,500 credit to your account, where we already know it's going because your rent is this. This is where you're gonna live. Like, this is how much food we think you're going to eat. These are the restaurants. They have it all worked out. Like, this is what your car costs, or this is how you're going to get around. We might even not be allowed to have cars. Like, who knows what it looks like? If it makes life better, this was the idea of Adam Smith, classical economics. Like, they knew the Industrial Revolution was coming.
That's what it is. Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, right. So the last time that this was discussed in a serious manner, the classical economist automatically assumed that capitalism would lead toward socialism. They thought that machines and technology would become so advanced, there would seriously be like a 4-hour-a-day, 4-day-a-week work week.
Yes.
People would be able to explode in other areas.
Leisure and pursuit of happiness.
Getting rid of the rental class. So now that we've allowed the rentiers to take over again with finance capital, they don't care what we think or say about anything. They have no reason to do this, really. So that's the only thing that makes me wonder, like, are all these greedy people really that nice? Like, look what they've done the last 120 years, right? It's been a lot of murder. It's been a lot of financial crashes. It's been a lot of war. So what's just going to make them stop doing what they're doing that they've been doing for like...
Why would they stop?
Why would they stop?
They're just going to keep making money.
Yeah.
So this is what came out 3 years ago, pre-COVID, and pre the Great Reset, which was Wikipedia wants us all to know the Great Reset is the name
of a book.
No.
Oh.
No, it's the name of the World Economic Forum meeting in 2020. Not anything else.
Oh, shut up. It's the name of a book from 2016.
Nope. For context, you need to know. So these are the possibilities that are supposed to be amazing and would be amazing if we feel as though we're in control of them.
Access to technology. Access.
Not control of.
Right. We'll let you know when you can have it.
Yes.
And how much it costs.
And you may not have access if.
You may have limited access.
Yeah, if you're naughty, we'll shut you off.
Maybe stop being assholes. Whoa, go away, all of you things. Wow, those things popped up really early. Anyway, the World Economic Forum is real. It exists, and they're doing the thing, whether we are involved or not.
Yeah,
so,
they're programming the next reality.
Well, and that's why I think Dark and Adrian had such a good point around this, right? Like, Dark keeps saying on a very practical level, let's really sink our teeth into this because they have some good tactics and they have good marketing. Like, let's take this on.
The train is taking off. Why not find a way to jump on some way?
Yeah, and so then Adrian also says earlier today, anything you see that's a problem or the fear or the issue, empower yourself. Take that on. Use it to grow. You can turn it its opposite direction.
It's what the Buddhists call turning poison into medicine.
Yes.
It has the other side.
Right. It has the
Work
other
some
side.
magic and flip it.
Yeah, and we know that, right? Like,
yeah, the World Economic Forum is those are commercials for upper middle management, basically, because what they're talking about are programs that are being implemented. They have the World Economic Forum had the Young Leadership Initiative, where they trained the head of New Zealand and the head of Canada and
Jacinda.
I think it was Macron, maybe too. These world leaders came out of one of Klaus's schools, where he has a plan.
Justin Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau. They're enacting the World Economic Forum plan. These videos are like commercials for people just below that station.
So you can accept it and swallow it.
So you can accept it
and
because
you feel good about participating.
This is why we're killing these local businesses to revamp the blah 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 because it's for the bigger. The highway's coming through. That's really what it is. This highway is coming through.
Yeah,
and it's teaching people, but it's not on the news. A lot of people still don't know what the World Economic Forum is. They don't know about the Great Reset. They don't know.
It's not sci-fi.
That it's not sci-fi. It sounds like mad scientist stuff. Yeah. Everybody knows Davos a little bit, but they don't know what that means.
Or what it does. Yeah, sure.
Is that just some business people having a meeting? Yeah. No, they are planning the business of Earth without your input. So we started off the show in 2019 often saying we no longer live in a democracy or a democratic republic. We live in an oligarchy with unlimited political bribery in the phrase of Jimmy Carter, former president. He's like, we're not there. Right. So as long as we're like waiting for the election to that whole premise is fucking moot.
Yeah.
You're managed by investment firms. And there's still this weird illusion that we're doing something, or that we have some kind of power, or that if we elect the right person, things will change. I think it's unfortunate that we still suffer that. When the website is up, basically saying, nope, we're designing it doesn't matter who you vote for and who votes.
Yeah.
We're designing the thing that they are then going to sell to you. But it's not your idea. That's the part that kind of gives me the I don't like prescription without my input.
Sure.
So I feel like it's nice to know the things that they're talking about, and it would be nice to know if we had some sort of transparency in who was dictating reality to us.
Yeah.
I feel like I would like a little premise of the country has me feeling that way,
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for putting all of that work into the early Germany economy thing.
Yeah.
I have a structure in my brain now.
Well, and this happens repeatedly, right? We can do this every single country, every single time. Follow the money, connect it to the date. The politics will match the level of fear and stress. I mean, the solutions happen over and over again. The formula of problems happen over and over again. The tension that leads to the big war engagements happens over and over again. So follow the money, follow the money, follow the money.
Stone Fruit's been commenting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Funk Monkey made a good point, too, about
Can we, go
food
back?
insecurity. And I would say to that, I mean, this gets into the Bill Gates situation, right? What the hell is he going to do making all this food, especially when he's so concerned about vaccines and medicine?
Overpopulation.
So what kind of food is Bill Gates going to be producing?
Or maybe he's just buying them and he's not going to do anything with them.
So
maybe he's going to be a nice guy and turn it into the best
all green spaces,
biodome organic farm. I doubt that.
This is World Economic Forum. This is what they want to do. They want to have people stop eating meat.
Right.
They want to end meat because that's the story that we've been conditioned with for a long time.
Is that meat is killing the environment.
Cow farts are killing us.
Right.
So they want us to stop eating meat, and they want to integrate in other kinds of protein into our diet, like bugs.
Yeah, right.
So the idea, and so so the story is that the tactic would be to create artificial scarcity, so that you were forced to try the thing that doesn't sound palatable.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And then suddenly, is this a psyops or not? Suddenly, like 25, 26 food distribution and manufacturing facilities had industrial accidents where they were fires or airplanes crashed. Like, that seems like that's a crazy story.
Yeah.
The fact that 3 airplanes have crashed into 3 food processing plants in the last 6 months, and I guess there's some kind of magnetism where planes are drawn. Like, what the fuck is that?
Right. Do you want to take a moment, look at
Stone Fruit?
Yeah.
Complex society is entering slow but total social and ecological collapse, and we will die back to Neolithic population levels. He's not making food, though, just buying the land. Yes.
Yeah.
Jason Skiles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exploding cost.
So, yes, that story of all the food processing plants being burned. And then here's the rhetoric. People are like, oh, my God, all these things are caught on fire. They're like, and then they pull one out and say, a potato processing plant. Oh, no, what are we going to do without potato chips?
Right.
I don't know what's going on with the whole thing, but it feels a little odd and seems like it would be newsworthy.
Absolutely.
Instead,
especially at a time of skyrocketing food costs.
So whenever I published a list of the plants that had burned. We said this earlier, but there's more to the story.
Yeah.
We published a list of plants that had been burned or exploded or had airplanes crashed into them.
Yeah.
I had it on my story on Facebook. I added no commentary. Over time, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, I wake up and then Facebook says, we're kicking you down the list for 90 more days because you spread misinformation. Now, I Googled all those plants. Those are all things that happened. So I didn't spread misinformation. But they connected it with other people who had shared that. Here's an example of the misinformation. And it's somebody who shared it and said Biden was bombing the clinics because he's trying to do So that's what they were saying was the misinformation, was that, and this is how they explained it away. Is they're like, he only said there's going to be a food scarcity shortage 3 months ago, and these have been going on for 6 months. So obviously, that was the retarded, the insane leap of logic of like, well, he couldn't have said he's not a part of the conspiracy because it happened before he said it on a podium. You fool. You should be removed from the dialogue.
Wow.
And this is why we're having additional problems with our listenership. So yeah, that's a crazy story. Stone Fruit. Indian Point nuclear plant is only 30 miles from Manhattan. If, quote, they, unquote, really want to damage America, they could have crashed into that and made the Northeast uninhabitable for the rest of human existence. Endless war, manufactured scarcity stole the utopia we could have had for around 300 years, and now we're all out of resources, have too many people. That's the story.
Yeah. So, and then Jason adds he's buying railroad interests as well, probably referring to Gates and his consolidation of supply lines. So he's trying to take over complete supply lines.
This is some of the deeper WEF initiative, is they do actually want to turn this is the sales pitch. They want to save the planet, right?
Right, yeah.
So basically, open areas of all parts of the world are basically going to become like global preservation.
Growing zones. Yeah.
Not
right.
even growing zones,
Sure,
just
yeah.
like humans can't go here anymore.
Yeah,
And
right.
they literally are designing a world where we are limited to an area
Yeah.
where we don't damage the environment anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I've only briefly seen or gone over the Agenda 21 thing, but I think they showed at some point the actual map of what the zones would be
Right.
and where we're not going to be allowed to go.
I wonder how those zones coincide with Bill Gates' recent purchases.
Oh,
I wonder if that's,
that'd
I
be
don't
kind
know.
of neat. Yeah, I haven't looked.
He might, I think he's heard of Agenda 21. Maybe he has some early insight into.
Yeah.
It feels like they're chopping up the world for themselves.
Yeah.
To have like statewide estates to do whatever the fuck they want and become gods.
Yeah, and we have no influence whatsoever of what that's going to look like. And if we aren't open to having new thoughts and conversations with each other, we're really not going to like. We're already watching a car crash in slow motion. Like they're going to be fine. It's going to get really tough for normal people. That's just what's going to happen. Living standards in the United States are going to continue to decline for most people. So,
and then we'll take anything.
Yeah, exactly. So
that sounds like good social engineering. If you need to change everything and have a great reset and redesign the world, starve them and then give them a little air, and they'll be so grateful for you.
Yeah, give them a free can of air a month.
Yeah,
so they get an extra breath.
Yeah. My God, so lucky. Our benevolent overlords.
Yeah. You get an extra case of water.
Right. It's not far from that. We're laughing. You know, like I think I'm really surprised at how quickly Idiocracy started to be less funny.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was really funny.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
never gonna
that was a goddamn
that
foreshadowing.
wasn't supposed to be a biography.
It was it's total foreshadowing.
It wasn't supposed to be an oracle.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. I'm going to look at my notes.
Follow the science. It's a critical thinking, terminating
the science
cliche.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thought terminating cliche.
Thought terminating cliche.
Yeah. Follow science. Literally completely the opposite of the scientific method.
Right. No, you discover. Yes.
Believe in science. You don't believe
our scientists.
In our science.
Yeah. It's like, there's other ones, dude.
Yeah.
Mark, did you have thoughts? Did you get to hear our freedom of speech episode from last Sunday?
I don't think so. Oh, yeah, just you two.
With the charts.
Yeah, I went through it. It was great. Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts or admonishments on the concept of empirically free expression?
I don't remember the chart.
Oh, no, I just mean the concept. Well, so most of the time when people are talking about freedom of speech,
right.
Most of the time when people are talking about freedom of speech,
yes,
they're referencing our legal rights as citizens of this country,
right.
You know? But I believe if we're looking at it in concentric circles, much like the circles of hell, that there's an all-encompassing circle beyond your legal right or not to freedom of speech that would be your empiric or natural right.
Sure.
To freedom of expression, as in
absolutely
a zebra can literally be pooped out on the planet and do whatever the fuck it wants its entire life. There will be consequences,
of course,
but it is free to self-express.
Absolutely.
And I believe humans are technically born with that, but are slapped almost immediately with not circle 3, which is legal freedom of expression limitations, but circles 2 and circle 1, which are colloquial and social.
Social, absolutely.
Yeah. So almost immediately a baby learns they cannot self-express
It's
freely.
the monkey see, monkey do thing, right?
Yeah. And then eventually they come up against the wall of legal self-expression rules.
Yeah.
You know, like in this job, men are not allowed to wear pencil skirts to work.
Which is ridiculous. Like if that's what he wants to wear, like so what? Like,
right. But when we take it into the context, but yes. And when we take it into the concept of should we, I mean, when you're talking about whether we should be allowed to discuss harmful data about COVID vaccines on Facebook, that's crossing all of those things.
Sure, right.
And so people just go into a tizzy trying to explain like whether you should have freedom of expression. Now, legally, when I signed up for Facebook, I agreed that I'm agreeing to Facebook's terms of service, which means
could be whatever the hell it wants,
whatever the fuck
mixed
Facebook
with
wants.
whatever the government coerces them into. Yeah,
Now, when Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden told Facebook and Twitter that they really should be censoring people talking against COVID mainstream stuff, that was in breach of our Constitution.
Right.
That was First Amendment problems, majorly.
Right.
Facebook saying you can't talk about that shit or we're going to spank you is not a First Amendment problem. It's not a legal right problem.
Correct. Yeah.
And so
but it is what you're getting at. It's the soul side. It violates being human. Yes. I was already born, so I have. When it comes to like expressing things, like once you're born, you're already here. So it's
say
like
that more ways.
Like you exist, so I have a very libertarian and anarchist feeling around that. It's like I am alive, so I will say whatever the hell I want unless it's vulgarly, blatantly, purposely, maliciously hurting and victimizing someone, or if I'm physically threatening someone. So other than that, as far as expression, doing drugs, whatever, if I'm not hurting another human being in any way, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do. Like, I'm going to...
What if...
I can sit in the middle of a room and, like, wank and, like, scream about government all day long or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter.
Not if you're that redheaded comedian, you can't.
Well, there was someone else in the room. Like that was like,
right.
Yeah, that's
in the middle of the room alone.
Oh
yes.
That is victimizing someone. So naughty. No, I do not advocate any creepy, weird, uninvited sex stuff.
Now we're getting into the definition of harm.
Sure. Right.
And the old phrase, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me, which we all know is absolutely false. We've all been hurt by words.
That's just what you tell kids to have them not have feelings.
Yeah, that's what you tell kids because you're paying your own trauma forward because you don't know how to deal with bullies.
Like, I would never force another human being to listen to me. Like, if they don't like what I'm saying, they can literally walk away. I'm not going to be like, hey, get back here.
I feel as though we deserve to have an organic internet community, an organic cyber neighborhood where people can choose to leave if they want to.
Yeah.
But what we have on our mainstream social media platforms right now is a place where people don't even get to make that choice. That choice has been taken away from them because they don't get to see what their neighbors are saying.
Sure.
So to take it back to you being like, people should be able to say whatever they want. What if you saying whatever you want encourages someone else to do a harmful act?
Or inspires.
They didn't even think it was a possibility, and now they're like, oh my God.
Then then the other person is unhealthy and nuts and not my problem. Like, they need to get that cleaned up. I have plausible deniability.
What do you think about this phrase, no victim, no crime?
I need that to go a little further.
I mean, it's a good catchphrase, but the problem is we've moved into a phase of human evolution in society where we are dealing with mental issues.
Sure.
We're not just dealing with my cow, my farm, my property line, my wife.
Yes.
It's not physical realm. It's not only physical realm anymore. Anytime a society evolves, it gets to the philosophical and mental state of its evolution where they're dealing with philosophical and mental problems. And then inevitably the crash comes shortly thereafter that. So no society has ascended to a Spock-like planet that we know of yet on this earth. But you can absolutely, I guess it gets into like responsibility. Like, fuck. I mean,
I am only
you
responsible
can say shit
for
to
me.
somebody. You can say shit to somebody that causes them to have a physically harmful reaction. Like, it's possible, because of the traumas we've all endured, that you could, being intentionally harmful or unintentionally, say something that someone has a reaction to out of a place of trauma that like.
But if I can induce that in someone, anyone could. It could just be a matter of timing. A person that's going to react in a really extreme, unhealthy, hurtful way to other human beings, whether I said it or not, that's just a matter of timing in that.
No, I'm talking about like if you say if I'm talking about like you saying something homophobic.
Yeah.
So
that's gross. I would not.
Your personal ethics, yes. But if
Right.
we're talking about empirical freedom of expression for human beings, do human beings have the right to say things that are homophobic intentionally?
If you're going to go with the spirit of the law.
I'd like to pick something maybe less touchy than homophobia or racism.
I mean, this could get me in trouble with the LGBTQ community, but I would say, unless they're like Hitler style advocating for violence or less human rights for gay people, if all they're saying is just like, I love Jesus, boo gay people, you're going to hell, I think it's gross and weird, please don't come kiss me or whatever.
Right.
Like who gives a shit? It's just some asshole. Like, you just don't have to listen to that. But if it goes further and they're like literally like ostracize gay people and take away their rights and they're not allowed to get married and they can't have kids, that's the line to me. That's victimizing people.
Right.
Like,
and under our current US and the UN legal definitions of human freedom of expression, humans, it follows the quote, your freedom to express yourself ends, your freedom to throw your fist ends before my face or ends at my face, however you think about it. So, so in the US and the UN, humans have a right to freedom of expression up to and before the moment where they are directly advocating for harm verbally. Yeah. So if you're directly advocating, advocating for harm, like we need to go and burn down this person's house right now, or like get your shovels, get your axes, drive them out of your neighborhoods, that sort of thing is illegal in the US.
Right. Well, I mean, it's like, even here, 60 or 70 years ago, hey, grab all the Japanese people and put them in a camp and take all their stuff. Like, it's spooky time. No more Japanese. Like,
I feel like we're in a position where we've been driven insane. Yeah. We're not a healthy culture. We're not, the whole point of being able to have a democratic republic is you have to have a reasonably informed populace, and we are actively disinformed.
Yes.
And so we're easily manipulated. And having that problem where I think there's the ideal of freedom of expression.
Yeah.
And then there's freedom of expression in a madhouse where there are no rules. Yeah. Like, yes, we should have that, but in this condition, and I think that's what a lot of logic is. Yeah. So when we were kicked off the radio station, the rumblings before they really moved to move us off is that what you're saying is dangerous, and I know what you're saying, but other people who are dumber than me might think something, and then their interpretation of your words might cause harm.
Yes.
So you should shut up.
Right.
So this is like, I get what they're saying.
Yeah.
But there's no backwards. Like, the more you do that, the more fragile people become.
Right.
And the less expression is going to be allowed.
Well, and that's why I get scared about all this identity politics and wokeism, because it's like, when are we allowed to have productive conversations if all we're ever talking about is maybe hurting someone's feelings, or even escalating and putting it in Ainsley's way? What if could be construed that you're literally endangering someone? So this is where it gets a little bit slippery and creeps me out and weirds me out, when the idea that I could say something that could inspire another human being to actually hurt someone. I think that's a slippery slope, and it's dangerous.
I think so too.
So I could see how the people that wait the censorship and let's be careful and hold hands and kumbaya everything, I could see how they could but what about January 6th?
Right.
But what about Hitler? But what about Asian hate? And what about gay people being attacked and beat up and stabbed to death? And yes, man, don't be a dick. Don't advocating to purposely hurt people is unhealthy. And I do think that's unacceptable. I just get scared of who decides what the line is, who decides what hurt is, who's the one getting hurt, where are they, what group are they in? So it's just, for me, and maybe it's just my perception as a middle-aged whitish guy that gets away with a lot of stuff and has a lot of privilege in my own life. Maybe that's all it is, because I'm so petrified of being vilified and ostracized and labeled a sexist or a racist or anti-gay or whatever at any second, and completely losing my livelihood and career and no one ever wanting to talk to me again.
Right.
So maybe it's just my fear of that, of wouldn't it be cool to be a free speech absolutist? Just don't advocate for murder? So maybe that's just my fear reaction of erring on the side of, I wish I was allowed to say more, not less. I do have good ideas about some stuff, and I'm not trying to hurt your feelings when I say it.
Right.
I have, this is personal for us because we were censored and gag ordered and kicked off the radio.
Yeah, sure.
And a phrase that she came up with in one of the previous shows, which is, this is really a matter of principles versus preferences. So if you're going to compromise the principles because just in case somebody might take something that you said that might hurt, that's preferences.
Yeah.
I'd like to zoom out and play devil's advocate to my own, because for me, I think my personal ethics, as Dark was saying, in a perfectly healthy world align mostly with yours, where I do think we need to have radical responsibility for our own actions, and what I say, whether what I say weaponizes you to violence or not, is your problem. So that's generally where my core ethics align. But again, I recognize that we're not in a perfectly healthy world, and as much as I can spend energy to try to have balance and not incite somebody to violence, I'm going to do that. For sure. Yeah. But if me having a discussion about the history of the Black Lives Matter movement and racism on Facebook causes some random person that reads my Facebook page to think that it's okay to start bullying a kid at school who's not white, that's not, I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Of course. No, say more. Yeah. That's not what.
I don't think that's my responsibility.
I think that's.
But this
principle.
is what I'm trying to zoom out. Is that what we're talking about? We're speaking from the perspective of non-marginalized groups. I did not grow up marginalized as a woman, even though many women have in the past, and many women still are across the planet. I personally didn't experience being marginalized. I know that the group I grew up in was oppressive to women, but I didn't think of it that way. And so I wasn't raging against the machine while growing up, thinking about how oppressed I am as a woman. Once I've gotten out of there, I'm I'll just go do me things. And if somebody treats me like shit, then I'll call them out and move on, But so I'm just saying this room is largely not oppressed, in our general experiences.
Sure.
But we are talking about, we're coming from a place of general non-oppression, and talking about how people who have been historically and systemically oppressed should feel. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about their experience of very real physical violence and loss of life and property versus our right to say words that may cause them to experience more physical loss of life and property.
Sure.
So I can see from that perspective that it doesn't weigh the same in the scales.
Yeah, right.
My right to speak versus their right to walk down the street and not get mugged for being a black person in a white neighborhood.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, I think that the caution that is worth advocating for is because of the unhealth of the times, and not because, and it doesn't align with the perfect version of freedom of expression. Mm-hmm. I think that people should be able to have freedom of expression and face healthy consequences from a healthy society.
Sure.
But we don't have that. And so when people have freedom of expression right now, chances are they may incite somebody to go and mug a black person, you know?
I think there were some very eloquent people who came out to advocate for a more equitable society by saying, hey, let's not talk like this and let's not behave this way. And then those people and that thing got cartoonized and weaponized to make it into a cartoon of itself. So we have those impulses to like, okay, maybe we need to modify things a little bit for everybody's benefit. But I see those efforts. This is the whole thing about care being weaponized, is that people get involved in a story of that expression limitation that then gets weaponized. And I think that's the problem that we're suffering, because we are in mad times and we don't have representatives in stations above us.
We're not being heard.
That seem to have a sane, healthy approach to how to run a society. I don't see a lot of like health in the higher echelons of how things are being run.
Yeah.
So to expect them to, and I feel like it's the unhealthy people in authority in corporate media, for example, that get to tell the story.
Yeah.
That may not be the story.
Yeah.
So we have three
really
things, three good things. One, Lil Funk Monkey was saying, similar to what you're saying, people not being able to handle those emotions are because they aren't allowed to feel them and can't sit with those emotions. So I think this is a part of the problem, is like
mental health is a thing.
If we had good mental health and good trauma awareness, then there would not be as many people that were traumatized by generational issues. We would be recovering faster. We would be healing faster, Two, I think this is an object lesson, but I'm going to let you handle it. I think it's an object lesson from Jason Skiles, not to be trite. Oh, sorry, not here. Dark, I don't like chatting about Libya. Is it on you to not bring it up on your show? Now, you know him a lot better than me.
Right.
Is this an object lesson?
Yes.
Where we get to, or is this something personal between you and Jason?
That's an object lesson.
Okay, great.
Otherwise, I think he's basically saying he's yes.
Yeah. So no, we're producing content, and you have the right to leave if you don't like the content that we're producing.
That seems to be the appropriate response.
Yeah.
If you feel that you disagree with or have the potential for harm, then yeah, you get to go away.
I will say, yet again, we are not in a free market of ideas.
Right.
We do not exist in a free marketplace of ideas on the internet. We do not have freedom of expression on the internet. Our expressions are throttled, our expressions are manipulated, and our expressions are sorted based on what the apps and their financiers want out of us, the consumers. So, yay. Well, if people don't like what you're saying, they can just leave. And this is not me disagreeing with your object lesson, Jason. But a lot of people have said that. Well, just make your content, and if people like it, they'll show up. And if they don't like it, they'll leave. And that is not true.
But what if I inspire a lot of people to talk about Libya?
No, but I'm talking about our censorship issue.
Okay, yeah.
It's not true. It's not true that if people like our content, they'll show up. Because
that's what you're saying is correct.
This is what we're dealing with right now.
Direct experience.
Yes. Well, and it's the experience of many, many other content producers on the internet for the last several years. So I think we need to start modulating our understanding of the free marketplace of ideas, much like we need to be modulating our understanding of the actual free market that is not free.
Give it up.
Billie Jean, goddammit.
Give it up, Billie Jean.
Oh my God, Billie Jean.
You can stay up here.
Billie
Just
Jean.
don't be a seat hog.
Oh, but Mark's spot was so warm. But, and then Jacob Elucier said, what about dog whistling? Can you describe what dog whistling is?
Dog whistling.
Do you know?
I do know what it means. I want to look it up.
I'll look it up. Yeah. I'll look it up. Yeah.
So
the general idea is the general idea when you dog whistle, like dog whistle politics about welfare queens in the United States. So you're creating you're basically being.
You're not saying the thing, but you're saying the thing.
You're not advocating for racists to vote for you, but you're saying something that racists want to hear.
Yeah, those are people on welfare, but they already cemented the idea of the welfare mom as being black and urban in the city somewhere.
Right, exactly.
So they didn't say anything racist when they started talking about the welfare queens, technically. Yeah, well, that's...
In politics, a
Yes.
dog whistle is the use of coded or suggestive language in political messaging to garner support from a particular group without provoking opposition. The concept is named for ultrasonic dog whistles, which are audible to dogs but not to humans.
So, like when Boyce was talking about Obama's speech, Obama's speech had a dog whistle in it, where he's saying one thing to the people in the room and other people who knew what the hell he was saying.
To the bankers, yeah.
Well, and
another
it's
thing
like
to
the two of you
bankers.
are sitting in the back seat, and Mark's like holding his finger out, like, I'm not touching him, I'm not touching him, I'm not touching him.
That's
I'm not
dog
touching
whistling.
him. Yeah.
That's the physical. Like, I'm not touching him, Mom. Mom, make him stop touch. I'm not.
You
Look, I'm not
can't
touching.
technically get mad at Dark because
Yeah,
Dark
he's
technically
not
hasn't
doing
She
done
told me not to
anything.
touch you.
Yeah.
She told me not to touch you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not touching you.
You better get. I just let like the fire
Right?
go up in his eyeballs.
No, it's rough. And that happens with words.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
People
sure.
say things and all of a sudden you're like, that's fighting words right there.
Yeah.
But isn't that like, are we going to lock down the entire human experience? That's the art of war.
I think
this is the
freedom's-
development of
yeah.
communication. This is tribalism has always been there. In groups, out groups has always been there. We want to reduce harm.
Yeah.
We want to keep people from slaughtering each other. I think there's ways to do it like
I think humans have a right to say manipulative things, and
Look.
they have a right to be called out on their bullshit.
if we had access to citizen, like
Really?
public, what do you call that? Public square, community, what's the public resource? So if we had communication platforms that were truly like public resources,
Yeah,
where
public
people
utilities.
had public utilities had to
Yeah.
work their shit out, and there's some equity board that
Yeah.
makes sure that we're agreeing with the principles, and that if you go into preferences and you drop the principle, that's a slippery slope that ends up destroying everything. It never works out good once you get away from principled behavior.
That's right.
People who agree with you once and they're like, yeah, we can skip that, they end up getting hit in the ass by it later.
Right.
You give up a little bit and you've given up everything over time.
Yeah.
So I think in the public square of ideas, we should be able to express anything, and you should turn off the channels you don't like, and try to find a place. I think it's worth, like, it's almost like having gated neighborhoods of information where you don't have a bunch of trolls coming in and fucking
Yeah.
with your. I mean, that's a
Right.
thing too.
Yeah.
How do you keep trolls from disrupting civil discourse? Well, there has to be some agreement on that. It's tough.
Well, it's what you just said. It creates a lot of echo chambers, right? So you'll have silos where people agree with each other, and then all the trolls just fire them up and hurt their feelings. Or that's how, like, owning the libs is a thing.
Yes,
right.
right.
So it kind of turns into that stuff, like when you, the trolling. But I think you're right to say that. There's a large group of people that are willing to take a little bit of risk to hear something provocative and different. And people that do have curiosity about crossovers and similarities and something not based on fear and anger and just yelling at the thing that's a meanie. Like,
Baby-proofing society and putting baby gates up everywhere stops free-flowing movement.
yeah.
And that's what they're doing with this limitation, with the freedom of speech, with the disinformation stuff, with the Ministry of Truth. They're putting baby gates up everywhere, so we can't have free. We're like, even in this show, I find myself starting to talk about something and going, nope.
Yeah.
I can't explore that idea because I'm not willing to risk.
Yeah.
The rest of the body of work that we're doing.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it makes someone so mad or sad
Yeah.
that you become the meanie, scary.
All they got to do is take a 5-second clip out of context
Yeah.
and cancel us.
Right.
Yep.
That's what makes this work. This is why, please support $5, postorthodoxy.com. Help us stay alive. Because we're on a cancelable platform.
Yeah.
This platform, we have a terms of service here. I don't think I'm in violation of the terms of service, but somehow they keep finding out that they find me to be what do you call that? Deplorable. Yes, exactly. I'm not going along with the narrative.
Malinformation.
In the correct
you
way.
two entertain provocative conversations from many different perspectives and give them the time and attention required to consider ourselves taking the conversation seriously. So the amount of work that you two put in to give everyone, and thanks. Look at how much activity we have today. It's incredible. Thank
fun.
you.
Yep.
Like it, share it.
Tell your friends.
Yeah.
Tell
all
only
your
you
friends.
can tell your friends. We don't get to tell your friends.
No.
We're not allowed to tell your friends.
We're glad you found us,
Yeah.
the folks that are commenting.
I was going back through our videos to see when we started getting seriously throttled, and it was like October of 2021. So, no, 2020. October of 2020, over a year ago, was the last time that we had the kind of interaction on these shows that we'd come to expect when we started copacetic conversations and then post-orthodoxy. We had almost 3 years of over 1,000 views on a given conversation and 15 to 20 people participating live while the show was going on, and then people participating after the fact and commenting. But now people don't see it. So the people that are here right now watching this video, you are the only ones that can help us rise above the algorithm, which means you can't just subscribe on YouTube. You have to hit the bell. If you don't hit the bell, YouTube will decide when it lets you know whether we're live or not. It will just decide, and I'm going to say it's not going to decide very often because we're pretty controversial. And then when you're on Facebook, you have to go to the little 3 dots under our page name, and you have to click follow settings, and you have to click favorite. And if you don't do that, then it's the default. You'll see these in their default order, which means the algorithm gets to decide whether you participate in these conversations or not.
Yeah, I'm trying to be agnostic on this case, but when I know that I'm being disappeared from my own community, it definitely gives me feelings.
Yeah, certainly.
I'm trying to be open-minded about, well, let's put myself in the shoes of the censor people.
Yeah.
They're not just evil beasties out there trying to do terrible things. I think there may be some evil beasties, but I think most people think they're doing the right thing by reducing harm. They think they're reducing harm.
Right.
And I'm really trying to understand that, but I don't know, can we have hard lines? Can we have like a line of principle that we don't cross? That to me seems to be the pandemic that we've been in.
Well, if they really
for
believe,
decades.
that's the thing. Well, so we're talking about the impartial algorithm whose job is to keep you on whatever platform you're on as long as possible, while also keep you from changing your mind in an untasteful direction. Then you have the censorship that's going on multiple platforms, which is an added layer that's been put on there in the last few years, which is suppressing any content that goes against mainstream news and government stories of any kind. And then you also have narcs, and I'll fucking call them that. They're coming into your online neighborhood and reporting on you. It's a narc. Now, some people think narcs have value from time to time. Butte hired narcs at $25 an hour. Butte citizens voluntarily took a job with the civic center, the civic body of Butte, to go around to their bars and restaurants and rat out their bars and restaurants if they weren't in perfect COVID compliance. I think that's really shitty.
I think it's pretty shitty.
I think that's really fucking shitty.
When
but
things get hard, some
people think it's the right thing to do. You know,
some people like to be. Well, they could have been doing it for the right reasons.
Well, and here's
they
the
really
thing.
think they're saving their grandma by going around and narking on the bartenders.
Absolutely. I grew up super conservative, Republican Christian. And I was indoctrinated. I wasn't brainwashed. I didn't start one way and then get changed into another way. That's brainwashing. I was indoctrinated, which means it was always that way for me. I was indoctrinated that homosexuality is 1, unnatural, 2, really doesn't exist, and 3, sends people to hell. 4 is unhealthy. I already said unhealthy.
Right.
But like, if people are like, why don't we let gay people get married and adopt all the children that don't have parents? And I'd be like, well, because being gay is 1, unhealthy for the 2 dads. That's unhealthy for them to be gay. And 2, this was me as a child.
Simulation, not actual opinion.
Yeah, this was me as a child. And 2, if they get together and be gay together, then they're being a detrimental influence on their community and their neighborhood. And then 3, if they bring a child into that home, that child has to, it's like living with a parent who does drugs or is a chronic thief. That was
same thing.
That was the mindset that I was raised with, indoctrinated with. And so I really thought that when I spoke with my friends who were gay or thinking of being gay, what I realize now is thinking of coming out as gay, that I was saving their lives. That's what it was like. Right. That I thought I was saving their lives, their neighbors, their loved ones, and their eternal souls. I really,
boot, yeah.
and so I absolutely understand all the COVID narcs.
Yeah.
I totally understand. I also know that there are people that do shitty stuff racially, homophobically, and COVIDly because they're pissed off and they want to poke somebody in the jugular. I know that there are people who COVID narc because they just want to screw that guy in the butt.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Fuck that guy. I finally get to report him for something. You know?
That's how we were kicked off the radio station, was that energetic.
Yes, that personal.
It wasn't about safety.
No. It was people in control at the radio station who didn't like that Dark broke up with his ex 4 years ago.
It was actually Suzanne Stefanik weaponizing people's care against themselves. That's what she did. People are afraid of COVID. They're questioning the narrative. I'm going to use their fear against them and get them off the platform.
Finally. She'd already tried to get me off twice.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
Yeah. So I do understand the narcs. Yep. But when we look at what's happening online, we have to understand it's not all just narcs going to your timeline and reporting you for saying stuff they don't like or stuff that they think is provable to be wrong. It's also the algorithm, and it's also corporate influence and government censors.
Yeah.
Can we go back and read that comment from Jack?
There's been a lot.
Lucy?
Yeah, there's been a lot of participation.
Jack
Loving
says, there is the idea that if you treat something like how you want it to be, you are calling it to its higher ground. Great expectations are tied to good outcomes. If we want a healthy society, shouldn't we run it like a healthy society?
I
say yes.
Agree, except that if we decriminalized what you do with your body and made it perfectly legal for you to consume any substance you wanted to consume, millions of people would die. We have to we can't just say it's only healthy for people to have the right to chemically modify themselves or psychedelically modify themselves. We have to say, yes, that is a healthy society where you have the right to take mind-altering substances and expand your consciousness, or take something that helps you relax in the afternoon or whatever. However, we have been living in an unhealthy society, and we must recover from, make reparations and restitution for that unhealthy society before we can just cold turkey switch to a healthy society. And that's part of why we really need compassionate education for people who are incidentally racist. We cannot just bitch slap people who
use the wrong word,
who accidentally do racist shit. We came up with this on Mokai's show, Copacetic Conversations. Malignant racism versus benign racism. A malignant tumor is one that might kill you and you need to get it cut out. A benign tumor is one that you should probably get cut out because it's ugly, but it won't kill you. You know? And so there are a lot of people in this country who have been living in what they don't know is an unhealthy mindset. Like me not knowing that my tiny little Christian homophobia was unhealthy. I wasn't afraid of gay people, and I didn't hate gay people. I thought I was saving their lives. But if you look at it from the outside, it's homophobia. And there are people all over this country who have never met a black person in their entire lives, but they've grown up in this unhealthy society. And we can't just cold turkey say, we don't need to do anything else. We should just start treating it like we're not racist in this country. I love that principle. I love that idea. I do think intentions are very powerful. And I think when you treat something with great expectations, it rises to the occasion in general. Absolutely. That's super powerful. However, in this country, with these hot issues that have caused people to be murdered for hundreds of years, we need a transition. We need a transition. We need compassionate education. We can't just say, let's just act like we're not homophobic and not racist and act like equality is really here, because there are scads of generations that have not been educated.
Can't skip the process.
Yeah, I think that's the idea of introducing reasonable doubt. You have to change it a little bit at a time. You just can't dump the whole paradigm into the space that the old paradigm fit in. And mental health is a big issue in us overcoming our stuff. And I feel like that's part of the plan, is that once you start a repression, then there's a kink reaction to that repression. That if you remove the repression, then it seems like there's going to be a plague of kink.
There will be.
But I think this is the thing. So what do? You keep repressing further and further, and the kink gets worse and worse.
I think we have to ease repressions.
That's a problem.
We have to ease repressions.
I think there's something to that. Step at a time, piece at a time.
Jason Skiles brings up a good point. Who gets to determine what's healthy? The majority?
Well, they say that reality is the majority. Sanity is the majority accepted reality.
Yes.
So I like to think of sanity meaning healthy. Being insane.
I would agree with that.
I would like to think of it that way.
Is being unhealthy.
If you are sane in every area, even emotionally, okay, so
Right.
you have some emotional sanity and awareness. You have some intellectual sanity and awareness. You have some you're sane when it comes to your body and behavior. If you have a generally sane root in the self, it highly likely that could go awry in some meaningful way quickly to victimize other people in a meaningful way.
I think anybody who's doing unhealthy stuff is technically insane.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
However,
because if you were
colloquially,
sane,
that's not how we define insane.
Right. If you were sane, then you would realize your connection to your environment and people, and you wouldn't be doing shitty shit.
You'd want to be in the sandbox with everyone else
Right.
and be nice once in a
Yeah.
while at least.
I could look at somebody like Dr. Anthony Fauci, who some people love and lionize as saving us from the virus, and other
Sure.
people look at Fauci as a lying scumbag.
And a criminal and a murderer.
And a murderer. They look at him that way. So when he represents himself as a doctor or a scientist, and then what he tells people to do is unscientific, but actually political, it was policy.
Yes.
What he was dishing out with the masks, he knew was not scientifically or medically correct. He knew it was, he said it was a signal to people to remember to be careful of the virus. He knew that he was manipulating people through policy.
And admitted it later.
So
Yeah.
this was not following science or trusting the doctors. This
Right.
was a politician
This was someone making your decisions for you.
masquerading medical science or masquerading political policy as medical science. And then everybody's like, follow the science. That is unhealthy, and I think that's insane. And he made us insane because we trusted the authority.
Because the insanity became majority accepted reality.
Yeah.
When the insanity became the majority accepted reality, insanity became sanity. And people
Exactly.
who spoke against it were treated as insane.
Yeah,
And that's what we saw.
Yeah.
That's what we saw happen.
So who gets to determine what's healthy? I grew up with
The guy
right.
with the guns.
I grew up with right and wrong. And I grew up with bad and good. And now one of my exercises, much like trying to always say U.S. citizens instead of Americans, is anytime I cannot use the word good or right, I don't. If I can use any other word besides good, bad, right, or wrong, I don't, because those do not exist. Good, bad, right, and wrong do not exist on this planet.
Yeah.
They are a human construct.
Right.
Zebras do not experience
Very
good,
limiting.
bad, right, or wrong.
Very limiting.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're fake. You could go so far as to say those are fake concepts.
I've grown very uncomfortable using the term American. It's just still so widely accepted.
Right, of course.
I feel
I
pigeonholed
don't punish people about it. I just don't use it myself.
Yeah.
You know? But as far as good, bad, right, and wrong goes, I have tried to veer more towards using healthy and unhealthy, or harmful or not harmful. Things like that. Enjoyable or not enjoyable. Kind or rude.
Yes, majority. He says, who gets to determine what's healthy? The
Right.
majority. This is majority accepted reality is sanity.
So, again, we get into this concept, the difference between the way it is versus the way it should be.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the way it is. The majority does get to decide what's healthy right now.
And then Boyce chimes in and says, it is no sign of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society, from Krishnamurti.
Such a good quote. It's so good.
There's another quote along those lines, and I hate to butcher it. Maybe somebody out there knows I can pull it up. But it was the idea of comparing civilized people to quote unquote savages.
Right.
And delineating what the civilized people, the effect they were having on this environment.
Yeah.
And what the savages were having
Quote,
on this
unquote.
environment.
Yeah.
And what is truly civilized.
Let's see who
and what
is.
yeah.
Let's see who the savage really is.
Right.
This is the difference between defining the word by what you're looking at versus defining what you're looking at with the word.
So to go beyond his idea of the majority, I I want to reread that quote from Robert Anton Wilson where he said, "The border between the real and the unreal is not fixed, but just marks the last place where rival gangs of shamans fought each other to a standstill." So it's really the shamans that are deciding what reality is.
Yes, that's
and
right.
they design reality according to the interest of whatever regent or regal person that the wizard works for.
Yeah. I mean, the scene in The Matrix with the architect, when you walk into the room of the architect, it's really starting to feel that way, right?
Oh, yes.
Like the idea that the NSA is likely to have numerous rooms full of thousands of screens with an army of software spies tapping away on computers while someone with a little laser pen is like determining this is the activity over here in San Francisco. This is what's going on in Milwaukee. We have a cluster of this going on over here. And it's just, so yeah, all of those things are really relevant.
There's a great story that I heard when I was in my early 20s that I think of all the time, because we have to think about who our wizards are today.
Yes.
If you look at Western-centric mythological archetypal roles of the king,
mm-hmm.
I think the king, there's the idea of the good king and the bad king or whatever, but the king often is a figurehead.
Yes.
It represents something.
Yeah.
And then there are agents around the king that speak through the king.
Yeah.
And in that archetypal realm, there's the wizard.
Yeah.
Now, the wizard's job is to give the king access to shit that most people don't have.
Sure.
So there's a story of it, this archetypal story of like, there's a king. King goes to the wizard and says, "Hey, people aren't paying their taxes. What do I do about getting people to pay their taxes? I don't want to be harsh. I don't want to punish anybody, whatever, but like for real." And he's like, "Let me work on it." King, after 2 or 3 months, is like, "I fucker forgot about this thing." He goes down and he says, "Hey, what's the deal?" And he's like, "I'm working on it. I have something in mind. Come back and see me." A year goes by. King comes back and he's like, "Look, I got tatters in my robes. Like, it's time to get those fuckers to start paying."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Okay, what I need you to do next month on Tuesday at 4 p.m. is I need you to go out on the balcony and tell everybody that if they don't pay taxes, you're going to take the sun away." And he's like, "Fuck you. They're going to throw rocks and garbage at me." And he's like, "Hey, look, you're the divine king. You chose me to be your wizard. Trust your own judgment. And trust me and do it."
Right.
King, super nervous, goes out and goes, "You guys better start paying your taxes or I'm going to take the sun away."
Yeah.
Everybody pelts him with rocks and garbage. And then he goes down to the wizard with the guy to chop his head off. And he's like, "Give me till 5 o'clock.
Right.
And then I'll put my head on the block willingly." And of course, an eclipse comes. And then everybody starts throwing money at the king, right?
Yeah.
Nobody knows what an eclipse. Nobody knows. The king doesn't fucking know. But the wizard and our leaders, our people, they all have wizards that know shit we don't know, that are manipulating us through psychology or whatever.
Absolutely.
So it's not the majority. The majority is being manipulated by one wizard or another through some regent.
Yeah. Is there any way for us to find the actual short version of the story that the saying "the emperor has no clothes" comes from? Because that's how they keep people feeling stupid. Is there any way to locate that, or do you know it all the way through?
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, what do you mean? Is it a movie?
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Okay. So. The king was so full of himself.
Yes.
That I gotta make it a short version. I'm trying to narrow it down. The emperor wears no clothes. So what happens is he's a dictator.
Yes.
He's the king.
Right.
His word is law.
Yeah.
And his courtier, his tailor, gets it in his head to do something that will show the people, that will break his spell over the people, so they'll rise up against him. And so the tailor says, "King, I'm going to make you the most beautiful suit ever." I'm going to make you the most gorgeous royal robes. It will be of this magical cloth that a wizard brought to me last season, and I just didn't have the courage to make anything out of it yet because it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
And he brings the cloth out to show the king, and the king can't see anything in his arms. But the wizard is holding it out, and he drapes it, and he holds up the stitching to the light, and he's showing how this cloth is so fine, and so it's a magical cloth, and it's the most beautiful. And he's talking about the colors, and he's talking about the patterns, and the king does not want to appear to be a fool.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, "Yes, that is in fact a beautiful cloth," because the king of the country can't possibly not know something that a lowly tailor knows.
Not recognize the most beautiful thing.
The most beautiful obviously, he's the fucking king.
Yeah.
And so the tailor's like, "My lord, it's going to take at least 6 sessions tailoring this suit." And of course, being a royal court of that period, it is commonplace for the king to be attended by courtiers from sunup to sundown, including when he poops in the morning.
Sure.
And so there are scads of courtiers. These are the upper echelons of society participating on these tailoring sessions where the royal tailor comes out and shows this beautiful cloth and tells people to back away from the table when they come up to try to look. He's like, no, please. It's very sensitive to human oils. And the king is talking about how beautiful the fabric is. And so, of course, the courtiers have to talk about how beautiful the fabric
Can't
is
defy
too.
the king.
No. So now the tailor's got the entire upper echelon of the royal court, all of the high businessmen and the aspiring people and all the aspiring wives of the people, are in on it.
Yeah.
Because of course the king sees it and they need the king to approve of them. So, and it's a different relationship every time.
Yeah.
And then the day comes for the annual royal parade, and the king is going to wear his new clothes.
Right.
And he goes into his dressing chamber, and the whole court is there in their finery. And the tailor comes in, and he has his page open this giant box, and he lifts the garments carefully out of the box one by one and fastens them to the king, and even does some last minute stitching and adjusting of the fabric to make it just fit the king just perfectly. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, all the courtiers can see is the king's junk.
Yeah.
And his rolls and his flab and his sweaty armpits, and he didn't wipe his butt very well, and that's what they're all seeing.
Yeah.
And so the king puts on his outfit, and he's in it. He's in the story. There's no backing out now.
Yeah.
Because the courtiers know that he's been saying there was fabric there the whole time. Mm-hmm. So if he backed out now, he'll lose face in front of his entire royal court, all of the powerful people in the country.
Yeah.
And then he gets on his wagon, his chariot thing where he stands and everybody can see him, and they start parading him through the streets. And the courtiers are lined along the way, oohing and awing the king's beautiful new robes. Mm-hmm. And the peasants are all kind of like, yes, what a beautiful outfit, because he's the king, he's their overlord.
Bravo!
Yes.
Blue no matter who.
The courtiers are all saying there's an outfit there, and then there's one boy, a little boy, out of the mouths of children.
Yes.
And he pokes his head through the crowd, and he's like, well, he's not wearing anything. Not a stitch of cloth on him, is there? Mm-hmm. And the moms are like, shut up. We're gonna get tariffs or something. They're gonna come and take a sheep.
Chop our heads off.
But that's slowly the kid gets the other kids to bleed in on the parade. And he's like, you got to tell your mom, he's not wearing anything. And the kids, and then finally an adult is like, he's fucking not wearing anything.
Why are we doing this?
Why are we all doing this? and it just ripples all the way up, and the emperor is overthrown.
Yeah.
So that's for his stupidity and uselessness as a fiat authority.
That's the line that we quote on the show often, that men go mad in mobs, in groups, and only regain their senses one by one and slowly.
Yes.
And so that madness that was going on, it's one person is like, fuck that. And then they get treated badly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But more and more people can't help but do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lucy says, The King's Junk. That's the name of my band. I like that a lot, actually. I like that a lot.
We got to add that to the name. We have several bands.
Yes, for a long time, Green Days, he was really hot in the first couple seasons.
Cataloging the band names that came out of the discussions.
He put a lot of good band names out. Stonefruit Media said, if good, bad, right, and wrong are human constructs, how do they not exist in human culture? Or how do they exist in human culture? How do they not? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure, but like.
No, I think he's just getting at the root of that, right? It's just like you were saying.
How do we get them out of human culture?
Well, you literally avoid using the words.
I do.
Right? Like whenever possible,
I think they're
you
useless
won't even say
and
it.
divisive.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Boyce is saying, if we have these concepts, why are we unable to create it?
If we invented the concept of good, bad, right, and wrong, why can we not therefore cause good and right to happen?
No.
Well, how come there are no definitive good, bad, right, wrong in human culture and society?
Right. Well, the Christians do believe that there is a universal objective right and wrong.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well,
and many other religious groups also believe that there's a universal codified and objective right and wrong.
Sure. So what he's saying is, how do they not exist in culture if they're just constructs? And what I'm saying is, I think what he's saying is, if you have day and night, those are binaries.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's certain polarized aspects of nature and binaries of nature that could be discerned from each other, then got reduced to good and bad depending on a perspective.
Well, and he just agreed. So that's why he said that. He said they don't exist.
Right.
He agrees with Ainsley that a
He's
definitive good, bad, right, wrong
does
not exist.
Objectively, if we took Homo sapiens off the planet, and we just looked at the planet without Homo sapiens on it, no one would have ever come up with the idea of good, bad, right, or wrong. That's my hypothesis.
The zebras would not invent that.
They wouldn't. Zebras wouldn't. I don't know why we landed on zebras and lions as our universal animal kingdom representatives, but
Because
I appreciate them and I appreciate their contribution to this conversation.
Because of the book called Zebras Don't Get Ulcers.
That's why. Oh, such a good book. I never had to read the book, but the title just gave me so much. So, right, objectively, without, here's my hypothesis. Somebody shoot me down. Without the invention by human psychology of collective thoughts, there would be no objective.
Sure.
No, that's not true. I'm going to correct myself, because gravity would be something that's objective. Like gravity happens.
It does.
But color is not objective either, because animals and humans all see colors differently. So color, our perception of objects around us through light fractals, is not objective. Every single being on the planet is seeing a slightly different color when they look at a particular object, okay? So, yes, there would not be judgment. Thank you, Lucy, we're getting closer. So, when a zebra is born and their mommy teaches them that when they smell a lion, they should run, because the baby smells the lion and then they run, and the baby smells the lion and then they run. And so pretty soon he's starting to do it on his own. He's not thinking that lion is bad or wrong. He's thinking that lion is dangerous.
To the
zebra.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if I'm in a park and a dog runs up and bites me, I call that dog bad. And I call it wrong that the dog bit me, right? But that's my own human. It wasn't right. It's not right for dogs to bite people. Dogs don't give a shit about whether it's right to bite people or not. They bite people who they think are threatening them, or they bite somebody because they're sick.
Going back to the zebra. So if the zebra doesn't judge the lion to be bad, and I think the way to demonstrate that is when a zebra has just seen its cousin eaten by the lion, it is fine to drink at the watering hole next to it.
Yes.
It has discerned that it can,
Yeah.
The danger is off of the lion.
The
now.
lion is not amoral,
right,
to the zebra. The zebra is not thinking, "Oh, that sinner, the lion."
No,
like when I was growing up, my
like,
mom,
phew, it's fat.
my
It's not
mom
gonna eat
would
me. I'll go
direct
drink
us
right next to
away.
it.
She would direct us away from gay couples in grocery stores because those people were emanating unhealth to my mother. To my mother, gay couples were emanating dis-ease.
Right.
They were sinful. They were wrong objectively in their being. A zebra is not thinking of a lion that way. My mother saw gay people as harmful to her children's well-being and directed us away from them. But as a mother zebra is not thinking of it as sinful, this extra layer of wrong.
Right.
She sees the harm of the lion, but once the lion has eaten, like you said, it's no longer harmful for that period of time.
That's why I like to kind of try to switch over whenever I can and use healthy, unhealthy.
And that takes us back to Jason Skiles' question of who determines what health is. And I
Wizards.
think it keeps coming back to personal experience. My personal experience of I need to not define the world around me as good, bad, right, or wrong because everything is subjective in the human experience.
Sure.
I like dogs. Mark may not like dogs. Sure. That does not make dogs right for me and wrong for Mark or good.
It doesn't have to be, right.
Right. It's enjoyable. It's safe. It's friendly. It's positive, We've conflated the words right and wrong to mean
good and bad.
Subjective experiences. So what's healthy for me is not the same thing as what's healthy for Mark. Mark does not need to sleep very much. It's healthy for Mark to live off of very few hours of sleep. It's not healthy for me to live off of very few hours of sleep. I've tried it. I never enjoy it for very long. I can't sustain it. I inevitably have a crash. So that's a subjective experience, but that's my biological systems and the way, I can't really control that, but I can also say it's healthy for me to have a 3-hour-long conversation with someone who's having a rough day. But I know people who that is not healthy for because they're in a place in their life where they don't have the extra energy to spend that on somebody.
They might take on the energy.
Right.
And
or
they're
they're
overly
they're very empathetic. And so they can't actually be the person that listens to your woes for 3 hours and keep a healthy detachment, So I think healthy and unhealthy is what matters for me. I, however, do not get to decide what's healthy or unhealthy for Mark, which means it's talking about spheres of influence, and it's about us taking radical responsibility for our own well-being and radical responsibility for where our sphere of influence needs to stop before it fucks with somebody else's sphere.
And
you guys go.
Unless you're a kid and you start yelling about the king not wearing any clothes. It's definitely fucking with somebody else's sphere.
Sphere of influence, yeah.
Yes.
But as far as health, far as healthy or unhealthy goes.
Yeah, that kid feels like a healthy expression because it's honest.
Yeah.
That feels like everybody else just like trying to preserve their own ass and endure a lie in the process feels unhealthy.
Right. And yes, that does seem unhealthy to me.
So apply that, expand
and if we talk about
that
racism, homophobia, these big issues that we're trying to figure out, is there any way to have an objective, like what you do, this is where we anyway, I'm starting to talk myself into a crazy place.
How many hours have we been talking today?
We have 45 minutes left. So
that's amazing.
Yeah.
What happened to Chad?
He can't.
Oh, okay.
Yes. All right. Jason says, since we're here for now, I think good and bad may have originated in a couple rules that help us live together gooder. I would love for there to be some sort of objective, like the Code of Hammurabi or whatever, like some universal human code. The UN tries this with the Declaration of Human Rights. I don't know. I think do no harm, the first code of the Hippocratic Oath or whatever, the doctor thing, like do no harm, but then again, we get back into this slippery slope of do words count as do no harm?
When I was wrestling with the concept of good and bad, because I was raised super fundamental Christian, and so acid helped me get out of the black and white, yes, no binary. The thing that really helped me get over the idea of good and bad was I made the mistake of deciding that I was not going to be a judgmental person anymore. I wasn't going to judge anything as bad. And I found myself in a lot of fucked up situations because I decided I wasn't going to be judgmental of people.
This
and
is what
how
Christians
they were.
are afraid of.
Right.
Is that your brain just falls out.
And that's what happened. My brain fell out. I decided that it was no place of mine to judge, so I'm just going to be radically open to everything, and I got fucked all over the place. It wasn't healthy. What helped me stitch things back together was instead of doing good and bad, I had to realize the difference between judgment and discernment. I didn't have to look at a snake as a bad thing because it could bite me. I could look at it as a thing I don't want to be near, but I respect its role in the environment because of rats or whatever. That, to me, is not, the snake is not a good thing. The snake biting me is an unhealthy thing for me. So I need to mitigate my behavior, but not judge the snake to be a bad thing. That was the radical having to, like, after the radical acceptance, I had to learn to discern for myself what was good for me and what was not good for me. So I think good and bad is dangerous because it assumes either you can judge what is good or bad, or you are just a repeater unit for some other authority which has called something good and called something bad. And I think that's where we get into dangerous territory because we see the trustworthiness of the people who are sort of running the show right now.
I'm trying to unstitch humans' more internal ethics. I'm trying to help people unstitch their internal sense of ethics from an external contrived
Take two.
Morality.
Yeah.
An external contrived morality. I think groups, Jason says us, I mean social communities. Yes, I think groups can come together and decide in this group where whatever it is, it might be a college club or a prayer group or a ladies' tea or a town, or a country. You can come together as a group and decide these are the ethics of this group.
Social agreements.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, those are a different category of thing than objective ethics, and do ethics exist outside of the Homo sapien community? We just go around and around the garden like a teddy bear.
Yeah, this is why we have a problem because we've gone mad. I think we've gone unhealthy. We have an unhealthy society.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a difficult condition in which to come up with new social agreements as long as we're not healthy. And I don't know how we become more healthy without some social agreements.
Yeah.
Except for
authorities
coming in and regulating everything and giving us vax passes so they can decide what we can do, how we do it, whether we have money or not. That's where we're going because we're so sick we can't correct our path.
We're not self-correcting.
Right.
Yeah.
Our agreements are no longer our choice anymore.
Yeah.
They're not social agreements anymore. They're dictates.
Right.
Dictates
that you decide to go along with or decide not to go along with.
Exactly. And at one point, when do the dictates, this is system collapse stuff.
Yeah.
When does the weight and expense of maintaining order collapse in the face of nature busting through in some chaotic, dynamic way?
Stonefruit says, on one end, with all the zebra lion examples, all is survival of the fittest. With the collapse of religious absolutes in Euro-American thought, different value systems proliferated. In existentialism, for example, we have to manufacture meaning. Camus ends the myth of Sisyphus with, we must imagine Sisyphus happy. We must imagine him to be happy.
Yes.
Just do it. I get it though, because I remember in my philosophy era, it was like, how can we not? After a certain point, no matter what the drudgery, we've seen this play out time and again when people are in solitary confinement for decades, they just find a way to be okay. And that okay may not necessarily align with human society. This is the difference between good and right and happy. Happy is not the same thing as healthy.
It's true.
And neither of those things are the same thing as good.
Certainly.
Yeah. But I liked this thought. Survival of the fittest. Right. Human society is not supposed to be about survival of the fittest.
Right.
We're supposed to keep everyone alive forever.
Right. I don't, that one's a tough one for me because
survival of the fittest is what creates a climate where you can get away with this Hunger Games, anarcho-capitalism with maximum socialism only for the wealthy.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm comfortable with, like, it seems like a suboptimal situation where survival of the fittest is the story of the day. It seems like an evolved society
should not be at a survival base.
Should not be at a survival.
Base. Yes. You just said the perfect word. It's base.
Its base should not be at survival.
To base it on just hedonism and food and sex and...
Well, and I mean,
right.
If it's a healthy society, it has to be about it has to have moved beyond surviving and be at thriving.
Yes.
Like for a long time, human societies, in the early days of human societies, they spend a lot of time, Homo sapien societies, they spend a lot of time just surviving, and it literally is survival of the fittest. And then these social agreements start coming up when you become bonded with other creatures, and you begin caring about this neighborly creature's well-being almost as much as you care about your well-being.
Because you feel the connection and don't see it as separate.
Exactly. Yeah. And so then we move beyond survival of the fittest into a community or a society. And at that point, it's about communal survival.
That's the larger health, is the body is the concern versus the individuals in the body.
And then to take it a little bit further, like, you know, this hyper games capitalism that we're all participating in with each other forcefully. Let's say
non-consensually.
Yeah, right. So let's say that eventually does wipe out the bees. And through all of our pests, the bees, pollinators. We can't replicate pollination.
Yeah.
We're currently in a mass extinction.
Yeah. The yards are killing the pollinators.
Yeah. Like even when I was a kid, when you went outside in the summer, you could hear frogs and crickets and
fireflies everywhere.
None of that nature, it's gone. There's like no amphibians, wetlands are just on and on and on.
Yeah.
So like
your windshield is clean in the summer for some reason.
Yeah, right.
You're no longer hitting bugs.
I had this whole crisis. I actually had to like leave it was your house. It was your fucking house when this idea just came up into our conversation like 3 years ago, where it was like, I used to drive when I was a child. I used to drive down the highway, or my parents would drive down the highway, and our windshield, we'd have to stop at gas stations and scrub our windshield because there would be bugs all over it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen anymore.
Not the same bugs, not the same areas, not the same way. Yeah, it's way different. It's way different.
Sorry to interject that thing.
But that's all I was getting at. We're in a mass extinction.
Yeah.
So if we continue on with a base society and then simultaneously pretend that it's polite or civil in some way, who's the joke really on?
We can't make it about survival of the fittest when our idea of whose survival we're caring about is only limited to our survival.
Yeah, that's right.
And we can't make it about survival of the fittest if we don't understand our connection to the ecosystem.
That's right.
Just as planets are created from the tiniest of beings up, so are they destroyed from the tiniest of beings up.
So what if there are some wizards? Let's play devil's advocate.
Okay.
And thought experiment. Let's say there's some wizards that see the mass extinction occurring, that they have some model that says this is some serious shit. But they have a window of time in which to do something about it in terms of how are we going to manage with reduced capacity for food, reduced capacity for whatever. Let's say that's a reality that some wizard has determined.
Scried.
Yes. And so they decide, okay, well, we got to start culling people.
Right.
If some people don't die, all of the people are going to die.
Something like that.
Right.
I think that's already happened. And our wizards are sociopathic oligarchs, and we just don't like what they're doing.
Well,
because we want to live. I want to live. I don't care about human species for the rest of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who gets to decide who's the useless eaters?
Yeah, exactly.
But it feels like that would
and this
be
gets into
the
Great
conspiracy
Reset
story of the Great Reset.
Yeah.
We actually got to dump some ballast.
Yeah.
because we're running out of fuel.
Did
So,
either
like,
of you ever?
literally-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like Matrix style, Soylent Green,
Yeah.
grind people
Yeah.
up and then feed them through the tube.
Yes.
While they're in the metaverse with the thing on.
I mean,
Like,
if conditions get so bad, let's say the pollinators stop
yeah,
doing it,
yeah.
and suddenly we have to literally design food out of rocks or
3D
something.
3D printed food.
Bill Gates already plans on designing or not designing food for some
Right,
reason.
right.
Like, where's that going to go?
Have either of you read The Giver?
I have not.
So The Giver,
Uh-huh.
Lois Lowry. No, I don't think it's Lois Lowry. Maybe it's Lois Lowry. No. Anyway, The Giver is a book, one of those dystopian books that they made all the high school students read. That's what my mother describes it as, but I did eventually read it. And it's about a town, a perfect town, where they've figured out how to have peaceful society.
Okay.
And they've done it by everybody takes hormone and emotional suppressing pills,
Yes.
and they are put into designed family units
Mm-hmm.
and given a prescribed number of children from the breeder room, and there's no color because color evokes passion. So they've just sort of the humans are surviving, but as we like to say, at what cost? And there's one person in the tribe whose job it is to be the keeper of emotions and history, the things that cause people to act irrationally outside of the moment.
Yeah.
And he, over the course of the story, because he's aging, he gives this elected youth, he puts his hand on his back and gives him slowly over time human history and emotions and access to color. And the kid stops taking his hormone suppressing pills and falls in love with the girl, and it causes all kinds of problems. But I mean, he's supposed to do that, but he's supposed to take on this burden of keeping all the human emotions and memories and not do anything about it. But he takes it on and then rescues his fake baby brother, his prescribed baby brother, and leaves the colony. And that's how the book ends, is he finds like a cabin in the woods and is about to approach real humans for the first time in his life.
Yeah, similarly, I heard a recording recently, and this wasn't a work of fiction. So in the realm of alien abductions, I heard a recording. It could have been a federal interview of some sort, like connected to like the Area 57 stuff.
Yeah.
But supposedly there was an interview with a man who was from 600 or 700 years from now.
Future.
Yeah, and he jumped into a fold over energy warp and came down to visit for a little while.
Yeah.
And someone was allowed to ask him questions. So to keep long story short.
Is that John Teeter?
I don't remember the name.
All right.
But this was his general accounting, and I'll paraphrase and keep it short. So our political systems had all completely failed us massively. Everything devolved back into, oh, yeah, he did find it already. So everything had devolved back into nation states. But we did have the technology where the nation states could float sometimes at really high elevations, whether it was to regulate temperature or you could move to wherever you wanted to move and be up in the sky. If
I've
that
seen
was
those movies.
better for you. So, and within these nation states that could float if they wanted to.
Clans.
And move wherever they wanted to. And if the place became a drag, you could just move it again. But within these nation states, the technology, robotics, and software was so advanced that no one had to work. There were tiny volunteer type jobs that you were assigned on a rotating basis to like upkeep certain specific systems. You just volunteered to work as virtue. You didn't need to.
Yeah.
And then any of the deviants within the nation state, there were like things that were considered minor infractions, and then you would just be issued like a ticket. But if you kept repeating offenses, or it was what was to be considered an egregious offense, violence towards another person, whatever would make the energy weird, like you acted insane, or
you crossed outside of your sphere.
Yeah, you crossed the boundaries of our societal norms. This graduates above the ticket level. You have to go see the computer now and stand in front of the talking screen thing.
Ooh.
You have to go be interviewed with the computer. So no courts or judges. You just go in front of the computer, and then if the
Bad robot
computer,
parents.
yeah, and
like,
then if
like
and
Valis,
then,
I think sounds like Valis by who's Philip K. Dick.
oh, I'm not familiar with it.
Carry on.
But if the software determined that you could be rehabbed, then you would be sent off to the rehab facility and hopefully be rehabilitated. But if the software determined that your level of antisocial behavior and insanity was irreparable, it would just kill you on the spot.
Oh.
Right.
So you got to really trust the computer.
Yeah, right. And so if in living in a beautiful, clean, shining city where all of your every needs were completely taken care of, if you felt that you could not do that for whatever reason, then you were just banished to the boonies. You would just be sent off into whatever little patch that was left.
Homelessness.
And you'd have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Homelessness in nature, and just be like, good luck.
In The Giver, much like in The Island, they have a structure in place where after a certain age, when people have become useless.
Yes.
But that's not what society called them.
Right.
You know, when they've reached their golden years, they get to retire.
Yeah.
And they get to move on. I don't remember what the next phase was called in The Giver.
Yeah.
But everybody would come together and they would have this big party, and then they would the elderly person would go off into up the staircase and down the hall, and then they would never be seen again. You know?
Sure, right.
Exit stage left.
Yeah. And in various different dystopian versions of that story, they get turned into food or reprocessed or chopped up for experiments or whatever. But in The Giver, they just got euthanized.
Yeah.
You know, and the people in The Giver knew that was them going away at the end, you know.
Sure.
I think I was thinking of that because you mentioned Soylent Green. And what if there was someone that was so objective and so metavision that they could see everything going on the planet right now and our actual true scientific trajectory of what's going to happen to the environment, what do you think they would do? I mean, in all honesty,
seriously,
if the goal is preservation of life on Earth and continued opportunity for evolution amongst the species, development, growth, health.
I believe Agenda 21 says something like 50 million. Like the story I just told about Future Society, I think that was like their ideal. The ideal population for the planet was 500 million, if I remember correctly.
Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would they say like 500,000? Like,
it was really low.
Under a million.
That was because they were made like 200 years ago when they didn't understand how many people were on the planet.
No, that was 1984 is when that was erected.
Never mind.
I think it was 84, sometime in the 80s.
5,000 people?
500,000.
500, okay.
Right.
And we'll just maintain that, and then the world will be a beautiful paradise, which seems to be what those images from the World Economic Forum, Fourth Industrial Revolution.
A beautiful paradise for who? Like all the fox hunting, bugle, castle lords again.
Right.
Like it's all ours now. Like
and they're robots.
I mean, that's what's freaky about the benevolent dictator, right? I mean, what are they gonna do? Like
from their perception, I think they can see that a lot of humanity, from their perspective, are now useless eaters because they're not manufacturing anything for us. We can milk them on
cannot make enough jobs.
Right. We can milk them on the machines of the medical industry for a little while.
We could put them in jail and make the tax pay for it.
Yeah, right. We definitely. But after a while, you're like, okay, let's clear them off the land and actually have a safari over here. What do you think?
Yeah, right. Instead of doing it coercively in slow motion, at what point do they just go, let's
so that's
switch
the bad
back
guy
to the
version.
fast.
Yeah, it's the bad guy version.
That's the bad guy version. What if you were a truly objective wizard, like Dark was saying earlier, and you looked at the course of human evolution
Well,
in
it depends
history.
on who's paying that wizard is always the thing.
No, we're talking about the truly
Okay.
impossible good guy.
Oh, okay.
If you were a truly objective metavision wizard that
Well,
could
then-
see time space,
I mean, it's
what would you, like?
Yeah.
Like honestly, I think it would always involve depopulation.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Okay, so like first things first. If Mark French world president, right?
Okay, good job.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Got to put in immediate policy.
I'm not advocating for depopulation either.
It would be hey
Snap
guys,
of the fingers.
let's do something cool and let's immediately create healthy derivatives. Let's create derivatives off of healing the planet. Let's scrape
Are you talking
all
about like
the
income?
Yeah,
Okay.
like create a hedge fund for good, not for evil.
Right.
So we create a sovereign wealth fund
good and
that
evil
makes but hey, let's just reforest. Let's de-desert
How
where
do
it makes sense.
how do
Let's
you make
clean
money
up
off
water.
Of reforesting? Okay,
Because
we're not
the
getting
wood,
we won't
because
get into the nitty-gritty. Yeah.
because wood is a natural material.
Yeah.
It creates better air quality. There's all kinds of
Right.
benefits to having our forests not chopped
Benefits,
down.
but not profits.
No, but it should be profitable. The only reason it isn't right now is because everybody's only focused on the next quarterly earnings report.
There's a true cost.
Sustainable logging.
Yes.
There's a true
well, just
cost.
sustainable. Look, if we're going to extract from the planet as resource, you have to have the planet and you have to have the resource.
You have to maintain your resources long
We're
term.
using shit faster than we're putting it back
Yeah.
and taking care of it.
So
like,
mild scarcity
right.
for the sake of ongoing well-being.
Yeah.
There's the idea of true cost economics. Have you heard that one?
I have not.
All right. I think this came from true cost economics. Is most often applied to the production of commodities and represents the difference between the market price of a commodity and the total societal cost of that commodity.
So they're saying they include the externalities.
Such as how it may negatively affect the environment or public health.
Sure.
So your cost, you can't just chop down the apple tree and harvest the apples and say you had a profit if the true cost is sacrificing 30 years of harvest in the future. Right. That would be a net loss.
Yeah. You can't
But in our system,
yeah.
you could make that a net gain for yourself.
Right.
True cost economics says that's not legal. We have to, we know enough, we have to calculate the impact.
That's right.
Objectively ethical economics. One must always calculate long-term impact.
Well, I mean, if the only option we're going to have is the benevolent dictator, these are the types of things that need to start being advocated for, right? I mean, if we're going to be able to offer any ideas, right? I mean, we have to voice to them, like, you know, we still know that you're going to want to shove this finance capital down our throats while we pick something else. But why can't we make it long-term, smart investment finance capital? Like the building boom that we went through post-World War II, I mean, granted, that was on the backs of bombing our only competition into oblivion. So for a little while, it made sense for us to hire people and pay them well and actually make things. No one else was making things. So our the tiny little boom of infrastructure in the United States is actually an anomaly. That's been a blip on the radar.
Right.
So the only hope of being relevant again is to do that again. Like capital investment is human capital. I mean, at some point you have to like restock the fish, right? I mean, if you have the little pond and you just eat them all,
right?
Now what's going to be there now?
It's in violation of true cost economics.
Okay, Dark Sevier, world president.
What?
Go.
That's a tough one. Yeah. How do you, I didn't come prepared for that.
Speak from your gut, man.
World president, and I have the right to modify this later because I'm the world president. You know. I think the first place you start is with a UBI.
What's that?
If we can make
universal basic income.
If we can make $11 trillion,
out of thin air
and give it to a bunch of assholes, we can buy us some time. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. You could stabilize society like what happened in Weimar.
We could have saved lives.
You could just okay, here you go, here's a check.
Yep.
Right? This is the fear of people who are afraid of socialism and communism or whatever, is because now you're going to do whatever, you're going to suck the dick whoever's giving you that check, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to do anything. Here's a check. And sort of like, it was like COVID was a really weak, dry run. We made some money during COVID because we got pandemic unemployment insurance. We didn't have to rush off and do another job. We had food to eat.
There weren't any films being made for a while anyway.
We were not in conflict with each other. We got to hang out, explore ideas, not have to worry about whether our power was going to be cut off. That was a pretty good gig.
Yeah.
Not everybody got that.
No.
We managed to get the insurance and do it.
We experienced the lockdowns from a place of not being traumatized about the pandemic.
That's the other thing.
Many people
we weren't scared for our lives.
Many
of leaving
people
the house.
received a check and were scared for their lives, and so their reactions to this trial run of universal basic income is not what their natural reaction would have been if they weren't being terrified by a pandemic.
Right. So first thing is give them some money.
Yeah. Canadians got $2,400 a month every month the whole time.
Right. Yeah.
Their economy hasn't crashed.
So maybe that is what they are doing. This is the experiment and seeing how it's working. We didn't demand more than that, so we didn't get more than that. We didn't say, hey, no, we can't. We're just like, oh, I don't know, virus. So like the first thing you got to do is stabilize people so people don't start looting and robbing to feed their kids. You have to get people like where the scarcity issue is at least artificially controlled for a period of time. And then there's got to be some debates. We just have to have old-fashioned fucking debates. We gotta like get Dr. Fauci to go debate Robert Malone, and then go round 2 where he has to go on and on. We have to have public debates. We have to have a clear. We have to have
what's going on in the environment. What's going on in the environment? What's going on in the environment? What's going on in the environment?
We have to establish a commons.
Yeah.
We have to establish a commons where you know you're not being throttled and you know you're getting information from some source that is honest and organic, not algorithm. We have to have we have to be able to talk to each other and we have to be able to listen to each other. And right now there's 1,000 filters between you and the guy across the street.
Right.
So we have to not be afraid we're going to starve. Yeah. And then we have to offer an exploration of options. What happened in the Enlightenment and the Renaissance, it was like, let's try some new shit.
Yeah, right.
And if people aren't starving, and this then becomes a friendly competition of various cities, places on like how we can maximize this moment in time that we're looking to put into place things without corporate benefit. Like this city needs to find a way to solve this problem, and there is we're not starving, so we might all be able to throw our efforts into solving a problem.
Like a Venus Project style explosion of dynamism and ingenuity.
That's what I would do. Stabilize people financially, and then start exploring ideas. Education, education, education. If you're ever going to solve a problem, it always starts with that education. But you can't learn and you can't be educated if you have an empty belly. So that's what I do. Start from there. Get the brain trust. Have a party. What? How many addicts do you know who stepped up their game when they didn't have to worry about where their cash was coming from? A lot of people died. There was a massive increase in drug overdoses. I should say I'm not against it at all. I just think that there would be problems. There were. A lot of people died during the pandemic.
Yeah, but that gets into the chicken or egg. Because why are people
Why were they
addicts?
unhappy?
Why were they drug addicts in the first place?
Well, that's the thing.
So if you're eliminating a lot of the stuff that turns people to drugs, and then not only that, but look how drug addicts get their money. It's not like they all go punch a clock every day and then use their checks to, they don't go to work. Like they're like robbing their grandma or whatever, or purse snatching their cars or whatever. Like, there's a lot of other ways drug addicts get money. If you just give them money, it's going to naturally reduce crime because they don't feel so desperate. So if they take one big check and they go OD because of it, because they normally only have $50 at a time and not $1,200 at a time. I mean, but you
so
still.
this is us evaluating the well-being of the greater human experience as opposed to the well-being of every single individual.
Sure.
Because I know that you're not you are not callous to people who are addicted to drugs, and
No.
you don't think that people who abuse drugs should just go drop dead.
No, of
but
course
what you're,
not.
But what you're saying is, in the grand scheme of things, if we're
Yes.
going to fix our fucking problems,
Yeah.
it might mean that some people die along
Get
the
to
way.
the root of the problem. And and
There's going to be people lost in transition.
And drugs have a higher chance to kill you. That's just like duh. I mean,
Yeah.
so and if you're in a community that's highly traumatized and impoverished, you might have an outsized vision of how many people are actually on drugs. So there's drug endemic areas where there are large swaths, especially in the deindustrialized, poor white. You know, if you're
Yeah.
in Appalachia or the
Oh,
Rust
God.
Belt or here in Montana, I mean, you might think like half of the people you're in school with is either on drugs or going to die of drugs.
Yes. Right.
But the math really doesn't change. There's really only right around 10% of everybody on Earth, even if drugs were completely legal like they are in Portugal, there's only like 10 or 12% of people that aren't so scared of it, or they're healthy and they get their endorphins elsewhere. There's not this massive drug problem, not to justify.
Well,
I mean,
this is what fueled. This is the mind. You don't have the mindset that fueled the pandemic neuroses.
Mm-hmm.
The mindset that fueled the pandemic neuroses was this false virtue that got sent around that said, "Not even one life." If me wearing a mask my entire life and taking care of my kids and losing my job and staying out of school saves even one life,
Right.
it will be worth it.
Sure.
So we can't do cost-benefit analyses anymore. We can't do them anymore.
Yeah.
Because
That's a thought-terminating cliche.
yes, it is. So the not even one life mentality got shopped around and given to people as a way to justify their behavior and as a way to feel good about what they were doing.
Feel good about it, yeah.
To feel good about and so
yeah.
I agree with you ethically on the grand scheme of things, much like I experienced wow, I'm really breaking down today. Much like I evaluated the COVID data when it was coming in and we were seeing who's at risk, who's dying.
Yeah.
And how are they dying when they die?
Sure.
Is it in the hospital? Is it outside of the hospital? What's causing, like when we had that data, and we had that data in the first couple of months.
Yes.
It was available. We knew who was at risk and who was dying almost right away, according to the U.S. experience. It became very clear that all of human society should not be shutting down.
Yeah.
For a small portion of the society to survive. However,
Yeah.
you can't say that. And so when we say things like the people, here's what doctors and scientists were saying that you didn't get to hear because they were banned from platforms like Facebook and YouTube, but mostly on Twitter and blogs and other places where they were able to put their information out without being censored. Doctors and scientists were saying, look, the people who were always going to have died from COVID are going to be the people that will die from COVID. So put that another way, like these people were already, whatever was going to come up, they were the ones that were going to die.
Yeah.
Unexpected demographics are not dying.
Sure.
And this isn't me being calloused against the hyper elderly or
Yeah,
the already ill.
Yeah.
That's just a fact of science.
Right.
When a new experience
Yeah.
comes out, it always affects people whose systems are already overburdened either by age or illness.
Certainly.
What we call a pandemic, when it's an actual pandemic, is when a new experience such as a virus affects the demographics that don't normally get affected.
Right.
Such as the breeders and the working stock.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's a crass way of putting it, but it's medically and scientifically and historically true.
We're treated as cattle anyway.
Yeah.
You have to look at how.
But we're
you might
manipulated
be,
not to think of ourselves that way.
Yeah.
Right, but we are treated that way, and if you realize that we are corporate livestock and we are managed and used and harvested.
Hey, I love that you keep saying that. Corporate livestock. I think people should get used to that.
And if you have,
we should understand that that's how we're being looked at, so that we're not confused about
And
how we're
spoken
being.
to,
So we're not
basically.
confused about how we're being treated.
If you're the corporate herdsman, then you look at your herd and you're like, oh my God, there's a lot of sick ones over there. We got to find a way to cut that shit out and move. This is what we do with chickens and cows.
Yeah.
if you're a corporate herdsman and you're thinking about the bottom dollar and the health of your herd according to your intention for that herd.
Continuing to maintain the sick and the elderly of the herd is detrimental to the well-being and the profitability of the herd in general.
Yeah. So there's this interesting story. Like I can see how you would, let's just say in another planet, in another time, there was this place where this virus came out, and then the virus killed the predictable.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people were told that they could protect those people by taking a shot.
Yeah.
And then suddenly lots of people died in the healthy breeding range from 18 to 65. Let's say there was like, I don't know, 40% increase in
We don't
death.
even need to say, I don't know, 40%. We can say insurance adjusters nationwide are reporting a 40% increase in deaths over the last year in the ages of
18 to 65, which were people not affected by the virus.
Right. That is what we should have been calling a pandemic.
Yeah. That sounds like something we should be concerned about. Yeah. Not that we shouldn't have been concerned,
about
but
the
this is a historical medical anomaly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm saying, if that story happened on another planet,
right,
and they had insurance companies, and they noticed that 40% of the people were dying,
we ought to have, that planet should probably have been alarmed.
And then it seems like it's too early to tell, but that shot that they got also end up doing a big hit on reproductive capacity
now, if
for the
you
younger
were,
generation.
If there were, say,
in a science fiction movie on a planet far away,
if there were, say, maybe that planet was being run by an objective, a completely non-empathetic, objective, meta-observing president,
like a technocrat,
maybe someone who was like, this planet is fucked if it keeps going the way it goes.
Time to cut some
fat. But the people are never going to agree to any of the plans that will save them consciously.
Right.
So we will just do it for them.
Right.
So they will, in the end, be saved.
Because this is what the Galactic Health Organization has determined to be appropriate.
That's what they do, yeah. And so to bring it all back around.
So they create a story to roll it out, but the real story is we're gonna lose the bees.
Some people in power have decided this is the best way to save.
We got to reduce the dinner table suddenly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when Jason talks about the drug addicts, people who are abusing substances, I feel very strongly that substance abuse comes from trauma, and that if we had supportive communities and mental health awareness and trauma awareness and education and emotional intelligence being taught in our schools and provided to people when they needed it, that by and large we wouldn't have anybody that abused drugs. We would have drug users, but not people who were addicted.
Unhealthily using drugs.
Not people that were addicted. And so I would love, if I was the president of the world and I was all powerful and I could just snap my fingers, I would absolutely put everyone into mandatory therapy for the next decade. If magic, this is magic. Just put everybody into mandatory therapy. And a cadre of therapists who have a variety of, maybe it's a sensory deprivation tank. Maybe it's some EMDR. Right. Maybe it's some talk therapy. Maybe you make collages. Maybe you sit in a group. Maybe you scream at the mountain, but everybody just goes into therapy for 10 years and gets universal basic income, you
have to create an initiative.
But I do,
where
let me
there's
finish
competition.
Let me finish my thing. I do understand, much like with what we should have been, what our scientific leaders should have determined in March of 2020 and decided based on this determination. What they should have determined was, this virus is only targeting the the sick and the elderly. And we can create programs that will help them feel cared for and keep them safe until we have a treatment available to them to take if they feel like taking their risks with the treatment as opposed to the virus. They could have known that. They did know that. They could have acted on that. And we could have had a completely different last 2 years. So I guess I sort of look at people in this real world currently struggling with addiction to substances who might get universal basic income and just go straight off the deep end. Unless other things change, those people will always have been the people who succumb to addiction.
Yeah, correct.
there has to be some other change, which would be like, I don't know, mandatory therapy for a decade, you know? But like there are some people alive now who are addicted who will never be saved because of the current structures. And us not giving them universal basic income will not keep them from dying from addiction someday.
Yeah.
There will just be more
They'll just
harm
die
inflicted
from
on other
addiction
people,
slower.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Well,
what they
if
said.
there's
That's what they
scarcity and
said about
problems.
like the biggest age group that died from COVID was over 80. Those people were about to die. Scientifically, this is what doctors said. Those are the people that were going to die in the next few years anyway.
Yeah.
And this just sped it up.
Yeah.
COVID was the universal basic income, so to speak, in that story.
And for UBI specifically, it's not like this is some fanciful radical idea. I mean, even Milton Friedman from the Chicago School said some sort of UBI would be the best market stabilizer possible.
Absolutely.
And
trickle
then,
down is a lie. It's all about bubble up. That's what we found out during the lockdowns. Is like, the
largest transfer of wealth in the history of the planet Earth.
Do need people to be spending money in order for business across the U.S. to continue.
Yeah, I think there's a worthwhile discussion to have about, you know, the quality of what we're currently spending it on. I mean, if they're not going to do this fake growth model anymore, where we all just keep buying Chinese crap that's planned obsolescent to die and go to a landfill just for us to have to buy it again.
Another one.
I mean, there's worthwhile conversations to have around specific supply chains. I'm here for all that. But don't do it passively and by coercion and authoritarianism and just starve us out and not tell us what you're doing. Like, if you want people to buy less stuff, then just go ahead and say that and be like, hey, we got to tighten our belts in these areas.
Well, Jimmy Carter tried that. Yeah. Have you ever watched what they called the Malay speech?
I don't think so.
Dude, it is so worth watching. Jimmy Carter, I feel like last humanoid president before the replicons came in. He was like dealing with the energy crisis.
Yeah, right.
And he's like
and stagflation
to 1970s America. So he was all like, you know what we should do? We should actually share rides to work if we live in the same neighborhood and work in the same area. And people are like, communist, right? This guy he's like, like rather than just find a way to bully through and perpetuate a bubble economy, he's like, why don't we try something sane?
Yeah.
He started like, maybe we should recycle some things. He was taking stuff from the Cultural Revolution about a more sustainable world. He was supposed to make a State of the Union address. He decided not to. He went to Camp David for like 3 days, prayed, met with his advisors, came back and said, yeah, we're not going to be America, fuck yeah. We're going to be like, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. Actually, just get a ride with your friend, pare down. Maybe we should reduce the speed limit a little bit so we don't use so much gas because it's scarce. We're in lines to the gas station.
Yeah.
We need to find a ways. He was like, let's economize and pull back a little bit. It seems like a healthy thing to do. That was the last time I saw a president that felt like a real human being.
Like he was
that
actually a
considered
leader.
the impact of the people.
Yeah.
What was going to happen to the people? Well, you know, if we not tighten it back in the way that they do it that only benefits the rich people, but like we need to like maybe be kind to the earth.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm a peanut farmer. I care about this shit, you know?
Well, you two made it.
Oh my God.
Another 8 hours. Woo! 3 days of 8 hours. You made it. Thanks for being on the show.
I know, but you two have to do the final wrap and thank you and money and
give us money.
I like Stone Fruit's final comments. If it's the mandatory therapy, I'm leading the rebellion.
I have to say, like, I don't think it's mandatory. I do want to address this before we go. Mandatory therapy. Like, I think there's an idea of like.
Okay, I was trying to appease the idea that nobody wants any drug addicts to die. The only way you're going to keep all the drug addicts from dying is by forcing them to get better. But you have to acknowledge some people just don't want to get better. There are people alive that just they're not going to get better.
Yeah.
There are some people who are just on their way out.
I think a focus on therapy. I don't know. Mandatory therapy.
No, I agree.
Then you have to figure out what therapist is going to be the therapy that everybody must submit to so that we're all in line. You know, like it's
principally
crazy.
and ethically, I don't agree with mandatory therapy.
Okay,
I
good.
think universal access to therapy.
That's
yes, mental health.
Universal basic income, universal access to mental health treatments.
Yeah, right. And then
treatments.
Available treatments. Yes. Right. And then if somebody does decide to buy themselves a ton of something and get out of here,
there would be like an explosion of cults instantly. Which I think it should do. We should try to figure out who can make the best society go. Like, start from scratch. Here's some money. Here's some mental health.
Yeah.
Now let's go figure out how to have a really good time together and, start sharing ideas, but like rival football games, like, hey, that town over there figured out how to keep their kids from committing suicide. God damn it, we didn't win. Anyway, let's get it over here and figure out how to take care of our kids, but we'll get them on the thing on how to be energy neutral, those motherfuckers. And then you work on your energy neutral campaign with your, I like that. Try to envision that in the world.
Well, even on a smaller scale, like the Finns, you can start like a remote control train club with a few of your neighbors that really love model trains. And the government gives y'all a check to go get the model trains.
To be fucking happy.
Yeah. So
Jesus
like
Christ.
Model trains, kites.
If people get together and do stuff, there will suddenly be innovation.
Creative burst of
Oh my
intelligence
God.
and ingenuity. Yeah.
Yeah, you start playing around and suddenly you have inventions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You must have leisure.
All right, it's 8:00.
Oh, okay.
We got to get
right.
food and get the hell out of
here. Okay. All right, look, little funk monkey. Come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I will launch into the drug conversation. I will launch into the drug conversation.
Yeah, I want to hear you tell.
Heroin does not just get you like a repo man or somebody conscripting you into the army.
Because Vigi's going to be here tomorrow. I get to freak out on economics, maybe.
Oh, by the way, Fabio Vighi. Stay tuned tomorrow because Fabio Vighi is going to be a guest on our show. Fabio, we had earlier in the season. He wrote this outstanding piece. We're not going to put it up. We'll put it up tomorrow. Fabio Vighi. We interviewed him a few months ago about the premise that the $11 trillion that they printed before the pandemic might have actually precipitated the necessity for the pandemic narrative. And if that shocks you or if that interests you, please tune in tomorrow and you can talk to the man himself. He'll be on the show at some point. I haven't figured out what time yet.
He's in Italy, so we're waiting for him to email us back when he wakes up.
That's right.
And y'all can go to stonefruit.substack.com. Jason Skiles says, I'm looking for a cult. Where's your white paper?
Well,
no, he's looking. Stone Fruit said everybody could join his cult, the Tenacious Cult, and Jason, so they're going to hook up. And,
okay, very good.
And so I provided, here's some white papery type stuff on Stone Fruit you can read.
Yeah, and if you go to postorthodoxy.com, you can give us money, and that's always a good start to starting a cult.
Beauty in Butte America was very kind.
Oh, good stuff. Love hearing the different perspectives. Different people and their perspectives. Have a few brews on me.
Yeah, we'll take them.
Oh, thanks, darling. Appreciate you.
Are you actually taking
us out to drinks right now?
Are you taking us out to drinks tonight?
That's right.
It says in Butte.
That's right.
I'm saying,
are you in Butte today?
You can literally buy us a couple of beers right now.
No, please don't buy me beers right now. Please just subscribe to my website for the price of a beer a month.
That's what we need.
Because that ongoing moral boost will not only enable me psychically, but enable me physically in the realm to continue having these kinds of conversations
with people like you.
And you guys that are in the room right now, you are the only ones that can help us beat the algorithm. Take a minute and send this link to 3 people or 5 people or 10 people. I know you know people that care about this kind of shit, and we can't send it to them because we don't know them.
And for us to move this story down the road faster, we need input from smart people like you to help us refine our ideas.
This is great. This last couple of hours
we
has been
can
so
end
yummy.
the fuckery. We can help end the fuckery and have a better time with each other.
Let's all pollinate each other with ideas.
Welcome to the show.
And we'll talk about the drug thing tomorrow for sure. I'm always game to talk.
Noon to 8 Montana time. We'll be here.
The addiction is okay. I'm just gonna stop. I have to stop.
We can just keep talking.
Nope. just dial it back and save it for tomorrow.
Okay, bye,
Noon
guys.
tomorrow Montana time. See you guys. Thank you for visiting our outpost in the borderlands. Post-Orthodoxy is a project of Sevier Studios. We host ongoing, interactive conversations centered around cognitive liberty, and you can join in by catching one of our live streams on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. You can also catch each conversation after the fact as a podcast by searching for Post-Orthodoxy wherever podcasts are found. If you take value from the work we are doing and the community we're building together, you can support the Outpost in the Borderlands for as little as $5 a month on our website, BetterTime. That's betterti.me. Visit the Sevier Studios page and subscribe. You can also support The Outpost by following and connecting with us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and/or Substack. Our Post-Orthodoxy theme music was composed by Frank Pascal, and a special thanks goes to our voice actors, Amelia, Colin, Zbo, Rosie, Gabo, Vicky, Mokai, and Tony.
Thanks for playing.
What's outside your reality bubble? I think I dribbled a bit that last one.